Hi everyone, I'm Julia and welcome. Thank you all for being here. So today we come together to discuss one of the most tragic events of the history of housing in the UK. With the public inquiry into the Grenfell Tower fire coming to an end, while the police investigation continues, it is an opportunity to think about what we as architects and students of architecture can do to change the systems that shape the built environment in order to prevent tragedies like this going forward. Today we start from the understanding of Grenfell in a conversation that seeks to question a national crisis and a repeated pattern of inability to deliver safe and quality-led housing. With the 6th anniversary of the fire taking place this year, people are still having to fight for justice and change. And the symposium, in fact, doesn't aim to instruct or find solutions, but it acknowledges the already present enormous amount of work and continuous struggle that goes into the fight, aiming at using the AA as a platform to generate a set of conversations throughout and beyond the school. I will start by thanking all of the amazing speakers that are here today and that with knowledge, sincerity, and care fight for justice and change. Thanks to Liam, Manijay, Harriet, Claire, and all of those that have engaged in discussions with us, shaping the day in unity. And thank you to all of the invisible labor that has made this happen, from the cleaning and maintenance of the space to the audio and visual team and the communication studio of the AA. So I arrived to the UK a year and a half ago, and a few months later I started digging into the cladding crisis as part of my project, starting with the material flow generated in the remediation of buildings. So looking into the materiality and evolution of rain screen technologies and how often they become a sort of simulation of apparently seamless construction systems that actually hide imprecision, ugliness, and disintegration of substructures, insulation, and membranes. And while facing my first winter in London, the social causes and consequences of the material flow were unveiled, while deep injustices, ignored cycles of failure, and a mentality of putting profit over people was revealed. So 6 months later, a tower block clad with combustible panels burnt in Milan, my hometown, showing how the crisis crosses borders and countries. My frustration towards the system that we build our homes upon expanded into questioning the sometimes limited viewpoints that the architectural education can offer. In fact, if in architecture schools we are instructed through exemplary projects that have traced our past and present times, should we not also discuss and learn from the actual failures that have scarred the very histories that we're placing under our architectural lens? And in addition to learning from these highly desirable building materials, should we not also create the space to speak about low quality and toxic layers that actually pervade our surroundings? So during the symposium, we will aim to tread carefully and metaphorically across the strata of Grenfell's building to learn from what happened in and behind its section. The day is divided in 3 sections, and we start from the politics of the facade. We then go into behind the facade, the neglected user voice, that will be moderated by Liam Ross. And the 3rd session, beyond the facade, from the home to the city, will be moderated by Eleanor Dodman. So starting from the materiality and failure of the combustible elements in the 1st session, we will then examine what took place behind the facade, to then scale out again in the 3rd session into the context of the city, understanding how deregulation, financialization of housing, and deep urban inequalities played a part in the narrative. I think it's also important to add that with roundtable discussions concluding each session, we really encourage audience participation to share, question, and discuss diverse experiences and perspectives. And just before I introduce the 1st session, we have a model here that we built together with Jake Williams and Jinxie Miao that are here. And I think the intention, because it was very difficult to access the original materials and components of the facade of Grenfell, the intention was that to show the assembly of these components and the depth of the facade itself. And next to the model, you'll find some fragments of the actual materials themselves. And I think it's just important, especially for architecture students, to see the materials and just kind of experience them firsthand. So in the first session, the politics of the facade, we start from the skin of our cities. In this chapter, we delve into the material and architectural composition of the facade itself in order to display layer after layer, meanings, materials, and motions. Grenfell's story sits, in fact, between a social and relational problematic of governing public housing and the tragic revealing of deceitful material layers. The Grenfell fire of the 14th of June 2017 was neither an accident nor a one-off event. It unjustly took the life of 72 people, and it has removed the impermeable mask, unveiling all that was concealed behind. In the tower, 151 homes were sealed behind the story of sustainability, so-called sustainability and corner cutting, where in the fatal refurbishment of the tower, a solid concrete building was wrapped with highly combustible plastic-based materials, and the fragmented section of the facade speaks about the disintegration of actors and liabilities, where in cases like Grenfell, the material disintegration of the facade itself becomes the metaphor for the immaterial dissolution of the notion of care in housing. So we'll start with the first speaker, Peter Apps. Peter is a writer and journalist. He is a deputy editor of Inside Housing and has worked to uncover the dangers of combustible cladding, including in an article written 34 days before the Grenfell fire entitled The Stark Warning. He published an astonishing and devastating book named Show Me the Bodies, How We Let Grenfell Happen, that I would really urge everyone to read. So Peter, welcome.
While we're getting that ready, as Julia said, I'm a journalist. I covered almost all 400 days of evidence across both phases of the Grenfell Tower inquiry. And I kind of see my role within that process as being someone who can bring the information that's being unveiled at the inquiry to a wider audience and a non-specialist audience without dumbing down the technical details of what's being discussed. And that's what I'm going to try and do largely today. I focus my presentation on the evidence around the architects because of the audience which we have today, but I'm very happy. I appreciate the title of the session is about politics, and I'm very happy to talk about the politics in a bit more detail when we get onto the Q&A session, because there's an incredibly important story to talk about there as well. I'm also very conscious that there's two expert witnesses to the Grenfell Tower inquiry, one sitting to my right, who will certainly pick me up if I stumble over any of the details. But with that in mind, to fill everyone in on where we are, the Grenfell Tower inquiry heard its first phase of evidence between May and December 2018, and the chair, Sir Martin Moore-Bick, published his report in October 2019. That report gave us a chronology of what happened in the night in a great deal of detail, and a lot of information about why this routine kitchen fire turned into one of the worst tragedies that's ever happened in this country. It placed a particular emphasis on the combustible cladding panels on the external wall, on the missing self-closers and fire doors inside the tower, and the failure to evacuate the building promptly when it was obvious that a fire in one compartment was becoming a fire in the whole building. It issued a number of recommendations, which again we can come on to in a bit more detail in the Q&A, but which is very important to emphasise whenever this is talked about, have not yet been brought into force. In particular, the question of how to evacuate a building and how to get everybody out of a building, including those with disabilities or vulnerabilities, is a question that the British state has still not answered, and we're going to be 4 years on from that report coming out this year. So it found that the polyethylene inside the ACM panels, which if you look at the model which Julia and her colleagues have put together, are those thin sheets right at the front. They're made of aluminium. Inside the aluminium is polyethylene, which is essentially a plastic which is chemically similar to petrol, and in its solid form arguably even more flammable because it's more dense. And so the aluminium melts, the polyethylene ignites, and you have a fire which will travel up the outside of a building very, very fast. So the second phase, which ran from January 2020 to closing statements only a couple of months ago in November, was supposed to take a broad look at why Grenfell came to be in the state it was on the night of June 14th, 2017. The report into that is being written. That there isn't a date yet for when that's going to come out, but various sources in and around the inquiry have suggested that we might expect something this autumn. That broad look took us through the construction sector, many different areas of the construction sector. It took us into the manufacture and testing of products. It took us into social housing management. It took us into the long and quite complex and in some ways quite upsetting history of the London Fire Brigade's failure to prepare. And then it took us into central government, and that central government story lasted over around about a 30-year period, starting, I guess, from 1991 with a cladding fire in the northwest of England, and taking us right up until some emails which were sent pretty much a day before the fire. And they exposed, as I say, we can talk about this more in the Q&A, but they exposed the fact that the British state as an institution had all of the information it needed from at least 2001, if not earlier, to prevent a fire like this from happening. But it consistently failed to do so, and it chose not to do so because other things were considered more important. We are in the middle of a legal process which after the inquiry finally finishes with its report, will it is hoped, lead to criminal prosecutions for at least some of those who can be seen to be most culpable. The Metropolitan Police has a lengthy, well-resourced and very active investigation. I think that the last time they released details, they said they questioned around 40 witnesses under caution. And all of the kind of major wrongdoing that's been exposed by the inquiry is within the remit of the Met Police investigation. So I'm going to talk about the architects today. The architectural firm was Studio E, and they were appointed really out of convenience. Studio E were designing a school and a leisure centre complex at the base of the tower. As is often the case with big construction jobs, that was difficult and inconvenient for the people who live nearby, and created quite a lot of bad feeling for a variety of reasons in the tower. And there was a decision within the council, and I'm summarising quite a lot of information here, to add some refurbishment work onto the project that was underway for the school and the leisure centre. And so Studio E got that job. But their specialism, which focused more on education, facilities and leisure centre complexes and so on, was not high-rise buildings. In fact, it's fairly certain that had there been a full procurement process, another more specialised firm would have been appointed. But that didn't happen. The job was large enough that RBKC or KCTMO should have run a full procurement, but they managed to avoid that by cutting the fee in half. And so they pay half at the start of the project, half at the end, and don't run any public procurement at all. A big theme throughout the inquiry has been listening to residents and the voice of residents. Eddie Defan, who you're going to hear from later, is recorded as being really the only one in the design team to question, well, he wasn't in the design team, but the only voice to question that decision to appoint the architects. He said if they don't have any experience of working on high-rise buildings, then why are we using them? But like many of the things residents said and talked about throughout this process, that was simply dismissed and not thought about. Studio E knew that this wasn't a job that they were used to doing. They described themselves in internal emails as a little green on process and technicality. And they suggested some rapid training to bring themselves up to speed, but there's no real evidence that happened. It's also clear that within the job that was being considered, it was to a degree about improving the tower, making it more thermally efficient, making it more comfortable as a place to live, adding some more residential units. But there was also a kind of a less honourable intention, really, which was to change its appearance. And the council had, it's expressed in a number of documents, quite a regressive view, really, of what this tower looked like and its impact on the surrounding area. And there's various emails, including the fact that they wanted to prevent it looking like a poor cousin to the brand new facility being developed next door. And that focus on aesthetics did have an impact on what ultimately happened. There are a number of architects involved in the project. The main ones who gave evidence to the inquiry were Bruce Soanes and Neil Crawford. For Bruce Soanes, it was his first residential cladding job, but despite it being his first job, he never took the time to familiarise himself with the rules. He didn't check the statutory requirements, even though they're kind of just a simple headline standard. Neither did he read industry guides on how to design a cladding system safely, or the statutory guidance which provides more detailed information on what is and isn't allowed. And when he was asked why he didn't do that, his main explanation was that he believed that specialist subcontractors would be appointed later down the line, and that building control officers would make sure that he didn't use anything non-compliant. Now, of course, that's a mistake, because the subcontractors down the line ultimately say that they relied on Bruce to have done the checks, so they assumed that what he'd done was correct. And even building control was reassured that because this was a job produced by competent professionals, it must be competent, and therefore didn't do some of the checks that they might otherwise have done. So this ultimate question of who was responsible and who was going to make the key decisions was slipping between the gaps of all of these professionals. He had no real concept of what or neither did Neil Crawford really, of what the key concepts around a cladding system meant. He didn't really know what class 0 meant, what limited combustibility meant, how these terms applied to the compliance and the appropriateness of the materials they were using. Neil Crawford, incidentally, he was called to give evidence to the inquiry, I think, in June 2020, or possibly before we broke for COVID in March. Still didn't know what the term limited combustibility meant. He thought that plastic insulation could be limited combustibility so long as it had fire retardant chemicals in it, which isn't true. So these guys didn't have the right level of technical knowledge. And their belief was that compliance and working out what a compliance system was not the role of an architect. They told the inquiry that they were there to just ensure what they described as architectural intent, which really just meant that the facade would appear aesthetically in the way that it was supposed to. Design drawings were passed around the team. They were stamped and signed off without any of these checks being made. Again, Bruce Soanes' and Neil Crawford's arguments were that they were simply there to ensure architectural intent. They were assisted by fire engineers who produced a report which included the phrase the designs would have no adverse effect in relation to external fire spread, and quite a lot of weight seems to have been placed on that assurance. However, it was caveated by the fact that it would be confirmed in a later report, which was never done. Bruce Soanes chose a product called Celotex FR5000. That was below the minimum standard for a high-rise building, and at that point that he chose it, there was no testing which even implied it was suitable. The sort of acronym FR is widely misunderstood to have had some fire safety meaning, but actually it just stood for flat roof. That plastic was chosen because of its U values. Really, the tower consultants who advised on the tower were very keen to get a better than minimum standard of insulation, and they thought that rigid plastic foam was the only material which could achieve that standard. They were in fact wrong about that. The gentleman in the room here, Paul Hyatt, has demonstrated that they could have done. They could have achieved those U values with mineral wool insulation, but they didn't really explore that enough, and they relied on unscientific concepts because they thought that they'd heard that this was a material that charred rather than burned, and they took some assurance from the fact that this was used on a lot of jobs elsewhere without really looking into whether or not it had been used appropriately. It also came up in the evidence that some of their CPD training on the use of insulation was actually being provided by sales reps from Celotex, which was a startling piece of information to me, but having spoken to people in the architectural world is actually not that uncommon, and I think is a really important thing to take forward into your career as an architect if you are a student, is that just because someone is standing in front of you delivering a training session doesn't mean that they are an expert or that they're even speaking to you in good faith. The ACM, which sat in front of that insulation, was sort of pushed into the job by salespeople. A sales lady working for the cladding firm called Debbie French had quite a large influence behind the scenes, and so did the subcontractor, who really did emphasise that they'd used ACM on lots of other projects, and it worked really well for this sort of block. And behind the scenes, they ended up, after the ACM was selected, exchanging an email where one of them said, all I can say is it will be taken out for a very nice meal very soon, somewhere very nice. And again, a lesson from there for people going into the construction field is sometimes there are people who are suggesting that you use a certain product or you use a certain method might have an incentive to push that product forward that isn't simply the fact that it's the best one for your project. Quite famously, the Grenfell Tower project was subject to value engineering. Bruce Soanes wrote a specification where his suggested product was a non-combustible zinc cladding, which wouldn't have, when the fire broke out of the kitchen on the fourth floor, wouldn't have burnt. He didn't choose that for fire safety reasons, he chose it for aesthetic ones, but nonetheless it was fire safe. It was switched for a cheaper one by the contractor Ryden, who were appointed in 2014 on a design and build basis. And that was because value for money at that point, as they called it, was the focus of the project. They wanted to do this cheaply. They didn't want to do it. They didn't want to increase the budget. That they were told by their consultants that they should, or they should stop the project, but they pushed on anyway. And that is something which happens in the construction industry all the time. One thing I do want to emphasise is that a lot of the time when I've spoken to architects about Grenfell, sometimes before the inquiry but sometimes afterwards, there's this assumption that what went wrong here was the concept of design and build. It was taking responsibility away from an architect and giving it to a contractor instead, and therefore seeing the specifications reduced. That did have an influence, but Bruce Soanes had placed ACM into the specification and placed combustible insulation into the specification before Ryden came anywhere near the job. So this was not just design and build. And sometimes I think that can be a little bit of a comfort blanket for the architectural profession to think that actually it's just the contractors who have been to blame for the problems we've seen, and that just isn't the case. There was a crown on the building that was added at the behest of planners because I think they said that Bruce Soanes' original drawings appeared bland. It was there for no reason other than the architectural flourish, but it played an absolutely pivotal role in the events on the night of the fire, because a cladding fire will spread up a building very fast, but the speed with which it can spread around the building is slower. But at Grenfell, there was this material on the top which could ignite and then spread the fire around the top of the building extremely quickly. And that was a particularly tragic event in the night of the fire, because many residents had sheltered on the top floor, which meant that as the fire started spreading laterally around this crown, the flats where dozens and dozens of people were taking shelter were some of the first to become involved in the blaze. And lots and lots of people on the top floor were very sadly among the 72 victims. So moving on to the products that were ultimately used, Celotex FR 5000 became Celotex RS 5000. It was actually the same product. It had been relaunched and rebranded by Celotex. Celotex were claiming at this point that they passed a large-scale test, which meant it was acceptable for use on high-rise buildings, but they weren't saying in their marketing literature that it was only suitable in the precise specification in which it had been tested, in the precise cladding system which it had been tested in, which involved sort of heavy non-combustible cladding panels in front of it. You could use it in that one system only, but Celotex were pushing it onto the market very aggressively, actually, with marketing literature which suggested it was acceptable for use on high-rise buildings in general. They also failed to tell anyone until after the fire that in order to pass that test, they'd secretly added fire-resisting boards to stop the external cladding panels cracking. So they'd effectively rigged the test in their favour. Despite that, they've managed to secure a certificate from LABC, which I assume most people in this room are familiar with the sort of construction industry acronyms, but that stands for Local Authority Building Control, a group which kind of represent building control professionals in the public sector and produce certificates which carry quite a lot of weight with their members. That repeated the idea that this was a product that was effectively of limited combustibility, and it was wrong. It wasn't just misinterpreted. It wasn't just confused. That certificate was fundamentally wrong. And yet it was circulating in the market and being relied on by building control inspectors, architects, design teams. And again, this is a lesson that we have to take from Grenfell as anyone who works in the built environment space is, even if something has an official looking stamp on it and it comes from a third party who you might know of and respect, it doesn't necessarily prove that it's right. There's also the issue of toxic smoke, which is released by Celotex and products like it. When it burns, it releases carbon monoxide, which all carbon-based products will release, but it also releases quite large quantities of cyanide compared to other products, and a mixture of irritant gases, which can make it difficult to breathe. It will make your eyes water. It will make it very uncomfortable and deter people from escaping through clouds of smoke like that. And I'll say no more on that point other than to say keep an eye on Inside Housing's website on Monday, because we've got some new information coming out on that issue. In front of the Celotex, there was a product called Renabond P55, which is the cladding panel which I mentioned earlier. That was made by a company called Arconic. From as early as 2004, Arconic had tested that product in two means of fixing. One where it was a flat sheet, which was effectively riveted to the rails, which is held on, and the other, which, I mean, if you look at, it's quite helpful to have that here, but if you see the mock-up there, you can see at the corners it's bent over slightly so that it can be hung on these rails which sit behind it. And what Arconic discovered in 2004 is that when they bent it into that shape and started a fire, it started to expose it to fire, it burned extraordinarily fast. Compared to the riveted panel, I think it was, and I might have these numbers slightly wrong, but it's somewhere in the region of a fire which grows 10 times as quickly, releases 7 times as much heat, produces 3 times as much smoke. And that was completely new information to the industry. But instead of withdrawing it from sale, Arconic were able to secure a BBA certificate which suggested it was safe for use on high-rise buildings in the UK. That BBA certificate was provided to the design team, but ultimately overlooked important caveats within that certificate, which might have led them to the understanding that what they were dealing with was not quite as safe as the salespeople were suggesting. Again, the point I made before with Celotex about trusting certificates from sources like LABC and BBA. BBA renewed that certificate in 2015, and their renewal was simply based on a check of Arconic's own website. They looked at the product literature on Arconic's website, saw that there was nothing untoward, and therefore renewed the certificate. Had they had access to all of the testing which had been done on that product at that point, they would have known that the certificate they were releasing was no longer an adequate description of that product. I'm going to jump past Kingspan because I'm running slightly slow on time, and I think the points made about Celotex sort of cover the issues with Kingspan as well. I think if I was talking to a group of young architects about this, I think key lessons to take away from it are just not taking jobs that you're not qualified for. Architectural firms, like all areas of the construction industry, want to fill their order books, want to have as many projects coming through, are under financial pressure, but it's better not to do a job that you are not experienced and capable of doing. And also just to check the rules for yourself at all times. Every construction job will involve a large chain of professionals, but I think the lesson from the Grenfell Tower inquiry is to just assume at all times that no one else is doing enough and everybody else is not doing their jobs properly, and make sure that you know that that's not the case for yourself, rather than hoping that it's not the case for others. And as architects, I think you are relied on by other people. That was quite clear from a lot of the other people in the chain, they felt that because an architect had said this product was okay, it was okay. And when you go out into the industry, that's going to be the assumption that people make about your specifications. I mentioned this before, subcontractors might have an incentive in pushing certain products. They are not the experts necessarily. Always, it's sometimes difficult to determine the difference between an expert and a salesperson. Certificates often make bold claims about the products in a headline which aren't quite backed up in the small print, and that was certainly the case here. Every certificate you ever come across should be read, reread, turned inside out, questioned. And like I say, there is a difference between marketing claims and compliance. People will tell you that things are more fire resistant than steel, that char rather than burn, that have these fantastic sounding fire performance characteristics. None of that is necessarily scientific. It's marketing literature, and understanding the difference between one and the other is a crucial part of making the right decisions, I think. And then also just be unpopular. I mean, like, somebody has to be the one who says, maybe we shouldn't be doing this, maybe we shouldn't be using this product, maybe we haven't asked enough questions here. And the construction industry is fast-paced. It's a very low margin sector where no one likes a minute's delay and no one likes an extra pound's worth of cost. But somebody has to be the one who's suggesting that should happen. And I think it can be architects. It can be a place for the architect in that chain as the one who has the real kind of pride and the real scientific understanding of what a building should be, that makes themselves unpopular in that way. So yeah, I think that's the end of my presentation. I've slightly run over, so I'll hand over to Julia.
Thank you, Pete. So our next speaker is Jose. Jose Torero is a fire safety engineer, professor of civil engineering, and head of Department of Civil Environmental and Geomatic Engineering at UCL. He is the author of more than 250 scientific papers in fire safety engineering, and he is an instructed expert to the Grenfell Public Inquiry and has participated in the investigations of most of the major fires of the last 20 years.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind invitation, and I mean, this is clearly a very important problem and an issue that I think we should all be deeply concerned about. And you know, I've been involved in the Grenfell Public Inquiry the last 5 years, and I do have to admit that it's been one of the most complex and difficult jobs I have ever done in my life for a multiplicity of reasons. And I think, in particular, one of the main reasons why I find this problem so complex is because it is a little bit like a painting by Georges Seurat, you know, the little points all over the place. And when you look at one of those paintings and you put your head very close to the canvas, what you will find is a little red dot, green dots, blue dots, yellow dots, and all these are perfectly easy to identify. You can actually say, well, there's a red dot there. But what you're missing when you put your head so close to the canvas is what really is the big picture. And you have to go really far away and then see how all these dots stitch together and effectively give you what the real, you know, big picture is. And the real big picture, I think, was summarized brilliantly by Richard Millett when he closed his evidence for the public inquiry. And he started by saying that that all the knowledge that was necessary to design that building existed and ought to have been known by everybody who was involved in the design, implementation, maintenance, and even by the fire brigades. And not only they ought to have known all that, but in essence, in the whole process, they should have applied that knowledge. And the knowledge was perfectly available and accessible to everybody. Now, the real question to me and the big picture, the one that you actually see when you put your head back and you start looking at the big picture, is why was that knowledge not used? You know, why is that if all that knowledge is available, that I can open a book and actually read it in there, that people, you know, like myself and Peter, you know, were telling the industry that this was going to happen. And not only that, actually, it was happening on a regular basis. These buildings were burning all over the place. And why is that we didn't use that knowledge? Now, the most scandalous part of the whole thing is that 5.5 years post-Grenfell, do you think we're doing anything different? We're doing exactly the same thing. And maybe we have discarded, a certain product or another, but we're introducing on a daily basis equally complicated and difficult products into the market. Nevertheless, we're still doing it. And not only we're still doing it, but it's the same people who are still doing it. The same people that are acting as consultants, as architects, as fire engineers, as building regulators, and they're all using the same criteria. They all paraded themselves, through the Grenfell public inquiry and showed us how incompetent they were. Nevertheless, these people are still working, and they're still delivering the same type of result and the same type of product. So in essence, I think that what I'm really concerned, and the reason why I think this is such a very, very difficult problem, is because people are not really looking at this problem from far enough to really understand what the real problem is. What they're doing is putting their faces against their canvas and pinpointing at little things that absolutely, red dot is a red dot. But that's not the reason, why you have a woman holding an umbrella in the painting. That's not the reason why the artist actually put it in there. Because what the artist wanted was to create a woman holding an umbrella. He didn't want to create a red dot. Now, the reality is that we keep putting our heads in there, and we are talking about different ways in which we regulate limited combustibility, all these things. Limited combustibility is an oxymoron. You cannot be limited and combustible, and we know that. I can argue that the architect should know what was meant in the regulatory framework by limited combustibility, but the reality is that that terminology in itself is inappropriate. Now, if we know that, why are we still using it? Now, in essence, through the public inquiry, you will see this sort of constant and repetitive process, by which at every single time we come up to exactly the same place. And that place is always the same. We can pinpoint the dots, but we cannot see the picture. And even until now, the picture is not very clear. You look at all the actions the government has taken, all the actions that the fire brigades have taken to try to improve, in principle, responding to the recommendations, and Peter just said the recommendations have not been implemented. We talk about the fact that a significant number of the people that died were disabled, and nevertheless, we are not providing appropriate means of egress, for the disabled. But the moment that I said that, appropriate means of egress, I have already made an assumption. And that assumption is that people can get out. Not only that people can get out, but actually that people should get out. So if you want to have an equitable approach towards fire safety, shouldn't we be guaranteeing that everybody within the building can stay in the building safely? Can we design for that? We have the knowledge to do it. It's all available. We just choose not to do it. And the question is why? Why do we make that choice of being able to design a building where everybody can stay in the building and stay in the building in a safe and equitable manner? And then instead what we say is adequate means of egress, when we know that egress by definition in a high-rise building is inequality at its best. And this is really where you really need to think. The same way that the manufacturers paraded themselves convincing people of the qualities of a product that potentially never existed, in a similar way, there's many people that are trying to make us think that things were actually much worse than what they were. Is there such a thing as a material that is more combustible than petrol? One, no. Two, I'm sitting on top of a material that is equally combustible than petrol. Is this safe? I can guarantee you it is. Everything in this room is equally combustible than petrol. Your carpets, your tables, everything. But we know how to design them appropriately. And we design them appropriately in a way such they can be used safely. So in essence, if you really think about it, there is much more to this picture than the dots. And we really need to be careful not to put our head so close to the canvas that all we see are the dots. Now, the big picture is a picture of competency. And that's the part that everybody has chosen to ignore. Now, I can sit here and lecture you for an hour on the history of how we became so incompetent. But the truth of the matter is that as fire engineers, we are absolutely incompetent. As architects, we are absolutely incompetent when we deal with fire engineering matters. As civil engineers, we're absolutely incompetent when we deal with fire engineering matters. Every single time I have faced a senior officer from government that makes decisions on building regulations, they will always preface the conversation by, I don't know anything about fire, nevertheless, I'm the one making the decisions. That is followed by a level of entitlement that where I'm being, I don't profess being, an expert on anything. You might believe that I might be an expert or not, but I'm not professing being an expert on anything. But the one thing I know is that I have spent 30 years of my life working on fire safety engineering matters. I've touched on pretty much every subject. But the one thing, the one common denominator I can clearly state of my entire career, I've been every day of my career been lectured by incompetence. At every point, when I told an architect, do not put polymethyl methacrylate on the facade of their building, which is a material that nobody in the world has burned more than me, even after telling them that, they still put it. Why? Because there was precedent. And some 20-something-year-old consultant told them, who had never designed a building of that nature, told them there was a precedent. There was a small store in some back alley in London where that had been done on a 2-story building, and therefore they could put it on a massive building. And they say, oh, well, there's precedent, so you can do it. So think carefully. Why is that we don't value knowledge? Why is that we choose to remain incompetent? Why is that every time that you're faced with people that are actually telling you what they know, you decide to ignore it? Where does that entitlement come from? And why is so prevalent in this industry? The moment that we recognize that competency has a value, that we decide to respect it and enforce it, that we recognize that this is a discipline that is complex in nature, we will stop making trivial statements. We will stop focusing on the red dots and the blue dots and the green dots, and we will finally see the lady, with the umbrella. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the invitation to be participating today and for the opportunity to sit among incredible expertise. However, Jose might prefer us not to use that term. So I'm a social anthropologist by training, so my expertise is in people, in politics, in culture. And I wanted to think a bit more about this idea of the facade and the politics of the facade, as well as its materiality. And to think a bit about what it is that facades actually do, materially and metaphorically, and the kinds of political work that they make manifest. So in my research, I'm interested in the political and social effects of infrastructure and construction, and how, as city dwellers, we must live with the ways that politics is materialized in urban space, through forms of intervention, or sometimes lack of intervention, and how this accumulates across time to shape the communities that we live in. And recently I've been thinking about Grenfell in relation also to housing disasters elsewhere in the world, particularly in Kenya, where another part of my research is based, and I'm going to speak a little bit about that as well. So I've been examining the ways that contemporary forms of urban politics, housing bureaucracy, administrative systems are exposed through moments of crisis, and also what it takes to make those revelations count, as both Jose and Pete have just alluded to. So in architectural terms, a facade is the external frontage, or in the case of Grenfell, the covering of a building. But more broadly, the word facade is used to describe a superficial or artificial appearance or effect. In other words, a facade is something that covers and disguises. It screens the inside from the outside observer. So it appears as one thing on the surface, whilst other things might be going on underneath. So in architectural theory and practice, facadism has emerged as a critical name for a way to preserve the street frontage of a usually historic or listed site, whilst the building behind is remodeled or even demolished and constructed anew according to a completely different plan. The facade is then pinned or attached to the newer structure. It's a front masking a very different reality behind. And so this is an example, London is full of this, you've probably seen it all over the place, but this is an example that won the Carbuncle Cup in 2013 of UCL student housing. And you can see this sort of two-dimensional screen covering newer student flats behind, and the windows of the new building behind don't line up with the windows of the facade, so you've got students living in darkness, along with the other kinds of issues we might identify with this. So facadism has become quite popular with city planners all across Europe, although it's sometimes ridiculed by critics as a sort of tokenistic form of historic streetscape preservation. It's been widely criticised for its superficiality, and it's often, as you can see, almost literally two-dimensional. It's also almost impossible to talk about without resorting to wordplay. So facadism is about keeping up appearances, it's a veneer of history, or an affront to architectural integrity. So the facade of Grenfell was obviously not about preserving a historic building, as we've been hearing. It was, in part at least, about making something that was deemed to be ugly or problematic more visually palatable. A 2009 regeneration master plan for North Kensington by Urban Initiatives described how the appearance of Grenfell Tower was, and I quote, a blight on much of the area. And in 2014, a report from RBKC advocated refurbishment, not just in terms of insulation or to improve quality of life for residents, but rather to make it look better, stating that the material, and this is a quote, the materials to be used on the external faces of the buildings are about ensuring the character and appearance of the area are preserved and living conditions of those living near the development are suitably protected. And so we've also know from the materials of the inquiry how concerned Studio E were also about aesthetics in the refurbishment and how they saw cladding as a way to prevent Grenfell from becoming an eyesore next to the new school and leisure centre next door, which they had also designed. So in the case of Grenfell then, the facade was not about preserving history, but making the tower artificially fit a certain aesthetic. The general idea in facadism that the surface is dissociated from the interior also reminds us to look more closely at what is really going on underneath. And we've just heard in incredible detail some of the ways in which the ACM cladding and insulation of Grenfell Tower facilitated the speed and extent of the fire, and the unscrupulous ways that companies like Arconic and Celotex manipulated fire safety testing and certification to make their products appear more compliant than they were. So these complex entanglements behind the facade's planning and construction indicate that some of the ways that the surface claims of a facade often hide other kinds of intentions. In this case, aims to reduce costs, increase profit, and benefit certain stakeholders at the expense of residents. And this was achieved through a set of techniques described with what's now become the notorious term value engineering. And out of sight behind the facades were the shortcuts taken by designers, architects, RBKC, contractors, developers, as well as the fundamental material deficiencies, the prioritization of finance over building safety. And I think, as we've probably all three of us are speaking to in quite different ways, the ways that bureaucratic processes almost deliberately seem to obstruct rather than to facilitate. So things fall between the gaps, or the layering of different eras and complexities of certification or regulation almost seem set up to enable people to take advantage of the system. So here then, a facade is not just an aesthetic shield, it's also a surface veneer of compliance. The inner workings of power remain hard to fathom for many of us. Its logics are elusive and do not easily reveal themselves, despite surface claims to transparency and accountability. When a building fails, the inner workings of duplicitous power and immoral economies are exposed in a rare moment of visibility. In such ways, attempts to work out what is going on, to really dig down beneath the facade, as perhaps we're doing today and as many in this room have been doing for many years, to dig down and find the underneath of things is in that way a technique that tries to get under the very surfaces of power and to excavate and expose diverse failings and corrupt practices. So in the immediate aftermath of the fire, the official response very much sought to present the fire as an isolated event. But as survivors, the bereaved, local residents, campaigners and councillors have powerfully shown, the fire is really inextricable from longer histories of injustice and inequality that have shaped the neighbourhood of North Kensington for many years. Over decades, histories of division have been built into the urban fabric of Kensington and Chelsea, through forms of gentrification, property development, and social and racial injustice, marking the local landscape as well as local people in very enduring ways. So I don't have time to speak to this today, but we could go back to the construction of the Westway and even before that. So as an example, on the right of protests that took place at the time to get us out of this hell, rehouse us now. So how the community of Grenfell and North Ken more widely have fought to keep these histories and experiences visible and show how the violence of the fire is part of a wider structural violence of austerity, racism, financialisation, gentrification, and so on, is very much the focus of the next session. So I'm not going to say too much about it here. But I do briefly want to point to some other kinds of facades and the way that the material remains of Grenfell are also implicated in this process of keeping the fire in the public eye. The shell of the tower is still standing, now wrapped in its white casing. And like the cladding before it, in a way, this wrapping is also a kind of facade. It acts as an aesthetic shield, hiding the reality of the building from view. The tower still stands then as a kind of absent presence in the London landscape. It's an ambiguous landmark, at once a visceral reminder of a traumatic history and a site from which new calls for urban justice take shape. So the wrapping of the tower was undertaken for structural and safety reasons, but also to safeguard residents, many of whom understandably found seeing the charred remains of the tower deeply disturbing and triggering. And it's really important to stress how vital the wrapping of the tower was for many, and that it really did enable them to move around the neighbourhood a little more freely and with fewer distressing encounters. But it's also to note that the wrapping had other effects that were more ambiguous, and this was explained to me by several different residents during some interviews I was doing in 2020. So one local man called Simon described how when the tower was wrapped, it sanitised what happened. As soon as it was wrapped, he said, business picked up, and now people can just ignore the tower or just forget it. The white casing has had a neutralising power. It minimises the potential for traumatic stress, which is crucial for many, but it also has a double edge. By hiding the remains from view, the wrapping hides failure out of sight, allowing people to move on, but not necessarily with a sense of justice. Amina, another local woman, told me that the impact of covering it up has been brushing everything under the carpet. Here we come up against maybe the double meaning of to cover up, which is on the one hand to protect, but also to conceal. The wrapping has diluted the impact, she continued. It makes it easier for them to do nothing. And we might note a similar ambivalence in more recent debates about the future of the tower, following the government statements in 2021 that the remainder of the structure needed to be demolished due to safety concerns. So I want to be clear here that I'm not advocating for or against the demolition of the tower, nor for or against its wrapping. Those decisions clearly need to be made with the bereaved survivors and others affected. And it's an extremely sensitive subject, not least because it's recognised as a graveyard of those who were killed. But for some, there is also a powerful sense that the remaining structure should endure, that it shouldn't be demolished, as a testimony to the fire and to the injustices behind it. From that perspective, to demolish the tower would be to erase that history and risk a future of forgetting rather than action. So there's very much a tension here between what we make present and what we make absent, and that protection and concealment can sometimes be two sides of the same coin. So thinking through the relation of the facade to the underneath and the power of rubble and remains, I'm just going to turn briefly to some work that I've been doing in Nairobi, the capital of Kenya, on the aftermath of a series of housing disasters, and specifically building collapses. So the point here is not to say that these are the same kinds of events. Obviously, Nairobi and London are very different cities with different histories, though there are actually some parallels that I'll explain a bit more. The point is rather to think a bit more deeply about the politics of facades and what they conceal and reveal. So on the same day as the Grenfell fire, a tower block collapsed in Nairobi. And as with Grenfell, this tragedy exposed shocking urban inequalities, shady allocation of contracts, disregard for regulations and planning, and the use of substandard or inappropriate construction materials. And in Nairobi, far from being an isolated incident, these collapses have become shockingly frequent, and scores of people have been killed. Since 2010, around 20 tower blocks have collapsed, and in the course of my most recent visit, which was about a month in autumn 2022, 3 buildings fell while I was there. So these collapses are happening all across Nairobi, but they're concentrated in a particular kind of private residential tower block that has really proliferated over the last, around the last 15 years. And this, I don't have time to go into the details of it, but basically this is about a boom in land values, a growth in urban population, and also the kind of complicated relations between, and often sordid relations between politics, business, property, lands that, are not dissimilar in some ways. So these collapses are also happening at a time when Nairobi city authorities are reimagining the city as what they call a world-class place of spectacular infrastructure and gleaming high-rises. And this is very much inspired by neoliberal models of urban development in cities like Dubai and Kuala Lumpur, for example. So you can see here a digital rendering of one of the proposed new neighbourhoods. Nairobi is increasingly a destination for global capital, and its high-end real estate sector is booming. So when these tower blocks collapse, we really see this gross disparity between global city dreams on the one hand and the everyday lives of ordinary Nairobians on the other. So there are major issues, of course, here around construction techniques and materials. In the rush to build, outrageous shortcuts are being taken with the quality of concrete, steel, and structural design all at fault. But as in London, there are also larger questions when we zoom out a bit away from the red dots, around questions about how such disasters can be allowed to happen, and also the wider landscape of a city in the middle of a housing crisis. Kenya's real estate sector is marked by a revolving door between politics and business, and it's well known that many public figures, including the current president and other politicians, have major real estate interests in the city across all levels, but including financing these low-income private tower blocks. And they also have interest in construction, brokering land deals, and so forth. So these kinds of poor quality tenement buildings are often described in Nairobi as fake, a term that I've heard frequently during my fieldwork. So one woman named Maria, here's another example. One woman named Maria, who had been a resident in one block that fell, and fortunately in this case all the residents got out before it collapsed. She told me that this building looked so smart, I thought it could be a good place, before the collapse revealed the building's structural failings. She continued, the materials they used, the steel and the concrete, were just fake. So to describe these tower blocks as fake is not really to dismiss them as unreal, but to locate them within concerns over quality, corruption and imitation. Superficially, they can appear fairly modern, and sometimes they're even quite aspirational in terms of the way in which they are painted. They have these quite pretty balconies, and they're often named to echo or mimic names of buildings in the wealthier areas of the city. So they aspire to these so-called world-class skyscrapers elsewhere in Nairobi. But the outside of these buildings often conceals a more dangerous materiality. So in this way, Nairobi's collapses make visible not only the structural failure of buildings, but the illusory nature of the promise that they seem to offer. The tower blocks cannot be taken at face value. Their promise is a facade hiding what is really at work underneath. And that these buildings may reveal themselves to be fake speaks, I think, to a larger set of anxieties about trust and about the precarity of life amid rapid urban transformation. As in London, Nairobi is in the middle of a housing crisis, with tenants facing booming prices, a shortage of supply, and declining standards of quality. And in this context, it makes it quite hard to move away from this kind of block. This is a kind of form, an architectural form that people have become very reliant on. So at one site of collapse, I met a man named Rashid, who was a tenant in a neighbouring block. And we discussed the building's failure, and I mentioned that I had heard it looked very modern, or in Kenyan parlance, smart. He nodded vigorously. Yes, he said, it was like Dubai. Everything looked like Dubai. It was smart. But then he said that when it fell, we saw that Dubai was only on the outside. These flats were enticing. They seemed to offer a new kind of life, one that hinted at the gleaming towers in the wealthy parts of Nairobi, or even, as he imagined it, the skyline of Dubai. When the collapse revealed that Dubai was only on the outside, this promise was shown to be empty, fake, a facade covering a precarious reality. In his book, Rubble, the anthropologist Gaston Gordillo argues that capitalism rules through the production of spectacular places, while simultaneously leaving a path of destruction and rubble in its wake. So what then does it mean to think about a city from the site of building failure, where survivors and neighbours must remake their lives, and where the gleaming towers of a very different kind of capitalist high-rise politics loom overhead? When facades are pierced, enormous tragedy can follow, as we know too well. But it's also a moment of disclosure, when the political economy that builds urban inequality is finally visible and open to interrogation, rather than hidden from view. And I think the tensions between keeping the remains of disaster visible whilst trying to manage its very painful and distressing afterlives is very much an ongoing process, and one that is worked out every day. The absent presence of Grenfell Tower itself is a focal point within such a landscape of action, and it's become a form of testimony that is continuing to unfold as we're exploring today, though its future does remain uncertain. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Constance. I thought that I could open up with a few questions and then we can open to the public. So I guess, I mean, in all of the presentations, there's this idea of the facade masking, hiding, or distorting something. And, okay. And imagining that maybe in the public there are some students that are not necessarily from the UK and that maybe aren't aware of the narrative and the context and conditions that Grenfell actually came out of. Could we speak a little bit more about the role of regulations and I think giving a general overview of the context of conditions of before the fire. I mean, it's a very long story, but maybe we could give a bit of it.
Do you want me to? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll try and condense it. The Grenfell Tower was part of a boom in the building of social housing which followed World War II in this country, especially in London. We built a lot of new housing estates, and it was this vision that was shared by both political parties that we were going to move forward into the new century with better housing conditions than we'd seen in the past. The Lancaster West estate was finished in 1974. It was one of the last of these estates really to come through. And the recorded evidence of people moving into not just Grenfell but the low rises that surround it was one of astonishment and wonder and this amazing opportunity to have a well-sized, well-adapted family home when they'd moved from very, very, very poor quality private rented properties in the area. It was a vision of a new way of organising the housing market, which was municipal and just. That vision died really in the 1980s. We stopped providing funding for local authorities to build and maintain these estates, and the fabric of them decayed. The social housing sector became a lot more about what they call sweating assets and using the rents to raise finance in order to build new properties without government funding. But that strips money away from the maintenance of these places. And so homes that were built with this vision of a kind of new order of municipal housing became difficult places to live. And Grenfell Tower was no exception. The Grenfell Tower was among the estates in London as we moved into the 2000s that were likely to be demolished and replaced with higher volumes of private housing. And those estates that find themselves in those situations often get starved of funding, even in an environment where funding isn't very available anyway. And so Grenfell started to deteriorate. The lifts were breaking down regularly. The communal boiler was well past its sell-by date. The block was having problems with damp and mould. Residents talked about having mushrooms growing in their kitchens, and fundamentally for fire safety, the features that were going to keep that building safe, the compartmentation was also being damaged, holes being knocked through walls, fire door self-closers breaking, and there wasn't any attention or money being given to maintaining it to the right standard. At the same time, there was this new idea that the way that we could keep these blocks warm as the kind of concrete started to age was to overclad them. And so the UK government started exploring that. They piloted it in Knowsley Heights in Liverpool in 1991. But it very quickly became clear, it was actually within a couple of weeks of that pilot project completing, some arsonists started a fire outside it, and then that went up within minutes, all 11 stories of that building. It was plain from the investigations which the BRE did following that we had a problem with the standard that we were using, setting for combustible cladding, which was class 0. And I'm not going to get into the technicalities of that, but fundamentally it was too low and it allowed combustible materials to be used as cladding materials. The government should have been aware of that in 1991. It should have been aware of that in 1999 when there was another fire in Garnock Court in Scotland. It should have been aware of that in 2001 when it commissioned testing, which used an ACM panel and saw flames rip 20 metres above the top of a 9-metre rig. A 30-minute test that had to be stopped after 9 minutes because it endangered the safety of people in that laboratory. But at every stage, rather than setting a higher standard, it reacted to a voice of industry which said, we might not be able to sell our products if you tighten standards, and it let that class 0 standard remain in guidance. There's some debate around the kind of technicalities of language, which again I won't get into, but what is undisputable is rather than removing it and replacing it with a higher standard, they allowed it to stay in, and in doing so they accepted the risk that these dangerous products will continue to be used. And that was done openly because the idea of setting higher standards and forcing products off the market was not something which any government, from Thatcher through to Cameron, wanted to do. Under David Cameron, that process became even more extreme, imposed, meaning that you could only introduce a new regulation if you removed 2 and then 3 times the amount of costs from industry by deregulating. And that essentially made it impossible for us to introduce higher fire safety standards. 6 people died at a fire in Lakanal House in South London in 2009. The coroner recommended a review of the rules for the external envelope of building and sprinkler protection retrofitted into these social housing high-rises that were built after World War II. Neither of those things happened, and it's obvious and repeatedly said in emails and in witness statements that the reason for that was because the government wanted deregulation, it wanted to free industry, it didn't want to have the cost burden of paying for sprinklers in social housing. And as a result, there were many warnings which, you know, Jose mentioned in his talk. They came from inside housing in some instances, but they came from other experts too, and the government expressed no interest in listening to those. Their view was that because there had not yet been a huge disaster with loss of life, it was something they didn't need to worry about. And the allegation made at the inquiry is that the civil servant who was responsible for that expressed that in the terms, "show me the bodies," which is why I use that phrase as the title of my book. Yeah, that's an overall overview of the situation. Sorry, I was slightly less brief than I meant to be. I don't know if Jose, if you want to add anything on that point.
Yeah, no, happy to, just 10 seconds. So, I mean, I think there's an issue in regards to regulations. I think the first point that needs to be made is that this phenomena is not a UK phenomena, it's a global phenomena. So we've seen this happening everywhere in the world. And the process of deregulation, it is a process that in principle, or let's say with the right intentions, is actually not a problem. So effectively you invest in understanding, in knowledge, in new products, and then you deregulate to enable these products to enter the market in a safe and appropriate way, you know, driven by those individuals who have acquired the competency to use them appropriately. They give a benefit to society, and as such it reinforces a virtuous circle by which that benefit to society then enables you to develop new and better products, and those new and better products, then you have to deregulate again to enable them to enter the space. So the process of deregulation by itself is not a process that we should consider as being a negative process. I think what has happened, you know, through the last 3 decades is that maybe because that process of appropriately deregulating was not fast enough for the industries that were concerned, that we recognize that there was, and whether this was voluntarily or not, but effectively deregulating by incompetence was a lot faster. So if you basically take the rules off and you make sure everybody involved is completely incompetent, then you can do whatever you want. And in essence, that's kind of where we landed. And as I say, it's not a British phenomena. I mean, it's a global phenomena. And that global phenomena of deregulation by incompetence is enabled a speed of entry for new technologies that are untested, unmanaged, misunderstood, and into the construction industry at a speed that was completely unprecedented. Because while we put a lot of criticism into the buildings that were built in the 1950s and 1960s, the reality is that in that period of time there was an enormous investment in understanding construction products. But what never really happened is that never got really truly translated into a comprehensive framework of competency that enabled people to continue evolving with this virtuous circle. And then where we ended up was actually in a vicious circle, where we invested on the drivers, the things that we wanted. We wanted better insulation, we wanted to conserve energy, all these things that were at the top of the agenda. We invested a lot, we created a whole bunch of new products, and we ignored all the areas that represented a slowdown. And we made sure that those remained incompetent. And by doing so, we enabled everything to enter the market. So the concept of regulation is super complex. And as I say, it's a global phenomena that has manifested itself in the UK very severely, but it is not just a UK problem.
I guess I had another question about the end of the inquiry and how essentially in the immediate aftermath of the fire, there was a part of the press that was attacking Grenfell as the epitome of failure of post-war social housing schemes. But then with the inquiry, there were a set of revelations that actually spoke about the failures. And so on one side, there was this failure in maintaining and managing the tower itself, and then on the other, there was the failure of the rain screen system itself. And I think it's interesting, as we are in an architecture school, to go back to this kind of rain screen technology as a moment when the monolithic way of construction is fragmented in a series of supposedly highly efficient components that come out of industry. But then together with this material disintegration, there's also a sort of disintegration of actors and liabilities, as we have seen in your presentations. And with the end, so I guess my question goes towards the relationship between the architecture itself, the question of accountability and liability, and what is happening now with the end of the inquiry.
So just quickly on the end of the inquiry, like I said, it was suggested to me that we might get a report by autumn. You'd lose a lot of money placing bets on that kind of thing, though, because it's a complex process writing the report, and there's legal things that they have to do if they're going to criticise anyone, and that can drag the process out. So we will get a report in time. There's a number of kind of factual issues which the report needs to clarify, but the most important thing that Richard Millett said in his closing statements, which Jose referred to in his talk, is that it needs to give the bereaved and survivors some answers about who holds responsibility and how much. There was lots of wrongdoing, but it's up to the report to distinguish the wrongdoing that was causative from the wrongdoing that was just wrongdoing. And that, it is hoped, will lay the ground for criminal prosecution. There's been some quite wide misreporting around a protection against self-incrimination that was given at an early stage in the second phase of the inquiry as people having immunity from prosecution. That isn't true. As I understand it, the police investigation will move forward quite fast once the inquiry report comes out. I think I might leave it to Constance and Jose to kind of pick up your broader point about accountability and that sort of thing. I'll pass over to Constance now.
Oh, I don't think I have. Sorry, I forgot. Great, thanks. Yeah, so obviously, as Pete's been saying, we don't know when this report is going to come. and it's quite likely to be delayed. But I think it also seems quite clear that as crucial and vital as it is, it's also unlikely that it will bring closure. That, of course, that sets the stage for criminal prosecutions, but there also remains all kinds of questions about issues that are not within the terms of reference to the inquiry. So obviously the initial terms of reference were very much disputed by experts, survivors, residents, all kinds of different people. And they were broadened, but for many people they weren't broadened enough. There's also questions around, the inquiry, again, as important and crucial and forensic as it is a certain kind of instrument that can do certain kinds of things. And it's not necessarily the best instrument for, these kinds of wider, zoomed out questions of, really we're talking about a massive change in politics or in questions of trust. That, of course, accountability is related to trust, but how you build trust, that doesn't just happen within the frame of an inquiry. It requires a lot more work. We might also look to, so many campaigners have drawn similarities between the case of Hillsborough and Grenfell, and that's something that, there are clear connections there in terms of the way local people have been treated. But, also, I don't know how many Hillsborough inquiries we had, 3, I think. So there's also a way in which questions of justice and accountability roll forward, and they change with time, as the world changes and as certain political frameworks change. So also new ways of demanding justice and seeking justice come to the fore. So I think it's quite likely this will be a very long period, although, of course, that's not to at all diminish the value of the report and the findings of the inquiry, which are going to be completely fundamental.
I guess I'll touch on the architecture point. One of the things that is really quite interesting about the inquiry is when the inquiry explores the issue of responsibility. And I think that has an enormous impact on the concept of a facade and in architectural practice. I think we tend to look at buildings in some way as an ensemble, but also in many ways we look at buildings as a group of components that have been put together. And when we look at the relationship between the actual conceptualization or the design of a facade system and its compatibility with the fire safety of the building, we leave a gap that remains completely unfilled. And it's a gap of responsibility that even until now we have not clearly defined whether it belongs to the architectural profession or it belongs, to other individuals, and what those relationships are going to be. In the past, if we had a very prescriptive regulatory environment, it was very easy to take a step back and go to the prescription. But the moment that we tried to change that prescriptive approach to enable more innovative solutions and we moved into a space of functional requirements, then the relationship between the facade and fire safety became a little bit of no man's land. And a facade can be designed for multiple purposes, and its architecture could have multiple features and respond, to all these multiple requirements. Nevertheless, being fire safe is intimately married to the way in which fire safety is managed in the building, and the way in which fire safety is managed in the building is not necessarily that clear that it remains the responsibility of the architectural profession. So there's a space where there's a gap of responsibility that I still believe has not clearly defined, and the relationship between architecture and fire safety is one that really is still not very clearly defined. And I think in the whole process of the inquiry, this gap of responsibility is one that has enabled many of the participants to point fingers at each other. And there's a famous web of blame that Richard Millett put in place. Because effectively, you've created a space where nobody seems to be responsible to guarantee that all the bits and pieces deliver the objective.
Maybe if there are some questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Hyatt, one of the alumni of this place, this fine place. All very interesting this morning. Peter, I wanted to address something that you referred to, because I think it raises a profound and challenging debate immediately. You said that expertise should be tested in a firm or an architect by implication before their appointment to a job. And I infer from that that you may support, as many people would, the view that architects without appropriate expertise in a particular building type should not be shortlisted, let alone appointed. If that's not precisely your view, it's certainly the view of many. And as I was sitting here, I just wrote down a list. I don't think Utzon had done an opera house before Sydney. Hopkins hadn't done an underground station before Westminster, or the Evelina, or hospital before Evelina, or a cricket stadium, or a stadium of any kind before Lord's. McCormack, Southwark Underground Station, the BBC HQ, Waterhouse, Liverpool Royal Infirmary, and the Natural History Museum. I could go on, but perhaps I'll end with two people who graduated from here in the same year. Julia Barfield and David Marks had never done a wheel, and I graduated with them and had never done a fire research testing station, yet my firm was appointed for the BRE fire research testing station, which is a pretty dangerous kind of building to do. I think that the point you make is very well made, but somehow we have to provide arrangements whereby distinguished architects can secure appointment to projects in order to inform those projects with their architectural work, whilst at the same time being supported to ensure that the kind of disaster we're talking about never happens. And I think that that takes us straight to the issue of research and the preparation for the task of delivering a project, and in particular to prototypical testing, which the procurement processes neither allow the money nor the time for. Perhaps your views on that.
Thanks, Paul. I have to say I was quite nervous giving my presentation about the evidence in which you gave expert comment with you sitting in the audience, so I'll accept that if that's the only thing you wanted to pick me up on. I think you're right. I mean, I think that, I guess the point I was trying to make is I was thinking of an audience here, some of whom are students stepping out into their career as architects, and, you know, me as a non-architect watching Bruce Soanes and Neil Crawford and everyone else give evidence. What are the things that you would want to tell a student not to do, having seen that? And I think I'd probably, you know, listening to what you're saying is obviously a very good point, that you can't simply say you cannot build this building unless you've built it before. Otherwise, we're going to just keep repeating the buildings that we've already built, and that will lead us nowhere. I think I'd direct it more towards the individual than towards a kind of regulatory regime determining what architects can and can't do. And I'd say to the individual that it's probably a position of real responsibility if you are going out to do an opera house for the first time, or indeed a cladding project on a high-rise building, that you therefore work as hard as you can to make yourself enough of an expert to do that building. Okay, it might be the first time that you gain that expertise, but you cannot do what Bruce Soanes did and just say, I do not have this experience and neither am I going to get it while I do the designs. And I'm sure you'd agree with that. I know you would, because it's largely what you said in evidence of the inquiry. I'm paraphrasing probably, but yeah, I mean, so I think that it's down to the individual, and I think that the point that you made about the procurement process is absolutely valid and is a fundamental, crucial issue within with fixing this problem, because the most competent, the architect with the most integrity, the architect with the most expertise is never going to be the cheapest. And that applies to the contractor, the subcontractor, the cavity barrier installer, and everyone else in the supply chain. And as long as we're procuring jobs on the basis of price, we're not going to get the best people to do it, and we're not going to get the people with the most integrity to do it either. That's something, you know, I write about the social housing sector generally, and that's something which has not been addressed since Grenfell. There's lots and lots of talk about procuring on value and you know, not having a broader understanding of what you're looking for. It's not being done. The jobs that, even the recladding jobs, so where you've had to strip the cladding off the building and put new cladding on, are still procured on price, still go to the cheapest contractor, they still book in the cheapest subcontractor, and probably some of these buildings will have to be done again because they're going to have the cavity barriers upside down and back to front, and all of this stuff is going to keep happening as long as that remains the fundamental driver of what happens in construction. So I fully agree with what you're saying, if I've understood it correctly. And thank you for raising that point, please.
If I may, with just one immediate follow-up, if the chair will allow me. One method of dealing with this, of course, is that which was applied to Richard Rogers on the winning of the Pompidou Centre. They were seated within a team, which, of course, was really led by Ove Arup. So there you have the enormous safety net for a brilliant young practice. Many years later, when they were doing Terminal 5, they were partnered, I think through their own request actually, but they were partnered with, I was going to say Pollard Thomas Novas, it wasn't, it was a great firm of airport architects whose name escapes me at the moment, but they saw the need to be partnered with appropriate expertise, and it's that partnering with the expertise which I think is so critical.
Just a brief comment. I think the point that you touch is absolutely fundamental, and I think it is quite interesting that you started by defining.
Your question to Peter was, if you've never done a tall building, then that means you should never be assigned a job. There you're defining the framework of competency as being having done a building like that before. But I think this is really one of the fundamental problems with architecture right now, that the whole approach that we have to fire safety engineering has evolved from being very prescriptive to being very functional. And nevertheless, the framework of competency that the architects have in regards to the way in which they address the responsibility to deliver a fire-safe building is one that has not changed. And I think it is very, very important that architects introspect on what is an appropriate framework of competency that they should be introducing into their education and practice that enables them to establish if an individual has the capacity to design the building that they're tackling. When you talk about Björn Utzon and you talk about an opera house, absolutely, you can argue that he never did it before, but the reality is that if I reframe the question and I say, was he competent enough, to design an opera house, then that question will be answered in a completely different way. So I think it is the definition of the framework of competency, a space where architects need to have a deep introspection, because right now that is not happening. And it is really fundamental that that discussion starts within the context of architects to understand really what does it mean to be capable of designing a facade for a tall building.
But I heard that the RIVA is now strengthening the kind of the architectural profession, and they're going to allow, they're going to regulate that the architects get retested on kind of building regulations every year. Do you see that as? Do you think this is going to drive for that the vacuum that you talked about between the building and the facade and the kind of lack of accountability? Would that be adequately responded to by this kind of strengthening responsibility on the architect, or do you think there is kind of alternative ways of dealing with this?
Yeah, I mean, that is a very complicated question to answer, because effectively, yes, I mean, if you go through all the cognitive disciplines that work in the built environment, they've all tried to raise this issue of reinforcing the knowledge of fire safety. So you have it in RIBA. ARB has done the same thing. The same thing has been, with Institution of Structural Engineers and ICE, the civil engineers. They've all sort of tried to do something. But I think that they have not done it seriously enough. I think they have not really paid enough attention to the statements that they're making. And I think they've created actually an extraordinary problem, because while they aim or claim that they're reinforcing the need for competency by creating new responsibilities, then they don't recognize that there is no educational framework that can deliver that. So there's not a single university in this country that actually provides the level of education that architects need according to the ARB framework. So if you're talking about raising the level, then you have to create the means to actually educate people to be able to reach that level. And I think it's been done in such an irresponsible way that effectively what you're landing yourself is with just words. And at the end, I don't believe it's going to help at all.
Hi. Earlier you were saying, Jose, about how people maybe shouldn't even have to leave the building, which isn't something that I'd thought of or heard about before. Maybe a lot of you knew that, I didn't. And you said how we have specific ways that we know how to build so that people can stay in. What does that mean exactly? What does that entail? Like, what is the architecture of being able to safely stay in a burning building?
Yeah, I mean, it is quite interesting, because I think people ignore that basically 99% of the high-rise residential buildings have been designed for the last 40 years on the principles of a stay-put strategy, where effectively nobody leaves the building, and you will have even testimony in the Grenfell Public Inquiry by Colin Todd saying that 99.9% of the cases that worked. And if you look at Grenfell in itself, Grenfell is a building that has 5 levels of redundancy in its compartmentation. So in principle, you can leave the kitchen and the kitchen is compartmentalized. You can leave the corridor is compartmentalized. You can go to the lobby is compartmentalized. Then you have ventilation of the lobby, and then you can go to the stair, and the stair is compartmentalized. So you have all these levels of compartmentation that effectively, in theory, are there to enable you to stay put, which is the objective of a stay-put strategy. So in principle, all these things are there. Now, of course, if you don't maintain anything and all your self-closing mechanisms are broken, if then you have firefighters that don't understand, when a fire exits the floor, that they actually have to privilege moving people to a safe place and protecting the stairs as opposed to fighting the fire and letting smoke into the stairs. If you allow people to put a facade that enables to circumvent all that compartmentation, then all of a sudden you've created a situation by which you have completely reversed the design strategy that you had put in place. But in essence, the best way you can guarantee that you're giving the occupants the highest probability of being safe in a high-rise building is by giving them early detection and alarm, and by compartmentalizing appropriately so that they can stay within the floor of origin of the fire.
One of the points that occurred to me during the, I watched a few hours of it. I mean, I had nothing better to do at the time. But anyway, one of the impressive expert witnesses, notwithstanding here, was Barbara Lane, Dr. Barbara Lane from OVARP. Your point about competency. If she'd been, of OVARP were the fire experts on this design, then this disaster would never have happened. But how do you make sure you get a competent architect, competent engineers? In the first place, in a sense, Studio Egret are a member of the RIBA. They are governed by the statutory requirements of an architect, have a certain level of competency, but they didn't. And they're still in business. Is that something we need to address?
Look, I mean, I think that I completely agree with you, but then I can turn the question around and I say, you don't need Barbara Lane, for that building. And I think, in essence, this goes back to the idea of having an appropriate framework of competency. So I think, as I say, we've had frameworks of competency to which architects have subscribed. And as you say, Studio E subscribed to that framework of competency. But that framework of competency is completely inappropriate, for dealing with delivering a fire-safe building under functional requirements. It might have worked when the building regulations were prescriptive, in which case this building would have been a very conventional building to design, the kind of building that you will put a graduate to work on. Because it's a simple building with a simple solution, with heavy redundancies, with all the very, very basic things that did not require Barbara Lane to be the designer of the building. Okay. Now, if you're designing Stansted Airport, then of course you will have had the great Margaret Law designing Stansted Airport. But so in a way, our building regulations in principle are meant to simplify the design of conventional buildings in a way such that it can be delivered by individuals that are not the super experts. The problem is that the framework of competency that ARB and RIBA use to try to qualify architects to be able to deliver fire-safe design is inappropriate for functional requirements.
Can I just add something on that as well? The project team were assisted by Exova as fire engineering specialists, who you would externally look at and think that you were dealing with a global firm with enormous amounts of expertise and appropriate qualifications. But the person who ultimately was advising for the period that Exova were involved in the job was a guy called Terry Ashton, who was a former building control officer with no fire engineering qualifications. And the job that Exova, in their own emails, described their role as massaging the proposals into something acceptable. They weren't there necessarily helping the design team build a safe building. They were there helping the design team get their project through building control. And that is a big problem, because competent people can work to the wrong ends if these incentives are set up in a way which encourages them to do so. And unfortunately, in the construction industry, they very often are. The other thing with Barbara Lane, and it comes back to what I was saying a moment ago, if Barbara Lane were to have submitted an application to the tender when that job was tendered, she would have been far more expensive than Terry Ashton, and therefore Terry Ashton would have won the job. And that's going to keep happening in construction, because construction is a low margin industry where people cut back in order to maintain their profit line. And that means that people like Barbara Lane might get brought on the job for Stansted Airport, but you're going to be dealing with a much, much, much lower level of competence when you're dealing with a public housing job. I also do just want to quickly say on the stay put question that came up a moment ago, there's a long debate on stay put, which I won't go through all the way, but I just will say one thing that is always missed when this is talked about by architects is, yes, you can build a building and you can design it. And if you're lucky, you can get competent contractors who can build what you've designed properly. But that building's going to exist for 100 years. And it's going to be managed and mismanaged in that period. Those protections that you've put in place will not last for the extent of that time. I think I've talked to a lot of social landlords that have done type 4 fire risk assessments which check the compartmentation since Grenfell. Not a single assessment on any building has passed it. Every single building fails as soon as you look inside it, because somebody has gone in at some point, knocked a hole through a dividing wall, gone through the phone channel that connects your intercom at the base of the tower to the flats at the top with a jackhammer and taken out all of the fire protection. These things happen to buildings over their lifetime. You have to have a plan B. There isn't any sense anymore in saying we can build buildings that resist fire, because those buildings will last for 100 years, and at some point during that 100-year period, they will not resist fire. And if a fire happens at that point, you have to have a plan to get people out of the building. I'm completely convinced of that. Or even if you do it properly. I was actually yesterday looking around some tower blocks in Scunthorpe where they've abandoned stay put, where they tell their residents to get out of the block in any fire. And I was talking to the fire the head of their building safety compliance, and she was like, well, we've got 60-minute fire doors. We've done type 4 fire risk assessments. We do fire safety checks every day in this building. But the most recent incident they had was a guy with mental health issues who threw accelerant all around his flat and propped the fire door open. And at that point, that's no longer a stay put building. These protections can fail. They're a row of dominoes. We need to know what to do for people with disabilities, people with young children, older people, when those protections fail. And that was fundamental to Grenfell, is that we never asked that question. You know, the reality of the 100-year life of a building is not in the control of an architect. And that is something that the architectural profession, I think, sometimes fails to grasp.
Yeah, if I could maybe just add something onto that as well, that I think exactly as you're saying, the lifespan of a building is completely vital to this, and we think about the way that different interventions, different managerial processes, maintenance processes take shape, undermine, reconfigure, you know, destroy all kinds of not only fire safety but all kinds of other aspects of design. But I think there's also a human aspect to this as well, that this is not just about that one single building and what's happened to it during its history that means that its compartmentalisation undermines the stay put strategy, but also in the wake of Grenfell, will any tower block residents want to stay put? Will they be prepared to stay put? Will they trust that building? Will they trust the local council, the fire safety, the refurbishment process they know their buildings have been through? And so I'm not surprised. Actually, it's interesting to hear what you say about the buildings in Scunthorpe, and I wonder if part of that is because now I think you'd find it very difficult to make a whole building stay put. And so this speaks then obviously to these much wider questions around trust and accountability that come back to the kind of competencies that Jose was talking about, but also speak to a much larger kind of political landscape that we find ourselves in.
If I may add just a brief thing, I think that in essence, I mean, this discussion about stay put is a discussion that is extremely important, and you know, sort of once again, I mean, I just reiterate the fact that that when I describe a stay put as an answer to your question, you know, I describe it as a fundamental approach towards building safety, which doesn't necessarily have to ignore all the things that you just said. So I stand being lectured about it, but I didn't ignore those things, because the reality is that as you rightfully say, people will get out of the building. And the fact that you have a stay put strategy, if it's exercised appropriately, doesn't disable them from doing that. They actually can. Now, the concept of reliability, durability, and all these things of buildings, they needs to be addressed. But we also have to consider that among all the different strategies that we can put in place for a high-rise building, compartmentation is by far the most reliable and robust, despite the fact that people show that there are lots of problems with it today. But the reality is that 30% of all sprinkler systems don't work. Nevertheless, we're pushing desperately to try to have sprinkler systems in residential buildings. So all these things, to me, are having an appropriate and deep discussion about all these things is the fundamental space of competency, where you actually can put all these variables in place and you can actually say, I've thought about all these things and I'm giving you the best possible solution that actually works for your building. Now, that best possible solution may be one that is extremely simple, that requires an architect with a sort of, broad level of experience, or the solution may be extremely complicated, which requires a Barber Lane, for the solution. But the reality is that all the things that you're touching on, a competent professional would have already looked at all this completely. These are not things that we don't think about. These are things we think about on a regular basis. The fact that they fail, and we go back to the same thing, is because the people who are specifically involved in these projects at all levels are not competent, and we are not establishing carefully what is the framework that is necessary to make them competent, to guarantee that the solution that we're getting is the best possible solution to make sure that people are treated in an equitable and safe manner.
Is it on? Yeah, okay. Just to pick up on the stay put thing one more time, apologies. Jose, you talked there about the statistics that Colin Todd used in the inquiry that suggest that 99% of the time stay put works, or 98 or whatever. But do you know on what basis he makes that statistical assertion and what data he's drawn on? Because, I mean, I've looked at the data, and it's based on fire incident data, which I think comes from one single year in 2008, 2009. And the last 12 years of data, if you actually look at fire spread incidents, or you look at evacuations and so on, the data is not complete. Manchester, Leeds and other fire services don't actually record systematically if people evacuated by themselves. So the data itself is very dodgy, and I really don't think it should ever be used ever to say the stay put works in the majority of cases, because what is the definition of stay put working? That no one died? That's a show me the body's argument. And that's what leads us to Grenfell.
Yeah, so, but again, I mean, you know, you're revisiting something that actually, you know, as Richard Miller said, should have been on and ought to be known by everybody. You know, the statistics that Colin Todd had were statistics that are effectively very limited. And the reality is that we know that. You know, when I gave evidence to the Grenfell Public Inquiry, I was the first one to say that given the way in which we are designing buildings, we need a plan B. But it is not because the stay put strategy cannot work. You know, it is because we are designing buildings in a way such that it requires a plan B. And also all these things ought to be known by everybody. And I can see the fact that people will argue that all these things are incomplete, are imperfect. That's the world of engineering. Engineering fits imperfect and incomplete information into trying to create an appropriate solution, okay? And the truth of the matter is that, you know, if you are competent enough, you will know that. And you will know that there's fallibility in all the statistics, and they're not absolutely appropriate, and how it is defined if a stay put strategy work or not. I'm not interested in defining if a stay put strategy work or not. I'm interested in the information that enables me to design a building better. And I can take information from those statistics that will enable me to design a building better, to recognize when the stay put strategy doesn't work, and to recognize what features of a building disables a stay put strategy, so I can avoid entering into that space. That's the role of a competent professional.
Time.
Hi, I'm going to make this very brief. It's a question for Pete on the issue of design and build contracts and Bruce Soons' attitude towards familiarizing himself with the regulations or not, as the case may be. Do you think it's one of the reasons he felt he didn't need to do that was because that he knew that the design and build system would take the final decision over which material to use for the cladding and the insulation out of his hands?
Honestly, I don't know if this is working, but hopefully you can hear me. Honestly, you know, the inquiry report will form its own view of Bruce Soons. My answer to that would be that it's overgenerous. I think that if he had thought that, he'd have probably raised it when he was cross-examined, because it would have been a good explanation for his behaviour. When he was designing it, it wasn't a design and build contract as I understand it, although Paul might correct me on that. You know, the thing is as well, the value engineering process that took place used the product ultimately that Bruce Soons had put in his specification. You know, I'm not advocating design and build. I think that there are certainly jobs you could pick out where an architect designs a perfectly good building and then design and build turns it into a dangerous one. But that wasn't Grenfell. An architect designed a dangerous building at Grenfell. Or they at least allowed the potential for their specifications to create a dangerous building. And that responsibility lies with the architect. And, you know, I have heard, when I've spoken to architects in the years since Grenfell, an attempt to kind of push responsibility off to contractors because they say, well, we try really hard, we design buildings, we care about this stuff, and then the contractors don't, they just care about the bottom line. It's true to a degree, but that isn't Grenfell. at Grenfell, you had an architect who failed, as well as a contractor who failed, as well as a fire engineer who failed. And I do just want to say, this is a question actually from me for Jose, if the chair doesn't mind. Just on the question of competency, and one thing that occurred to me from time to time during the inquiry evidence is there were witnesses who I don't think you could argue were incompetent to any standard. You had people who gave evidence who had doctorates. You had, I think, Claude Verler, for example, at Arconic, absolutely understood the fire mechanics of an ACM panel. He was able to explain eventually why a cassette panel failed faster than a rivet panel, but he wasn't moral. The competency of someone is different from their morality. They might have all of the competence in the world, but decide to turn that to generating profit for a business by selling an unsafe product. Yourself and Barbara Lane are very moral people, but there's lots of people in the world who aren't. And I just wonder how, and this is a genuine question, I'm not trying to undermine your point, but I really want to hear what you say about it.
No, it's actually a brilliant question.
Is how you deal with that competent but immoral position that some people take.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting thing. When you actually have a system that has a proper framework of competency and it has the capacity to deliver in a systematic way competent people, then you take people that are acting immorally to task. The reason why people can take advantage of their competency to be completely immoral is because there is no framework of competency. And a charlatan is facing a charlatan. So if I actually am a bit better, I can take huge advantage of it. And that's how you start incentivizing immoral behavior. Yeah. You know, because you lack that framework of competency. So if you invest in an appropriate framework of competency and you actually make sure that you're constantly delivering competent people into the market, you know, then effectively what you end up is with a system that has all the checks and balances. And people like this cannot take advantage of the fact that they know a little bit more than the rest. Yes. There was, I think, somebody in the back who wanted to ask a question.
Well, if we need to wrap up, then there's someone at the back.
All I was going to say was that you're absolutely right. The responsibility is with us, must be with us, full stop. By us, I don't just mean architects, I mean those that design and are responsible for delivery. There is no question about that. And we need a culture of responsibility. That needs to start in the first term, and indeed in the first project of training, right at the beginning. When I was responsible for education at the RIBA as the Vice President for Education, I introduced eco-sustainable design as a mandatory component of all RIBA-approved courses. I was asked to write the curricula for it, and I said it very simply. Every student project and written piece of work from first project, term one, to the last project must demonstrate an awareness of and a response to the eco-agenda. If we did that with fire, I think we'd be well on the way.
Yeah. This is just a question about, competency, but also the difficulty around it. Like, I remember working at my old office, and we did, I was on like high-end residential projects and social housing recladding projects. And I found that with the residential stuff, I had an unlimited amount of time to work on it. I could just, spend hours selecting granite countertops and whatever. But when I was switched onto the social housing, it was like, you don't have time. You have to do this project fast. We don't have a budget for this. And I mean, I remember having to work overtime and making sure everything's going well. And I think it's this other challenge of the profession, but also these budgets that don't even allow for the same level of analysis and care to be taken on projects like this. And even going deeper, a lot of these products and a lot of these methods are so difficult. Like there's huge paragraphs for each product, and I'm curious that even if the residents know like how their building is working, what elements even allow their fire safety. So yeah, it's like this competency, even within like the people living there. If the door is broken and that stops the compartmentalization, maybe they never realize that this is this huge danger.
I mean, I'm going to just say something very briefly. I do recognize what you're saying, and I think the economic variables, as Pete discussed and everybody has discussed here, those are absolutely relevant and valid, and they are a problem that we need to address. But I think that if we start by recognizing that every person has the right to an equal level of safety, then we have to create a regulatory framework that enables us to have the means to deliver that. And I think, in the past, that was by very stringent, regulations that effectively enabled us to do a very fast solution, but actually had the same level of safety that a very complicated one had. And either we're going to go that path of having a very, very stringent and simple set of rules that you can basically churn out in a very fast way. And but there are other ways of doing that. But in essence, if we start by recognizing that every person has the right to an equal level of safety, then we have to create the regulations that enables us to deliver within the constraints of whatever economic framework we want to exist in.
Yeah, if I could just come in on that. Thanks. I think you raised a really important point, and it comes back, I think, to some of the broader topics we've been discussing, which is, of course, regulation is absolutely crucial. Of course, accountability is crucial. Of course, competency and training and education are crucial. But we have to think about those in a wider context of operation and an environment in which architecture and the construction industry takes place. And, as you've clearly raised, that when you're in an environment which is about a race to the bottom line, or where the politics of austerity mean that local councils are much more concerned with value engineering than they are with resident safety, then, all the training in the world isn't going to overcome that wider context. It's very, very difficult to operate with, as you've clearly pointed to. You have these drastic different experiences on different kinds of projects. And I think this comes back really, actually, Julia, to your larger point for this whole session, maybe the whole day, which is about, care. And where is the care in this landscape that enables these kinds of tragedies, violences to happen? And also questions of value. It is about economics, but it's not, economics is not apolitical. It's also about thinking about value as something that goes beyond the bottom line, that value is about value of people, value of life, environmental value. There's so many different ways that we can, and there's enormous amount of work on this actually happening at the moment around how we think about recouping local value and social value within housing projects, within neighbourhoods and within local authorities, in ways that rethink this from a very different perspective. And that is the kind of framework in which we can make all of these debates much more operational.
Just really quickly on that, because I'm aware of the time. Part of your question, I think, was about the different way that social housing projects and private housing projects can be treated in terms of design. I have come across an example of a housing scheme which featured private and social units, where the private units were sprinklered and the social housing ones were not. And it comes down to an attitude which still exists and is very prevalent, that so people who live in social housing should just be grateful. And that attitude, as far as I'm concerned, is poisonous, and it's at the heart of what happened at Grenfell Tower.
I think maybe it's a good moment. It's a good moment to end the first session here, but please do stay for the second session. It starts at 2. And yeah, thank you, Constance, Pete, and Jose, for being here today. The materiality of failure in the first session. Now we delve into the second part, entitled Behind the Facade, the Neglected User Voice, where we metaphorically cross the strata of the building to learn from what happened behind its section. And I will now leave the word to Liam Ross, that will be moderating this session and that has also played a huge part in shaping this day. Liam is an architect and senior lecturer in architectural design at the University of Edinburgh. His research focuses on building standardization as a mode of design. It seeks to foreground the governmentalities embedded within familiar norms and to trace the way those mentalities are translated and inscribed into the built environment. His first monograph, Pyrotechnic Cities, Architecture, Fire Safety and Standardization, studies the way architects work with and around the requirements of fire safety standards.
Oh, very nice. Nice tune. I like that. No, that's a good tune.
Thank you very much, Julia, for the introduction. And I'm just going to say a very few words to begin here to introduce the panel we have, as Julia says, to discuss the question of the user voice and its neglect at the Grenfell Tower fire. It's an amazing privilege to be here with this group of people. And I'll just introduce them briefly. So we have Edward Daffon with us, a Grenfell resident, an activist, for tenants within the Grenfell Tower building, both before and after the fire. Councillor Emma Dent-Coed, MP for Kensington at the time of the fire, and likewise activist for tenants and residents of Kensington long before and continuing till today, and who has documented that in a book which she will share, One Kensington. We have also Sharifa Energy, a member of the North Kensington community, poet, author of a recent collection, Galaxy Walk, which among other things documents her own experience and the community's experience of the Grenfell fire and its aftermath. Helena Rivera, an architect, academic, and a scholar whose work focuses on the engagement with the user during the design process and particularly has looked at the neglect of that at the Grenfell Tower. And also Nathaniel McBride, a playwright and who recently produced a play, Dictating to the Estate, which I think really powerfully documents precisely the kind of voices that predicted the fire and the way that they were ignored. So welcome to this panel. It's an amazing gathering. We're going to, the structure of this session is going to be a roundtable discussion. So I'm going to begin with some opening questions to the guests and then invite them really to ask questions of each other and us as an audience. But it's also going to be framed by two performances. So to begin with, Sharifa is going to make a reading of two poems from that collection. If I can hand over to you, Sharifa.
Thank you.
Is this mic better for you?
Yeah, that's fine. This one.
Or if you want to sit.
Does that one work? Yep, that's fine. I'll stand because I just think it's easier for me. Thank you. Hey everyone. So the first piece I'm going to share with you all is a piece that I actually wrote 2 months after the fire, which I felt it was really important to share what was going on in the aftermath after the fire, because I felt like, you know, from across London and from other cities as well, a lot of people came to North Kensington to support, to pack donation boxes, donate, and all the rest of it, which was very kind of everybody. But I also felt eyes were kind of drifting away from what was going on, and I was completely appalled by the way the RBKC Council were treating survivors, because I just felt like, the continuation of everything, continued. So this piece is called Dignity for the Living. 14th June 2017, Grenfell Tower burned to smithereens, engulfing hesitant souls, faces filled with fear, displacing hundreds. The aftermath of what unraveled must never be forgotten. The negligence, the cruelty, the lack of humanity, the closed, cold hearts discussing housing, belligerent and disgruntled, displeased with their own decisions, creating perceived nuisance. People who'd climbed down 21 flights of stairs. Mothers whose front doors had closed with no key, in agony for no help coming to help their children escape. Men unable to sleep, haunted by the faces of neighbours whose resting place was their long-lived-in bedroom. Treated with no courtesy or remorse from authorities, expecting these same traumatized, shaken, vulnerable people to patiently await a new home while sleeping on the 17th floor of the Hilton. Children frightened when the height of their room felt like a skyscraper, panicking when hearing the sound of a fire engine in the distance, closing their eyes to escape their reality. reoccurringly seeing smoke filling their room, a diabolic shambles, 2 months later, expected to happily live with clothes and toiletries in cardboard boxes, survivors resisting and asking questions, stress levels, high blood pressure creating heart problems, waiting for solace, praying for some form of grounding, attempting to relax, provide safety for their disorientated children, demanding one's basic rights, dignity for their family, neighbours and parents, council doors closing in the faces of residents, poor coordination, key workers on holiday, no priority pass even if you're a survivor from the fire, continuation of negligence and irritation, many in and out of mental health hospitals, frustrated on the verge of probation or incarceration, many suicide attempts, no haste for those lost their will to live, life turned upside down in one night, bonfire nights and campfires being a clear avoidance, many insensitive towards the depth of the trauma, the feeling of injustice when hearing news one wishes was a rumour, bodies unidentified, identifiable bodies delayed in being handed over, expectations of going back to everyday life. This doesn't just disappear when turning around the corner. The second piece I'm going to share with you all is called Britain's Minefield. And again, you know, the ongoing issue of cladding on buildings and this whole conversation around architecture that everyone's going to have, the fact that people are still living in homes with just one staircase, and all the rest of it. Flammable cladding in Britain, a time bomb waiting to explode. Anxious eyes dart back and forth, cautious feet on a minefield, hundreds fighting with their might to detonate, residents pacing up and down on their blocks, night wardens on shifts, alert neighbours before it's too late, children afraid. Mommy, is it going to be us next? Are we the next Grenfell? Mothers forced to lie to their children, kissing them goodnight, tucking them into bed. Leaseholders reasonably stressed. Building regulations began to be questioned. Can't ever say Grenfell, Barking or Worcester Park wasn't pre-warned. Hundreds of buildings up and down the country, parents dropping their children to school concerned, visiting relatives on the oncology ward, looking out their bedside window, hearts dropping, recognising the cladding on Grenfell covering the hospital's walls. Voices once hoarse from inhaling thick smoke, bellowing to be heard. A visible defiant demand projected onto Parliament, pressure cannot be ignored, demanding for sprinklers in homes, the removal of dangerous flammable cladding, the installing of fire-safe doors. Hundreds of buildings in Britain wrapped in a time bomb, residents' demands they attempt to ignore. The time bomb is ticking, the states closing their blinds, complicit in this terrorism. So many names responsible. When will they be held accountable? Cutting corners, life's more important than buildings being aesthetically appealing. Grenfell Tower, to many was their palace, an eyesore to Rockfielding Mellon, Paget Brown and their cronies. Hundreds of time bombs ticking, Parliament demanded to listen, only some feet cautious on Britain's minefield. We will never forget. Seems they have forgotten. They will be reminded again and again by residents living in tower blocks, by precious souls who lived in Grenfell, by those who survived, by families who lost loved ones. When you remember Grenfell, the residents who lived there, remember their strength and resilience, hope for thousands in times of despair. 72 lives stolen, 18 of these angels were children. Demands will continue for lives to be seen of value, for children up and down the country, for those living in a time bomb, Celotex, cladding companies, signatories responsible will be held accountable. 72 lives lost in Grenfell, we will never forget.
Thank you, Sharifa. And there may be some tears in this session. It may have been useful to warn. I'm going to just begin. I want to just say a couple of words to kind of frame this conversation. Is the mic picking up? Around the user voice, so and this kind of phrase, the user voice. So this is a phrase which I think is important within post-Grenfell regulation, amongst other things. So it's stressed in the Hackett report. The neglect of the user voice is central to what's understood to be the cause of the Grenfell fire, but also what any new means to build a safer future might look like. And I think, I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that one of the members of this panel kind of is that voice in a certain sense, and really has shaped that voice. So for anyone who doesn't know, Edward Defan, in one of really the most troubling aspects of this whole episode, predicted the fire. So this fire, as we've heard from previous speakers this morning, was predicted by experts. It was predicted by fire safety engineers and others in the field, but it was also predicted by the tenants of the building, and particularly Edward in his work with the Grenfell Action Group. And specifically, he said that only this fire would in fact bring attention to the neglect of the user's voice in Grenfell and in other similar situations in Kensington and Chelsea. And I suppose I wanted to kind of begin dwelling on by that is that that statement was true in two ways. Like, it didn't need the fire for that to be true. You know, that neglect was there already. But there is this extraordinary and horrible coincidence that it became true in another way. You know, that the kind of fire has also brought that attention. And that is, I think, what we're here to discuss. Why was the user neglected? How was it neglected? How can it be heard? And I think, as I've said, we have a kind of amazing panel to do that. And so I want to begin just by some very broad opening questions to each of you to kind of think about your own experience of that voice and its neglect, and then maybe invite questions between you and to the audience and from the audience. So I thought I'd maybe begin, if I could, with Edward and with Emma, maybe just to kind of narrate, and particularly for anyone who doesn't know the event in detail, to kind of think about and share your own experience of trying to speak for the user and what obstacles you faced. So maybe Edward.
Sure. So my name's Edward Daffan. I used to live on the 16th floor of Grenfell Tower, and when I think back to Grenfell, I would always describe it almost like a tragedy in 3 acts. So we had the first act was the way that we were treated before the fire. And neglect is probably quite a benign word. It was rather more malicious than just neglect. Then the events of the night, the violence of the fire, and you know, anyone that actually saw it would recognise it was an act of extreme violence perpetrated against our community. And then what happened to us in the weeks, months, and some would say years since the fire, which can be best summed up by a sort of abandonment by the local authority, abandonment by central government. So we're left with a story of like neglect, violence and abandonment. And if we want to focus a little bit on the neglect side first. So yeah, our landlord, I mean, why did we have a problem? Well, we had a problem because we wanted to have a voice, we wanted to be respected, we wanted to be treated with some humanity. But we had a landlord, a social housing landlord, that had absolutely no interest in, even I would say, providing basic services to us. What they were interested in is they were interested in getting as much out of the social housing, the commodity of social housing as they could do, with providing the least care and the least services to the residents. They were, I mean, I thought long and hard about how to best to describe our landlord. They were a mini mafia. In fact, I'd sometimes take away the mini and just call them like a mafia. They were a very nasty organisation, very organised, and yeah, a rogue force. They were. Yeah, they were a malign force against us, and most people would say, like, you had a complaint about damp in your bathroom or something. You'd go to our landlord was called the KCTMO, so for short I'll just call them the TMO. You'd go to the TMO, you complain once, you would realise that there was absolutely not a hope in hell of them dealing with your complaint in any serious fashion. So you would never go back and complain with them again. What you would do is if you had a leaking tap or a bit of damp in the bathroom, you'd get it fixed yourself, or you just put up living with it. A lot of people that lived in social housing, I believe as well, were slightly fearful of putting their head above the parapet, and So there were kind of like a few different reasons why people wouldn't complain, or would complain once and then wouldn't complain again. But I think you know, I'm sure Emma will explain a little bit more about the kind of the TMO. We, you know, like there was a small group of us that just absolutely weren't prepared to be treated that way. I mean, I'm a social worker, but a registered social worker. I spend my time standing up for my clients and representing them and making sure that they're treated in a fair and humane way, and that's, you know. But we had now a whole community that was being abused and not treated in a... So that it felt like the very, very least we needed to do was try and stand up and try and get a voice. But when we did that, we weren't like listened to and treated with respect. They actually came after us, and they came after us to try and demonise us, to make out that we were like kind of violent, uncommunicable, difficult. Rebels is a word that was used to describe us. And anyone that came into the community, any contractors, were warned to stay away from individuals like me, individuals like members of the Leaseholders Association. So, you know, it was a very, very unpleasant and difficult time to live through. We started the blog because we figured if they're not going to listen to us and they're not going to change by what we do, we shall at least record what they're doing to us. So we set about just using like official documents, minutes, actually trying to lay a very forensic trail of the mistreatment of a community. And basically almost as an idea that it could serve as an archive in 50 or 100 years' time, that when people wanted to look at kind of how Londoners were treated in the 5th or 6th richest country in the world at the start of the 21st century, they'd be able to go to our blog and see the level of abuse that was hurled at us. And, you know, I think the inquiry was a little bit difficult because I felt during the inquiry that some of the inquiry team didn't fully understand the kind of... I think they saw the blog as being quite antagonistic and kind of like confrontational and hostile. But I promise you, the blog only reflected the way that we were being treated on the estate. And we wrote thousands of very polite emails, very cogent, and that we got absolutely nowhere with them. The ill treatment carried on. So we set up the blog as a way of, even if we couldn't change anything, at least recording what was happening to us. And you know, I often speak to people who are kind of like, you know, interested in activism or interested in standing up for your community. And my one kind of, you know, like takeaway from it is, which was very useful to me as a social worker, was to always record. You never pick up the phone and have a conversation without jotting down what you've said. Was to do that in terms of what was happening to our community. So you know, like that recording what happens to you is a really, really important way of fighting back and a way of having your voice heard. But I'll just finish up by saying, so coming to the refurbishment, and, you know, probably the most important part in the history of our building since it was built in the late 70s, this massive refurbishment, the need for all residents to be fully involved and engaged with that process. And from the very, very beginning, I mean, you know, it was difficult because of our ill treatment beforehand from the council for the TMO to engage people. But when they did, it was done in a way that was, it was never about what we wanted or what the estate needed. It was always about the decisions made by the TMO, and the consultation period was given to feed back the decisions that had already been made. So I mean, there was you know, as you know, there's been a lot of talk about the cladding that went onto the building, and at one time there was meant to be zinc cladding that then got swapped for the PE ACM cladding. But at no time did any residents ever see a piece of cladding. At no time did we have a single piece of information about fire safety, fire implications, and the decision about what cladding was used was made by the RBKC planning department, and we were never ever going to have a voice in that. So yeah, I hope that gives you an idea of a little bit what it was like.
Thanks very much. Emma, did you want to?
Yes, absolutely. I knew Eddie vaguely because we live very close to each other, but as a councillor, I joined the council in 2006. and I've been around it quite a long time. But when there was all this trouble down at Grenfell with the blog and so on, I was told very specifically, don't speak to Edward Dafarn. And that was by one of my colleagues. I won't go into that because it wasn't very. Anyway, I ignored that, didn't I? Yeah, I did ignore it, and I did my best. I had no mandate to help at all, but we did speak quite a lot, and that was an interesting time. Yeah. So I mean, from my point of view, I before I got into semi full-time politics, I was writing about design and architecture for a very long time, all the design architecture magazines throughout the 80s and into the 90s, and I still do a bit of that. So it was a bit of a blessing and a curse to know more about buildings than the secretaries of state who I met over the years of my 30 months. And I was literally elected by complete surprise on the 9th of June after 4 recounts. They could not believe that Kensington had fallen. They said, Kensington has fallen to Labour. I go, no, it's risen, actually. It's risen to Labour. And Ed and quite a lot of North Ken were standing outside the town hall on a most extraordinary night. None of us expected it. And it did mess up my life a bit, but that was fine. So I was in a good, bad place, I guess, to be that person when the fire happened 4 days later. I knew what they'd done to that building. I knew exactly what they'd done, and I knew from what the Grenfell Action Group had said. I knew some of the architects who had originally built it from my architectural history of modern movement. So I understood what happened. The thing none of us knew about then was the cladding issue. We knew it was potentially flammable, and all kinds of things that were brought up in the blog and elsewhere, but we didn't know about the cladding at all. Clearly, some people did. The people who sold it did. Yeah. So I mean, going on to a bit about the voice. I'm going to go upset in a minute, so just bear with me. But there was one voice that was made to disappear completely, and I will name him. And I don't normally name survivors. I will name him because he had to change his name, and that's Bihelu Kebede. He was the guy whose fridge caught fire. He had a cheap fridge. It was a super hot night. It overheated. It had a plastic cover at the back, and I think most of us know that story. And I was very afraid for him. I couldn't reach out to him because he was in hiding. But he did come into Westminster one day with his lawyers and his helpers and his supporters to talk to me. And I had a conversation with him. And of all the people I've seen who were incredibly traumatized, he was the most traumatized person. He'd lost everything. And he'd been told by the police that he had to hide because people would kill him if they found him because they blamed him. Certainly people I spoke to, that wasn't true. It just wasn't true. They're saying, how can we find Bihelu? We didn't really know him, but we want to embrace him. So a lot of the survivors were saying, please, we want to give him a hug. He should be part of our community, or grieving together. But the police said no, and they said that he had to keep away. So he had to change his name. He lost his family. I don't know what's happened to him because he's disappeared, and that is the worst case of erasing somebody completely from this conversation. And he was told to do that, and he was being chased by the press, and it was horrible. And a lot of us were. They probably went through your bins, I'm sure, Ed, and they certainly went through my bins. I got chased down the street once because I was on the TMO from 2008 to 2012, and that made me guilty, apparently, and it was in the Evening Standard, and there were 25,000 comments after it. I was approached in the street, and someone stood up for me, and he got punched to the ground. It was really hairy because of all the name blaming, and this is how you shut people up. You terrify them. I had police protection. I don't know if Ed did. Certainly some people had police protection at different times. If you want people to shut the fuck up, you terrify them, and that's or discredit them, or undermine them, or gaslight them, all of which happened. Absolutely disgusting. So part of this whole story, and I'm still on the council, and I will be a thorn in their side as long as I can bear it. There was definitely a racist element to this, but it was also heavily classist. So there were two things. These are little people. They don't look like us. They don't sound like us. Some of them haven't even bothered to learn English in their terms. But it was also a class thing, because the little people should just be pitifully grateful for what we give them. And I heard over and over again when people were rehoused and they weren't happy where they'd been rehoused to, heavily traumatized people put in flats, as we heard, above the ground floor or whatever it may have been, that look what we gave them, look what we gave them. I said, no. Do you know what you took from them? You know what you took from them? You took everything from these people. Every atom of their possessions, often family members, neighbours, friends, and so on, terrified them. You're replacing something. You're replacing just a home, a shell. It's not a home for them. And then you're complaining that they're not happy because they should be pitifully grateful, like the good little plebs they see them as. And that is still prevalent in the council, which is disgusting. You may know they put some of the survivors in buildings that were flammable. And they were very afraid. And I had one meeting with the new people at the council. And they said, well, our building isn't safe. And they go, no, it's fine. So we'll do a fire safety assessment. No, he wouldn't do it. And they got upset. They spoke loudly because they were frightened. And threw them out, basically, of the council. They paid themselves for a fire safety assessment. And that evening they had fire wardens in their building, which is absolutely horrific. So some of them in another building, they have fire wardens. They've been there for ages. I don't know when they're going to fix it. So there we go. I'm going to unashamedly promote my book here. If I make any money out of it, which is very doubtful, it's going to go to local charities. I don't want to keep the blood money. But I've written a book about my time at the council before, during, and after Grenfell. And if we get anywhere, I'll be writing, doing another chapter, hopefully talking about the successful prosecutions and jailings of all the people who have been responsible. So I don't know if that'll happen. Sadly, the council hasn't changed. I thought they might try to sue me for this book, but they haven't. They go, oh, well done, Emma, you've written a book, marvellous. I thought, okay. So I think their game is that we're now the new council. That was the old council, and now we're new. So I keep saying, well, in my final chapter, I'm going to say how marvellously you're doing now and what fantastic progress you've made. So please improve X, Y, and Z so I can put it in my book. So they don't really like that because they are just as bad as they always have been. We've got some hideous cases of some buildings which are being remediated and are going through the same hell that Ed and his neighbours went through. And they say, I met some just last week, the effects on their physical and mental health is shocking. And they say it's a full-time job fighting the council, which it was at that time, and it still is now. And they're being told they're liars, they're being told they're a nuisance, they're told they're volatile, and occasionally, certainly classist and on occasion racist comments. The damp and mould in some of our council homes is disgraceful, and we're going to continue to call it out. But we can't. We have to let them speak for themselves, and not the council's £1 million press and communications team. And the problem is, as ever, that they have a taller platform to speak from than the so-called little people. And so we continue to fight, as Ed has. Some people are too tired to do it, but we're going to continue until we get some kind of accountability and justice. Thank you.
I feel I have to just respond slightly to, raising Behalu's voice, I think, was really powerful, and listening to his testimony as part of the inquiry, just the kind of searching that he was doing for how he could be at fault was really one of the most painful things to hear, yeah. But I wonder if we could just to kind of bring others into the conversation. I wonder if we could turn to kind of Sharifa, and I suppose kind of broaden this out to, as a poet as well as a kind of resident, what it is that kind of drives you to speak of and for a community around this event?
So I've more or less done a lot of different community projects and stuff alongside North Kensington residents since like 2012. So during the time of the fire, I was a local resident, and I felt, you know, for me, I'm originally from Leicester, but I've lived in London for like the last decade, and I feel it's important for me, like anywhere that I live, I'm always a part of the community. And I feel like when I was witnessing everything that's going on, at the same time for me to like just process everything, I always write, but at the same time I felt like it was important to share, because again, there's so much detail, and I feel like a lot of the media or just people only engage for so long. So even then, you know, you have like throughout the inquiry, there's been some moments where the general public's like engaged, whether it was like where they felt the firefighters were being blamed and all the rest of it, but at the same time I was like, but you've not actually followed the inquiry. So for me as well, it was like, how can I use my writing, which just makes things so concise, which could be like a 100-page report or something, and how can I just like engage with the people that are disengaged in a way that's like contemporary and all the rest of it. So that's just what I felt like was needed to do, but at the same time, it was just expressing myself really, or just see like the frustrations of what I can see going on the ground, feeling upset for my friends and other type of stuff. So it was just that form of expression. But again, I just feel people were quite like suspicious of when it came to like the BBC and just mainstream media in the community as well. So it was like if they wanted to engage, because like when it came to the first anniversary, they approached me like, can you do something for the 1 year anniversary? So I put conditions on them, you know, like only if you let me talk about justice and only if you let me talk about certain things, because otherwise we're just here like just revisiting things but not talking about what the community's demands are. So they were like, okay. But at the same time, even now, there's been a lot of uproar around the BBC wanting to do some drama series. And of course, you know, there's been no justice and the people can speak for themselves as well. And I feel, you know, there's a lot of conversation around that. But at the same time, for me, it's speaking as a witness and as somebody that live local to the community. And at the same time, as well, just getting frustrated, because I know like a lot of other poets that I've never seen in the local community. They never ask about the inquiry. They never ask how's everyone doing. And I don't know, there's just like, there's certain disengagement as well that I feel like they're from the art and creative scene. And I feel I just need to keep conveying that to them and reminding them, you need to share what people are saying. Like people are being witnesses in the inquiry. Share what they've said. Like don't just hashtag justice for Grenfell when it comes to the annual anniversaries. That's not good enough. That's not actually support. I personally don't feel like it is, because that's just a small thing, and there's ongoing conversations and voices that need to continue to be amplified. And I just wanted to make a point, because I feel like when it comes to this whole conversation, especially like the whole architecture world, that's very foreign to me. I only know about things on a very basic level. But at the same time, what I have witnessed is people, when it came to even, there's a man, Stefano Boero or something, and he caused a lot of upset in the local community because he, as well as appearing like he's showing solidarity with the community and the survivors and the bereaved, he also had contracts with people that were like some of the companies that were responsible for the fire. And for me, that's an absolute slap in the face. You can't pose to, like, people can't just be here listening to the community survivors and at the same time going to be like, oh, well, we're still going to work with the people that are giving us money, because there's a paper trail at the end of the day. We can't trust you. So I would just encourage and emphasize the need to have integrity in all the work that you do. For us, you can't just, like, everyone can appear like they're trying to support, but for me, that integrity, especially when it comes to architectures and the paper trail of the networks that they're connected to, that's higher up where the money is. So yeah, I just wanted to comment briefly on that.
Thanks very much. Before we kind of move into a looser structure, I just wanted to kind of bring in Helena Rivera. I wondered if kind of as we're kind of turning this to the kind of architectural questions, I wondered if you might just want to share a little bit of your own research and kind of background about attempts to engage the user's voice in design practice. Yeah.
Thank you. So, thank you, Sharifa, and thank you for having me on the panel. I don't have any connection to Kensington, and I feel like I'm invading. I'm a fraud here because this is really where it's at. I am a practitioner. I'm a chartered architect, and I run a studio, Condé Small Studio, and I'm also an academic. I did a PhD on the most phenomenal social housing policy that United Kingdom has ever had. And I became obsessed with housing provision in this country. And I became obsessed with housing provision particularly from many angles, but especially from the home, which seems to have been completely forgotten in the discussion around Grenfell. We talk about the technical aspects, value engineering, the stages of work, but we seem to have forgotten the home. And at a small studio, we wrote a pitch around trying to bring everything together and understand Grenfell tragedy through the home. And the reason I really am so interested in this, and I'm not going to take you through the research I've done because a PhD is incredibly boring and long, but after many years, my two key interests or highlights as an architect is that in 1907, when United Kingdom starts building housing under the Housing and Town Planning Act, it actually starts building housing as a way of managing the circumstances of the undeserving poor. So let that sink in. That is why we build housing. It was a completely reactive solution to building for the undeserving poor. So that's 1907, and I think that sets a really important scene. The second biggest finding for me was that in planning, we do not monitor or review planning policies. And we don't do that accidentally, okay? We don't do that because to monitor and review requires investment. It's very expensive, but there's a kind of uncomfortable tension in that it takes around 7 years on average for housing policies to trickle down to, residents. And there's a political cycle that in 7 years, it's not very particularly convenient to look back and really understand what has worked, because many things have worked, and what has failed. So I'm just going to go back. My research was about the New Towns housing policy, which is a 1950s social reconstruction of the UK. We don't talk about the New Towns anymore. We talk about eco-towns, millennial villages, sustainable communities, and we don't do that because of the stigma around social housing. And I think that is so linked with what has happened in Grenfell, and that's really where our interest emerged in writing this kind of study around Grenfell. So when I was looking into what Eddie's blog was already establishing and the way that tenants were being ignored, that's exactly what has been happening when all of the residents had their management transferred through a massive housing stock exchange to TMOs. And it happened for many different reasons, but the biggest one is that we're kind of taught residents know well, but experts know better. And that is a fundamental problem in the way that we provide housing, we build housing, we write the RIBA stages of work, and we operate within our field. If we don't learn to listen to residents at every stage of what we do, and then bring back and loop them into the process, then it really, community engagement and residents becomes more of a tick box exercise. I want to put cladding on a building, I'm going to hold some community engagement workshops. I can say that I've done it and I can move on. So it's really important to not only understand that residents know well, but residents actually know the most. And they are the ones that can teach us professionals about how we should be integrating certain aspects of the design and what type of technical standards we should be thinking of. So I made a huge jump there between Newtown's policy and what happened here in Grenfell, but the reason, there is a very clear link there, and I think the architect, I'm going to move on to the architect, unfortunately has lost such a big part of its role in that process, and it's become very difficult for us as a profession to be able to say, well, actually, we do need to have a more circular community engagement process. We do need to go back and monitor a building and monitor the way that residents and the community is working and being listened to. And I think we are going to have to fight very strongly against these design and build contracts that put all the emphasis on the construction sector and completely take away the role of the architect the way that it was designed, and focus on the idea of growth and unlimited growth, because there has to be a point where it becomes more important to make sure that what we're building is being cared for and maintained. So I think I'm going to...
Thank you very much. Okay, so I wanted to just open up the conversation a little bit more, and I suppose what we've heard really powerfully, and I think kind of just in you know how you phrased it, Edward, what we've heard here is not just a story about neglect. It's about actually kind of malign opposition to not hearing. But if we try to kind of move into a kind of thinking how this could be better, I suppose, you know, this is the kind of ambition which Hackett frames, that the user must be central to any kind of way of thinking about building safety in the future. I just wonder if we could maybe see if we have questions for each other first amongst the panel around this. And I suppose sort of two things I would kind of throw out, if they're of interest, would be, I think the user is not always present at the design stage. You know, the Grenfell recladding was a renovation, you know, and in that sense, at least the user is possibly present, and lots of building is speculative, and there's no, how do we engage a user in that kind of context? Actually, mostly what Hackett says, I think, is really not about listening. It's about speaking more clearly. It's about information. Tacit within it actually maybe seems to be a little bit of a kind of responsibilization project about a sense that people weren't listening to safety information. But also, you know, every building doesn't have an Edward Defan who can point out the manifest problems that are there, and can we depend on that? So I just wanted to kind of open if the panel has any observations or questions for each other around this. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, going back to what the council's trying to do, because they're trying to be all brand new and culture change and all the rest of it. So the as with the last deputy leader, Rockfield and Mellon, who's still on this earth, and I won't say any more about that. He's a developer, multi-millionaire. I don't mind, we've got some very nice people with money, but he's not one of them. But so he's come up with all kinds of absolutely heartwarming, I should say, policies after the fire. And one of them was about co-design. Nothing will happen in this borough without everybody's approval. And if we are going to develop anything, we will go forward with co-design. I'm going to give you one example. Right in front of the beautiful Trellick Tower, which is part of the Cheltenham estate, which is a cradle to grave, as I'm sure you know, project by Ono Goldfinger, and most of which was listed. There was a care home. And when I joined the council in 2006, they were already pretending to do research on whether or not it should continue. And I knew some people who'd actually worked on it from these lovely GLC architects, who said that it was infinitely adaptable. The original building was infinitely adaptable and had been made deliberately to accommodate change and amendments over the years. But they decided that it wasn't fit for purpose. There was a huge, massive row about it. I chained myself to the gates at one point in the rain, and that was fun, but didn't make any difference. And they bulldozed Ono Goldfinger's only residential care home. And so it's been empty. It's been a car park for many, many years. They wanted us to shut up and let the things, you know, lie before they came up with any ideas for it. And they went into this co-design phase about 3 years ago, I think. So yeah, we're going to co-design this. So they didn't co-design it at all. They came back with the architects who they had used, I think, once or twice before, which included, some of you will know if you read building design, a 14-story block, and sort of cod Goldfinger design in front of Trellick Tower. And as you can imagine, that didn't go down very well. That was their plan for co-design. There was no co-design involved at all. A huge community campaign, of course, and that has just been nuked. And among all the arguments that we had, some very public arguments that we had, we were told by the deputy leader, developer, that what you see as co-design and what I see as co-design may not be quite the right thing. So not the same thing at all. So they wanted to sound as if they were going to talk to people, but actually they're going to continue to talk down to people. And that was just one more very, very awful example of the just a performative nature of change at our council and in many councils. I know it's that voice, and our council is famous for it. They told me they do a consultation on the budget, just as an example, every year. I said, well, how many people responded this year? And they go, oh, it's great, it's doubled from last year. I said, oh, but last year was 6 people out of 156. You mean there's 12 now? There's now 12 people. And so this year I said, how's it gone? How's the consultation gone that went out to 156,000 people over 6 weeks? And they said, oh, it has got a bit better. I said, there's 13, aren't there? 13 people responded. And that's, that's kind of irrelevant, but they don't listen and they don't care unless you ask that question. Unless you know that last year's was 6 people, so doubling the response is now 12. It's nonsense. They come up with absolute nonsense. And I think what we were just hearing about post-occupancy evaluation, constant post-occupancy evaluation, how many buildings have we got which do not live up to their environmental targets and so on? I think it's 29%, only 29% of buildings actually live up to their targets. It's absolutely outrageous. So that's one aspect of it. The other is obviously design and construction quality. We also have brand new buildings that are falling apart in North Ken, which is disgusting. A lot needs to change. And we have to build good buildings that will last forever, like the LCC, GLC ones, actually.
Yeah, sorry. Any of the other panelists who wanted to come in?
I'd just like to begin by saying, read Emma's book and Ed and Francis's blog. They're both really worth it. Emma, who's been on the council for a long time, goes into, and he, goes through the documents and the budgets very carefully. Goes into very interesting detail, quite scandalous detail, and you really do wonder why it's not being more widely reported elsewhere. I mean, I guess one reason is no adequate local reporting anymore. Emma's point about things not changing in RBKC made me think of what Jose Torrero was saying this morning about the field of building regulations, and I think in many ways Kensington and Chelsea is a kind of microcosm for the country. Any number of terrible things can happen and nothing fundamentally changes. The blog is not just a historic document, it's a literary one. I know because I read through it quite a few times. For the play, it was the basis for the play that I wrote, and the play would not exist without it. And it is very, very interesting. You have to get used to the fact that it will cover one topic one day and another topic the next, but it has a cumulative effect over time, and you get a sense of what's going on. It's not just the fire that they predicted a whole number, or they put their finger on a whole number of other problems as they were emerging. The fact that the renovation was being carried out for a tendering, some that was woefully inadequate, was not going to be enough, and the fact that the council and TMO were going to skimp on materials for the renovation. All that is in the blog as these events happen, as they unfold. That's it, I think.
So I was here this morning when the gentleman who's actually just left was talking about working on a residential development and side by side working on a social housing development, and the amount of money, the amount of time that he was afforded between the two and the difference between the two. And, you know, for me, at the heart of it all, it's about treating people with respect. And, you know, if you're going to spend a lot of money on one and then no time and no money on another, it's like, are you really treating those two communities with the same amount of respect? Not getting into why you would treat one community without the respect that you would treat another, whether it's like, comes down to sort of institutional racism and all those sort of things. But, so for me, at the heart of it all, it's about treating everyone with respect and respecting that, you know, everyone's lives are worth the same, and, you know, and so since the fire, we've been working as a group of Grenfell United, which are bereaved and survivors, in trying to create some sort of legacy to make sure that people who live in social housing are never treated the way that we were treated. And this Wednesday, the government are going to submit their social housing regulation bill, which is the vehicle for change to happen to those people that live in social housing. The inquiry, the terms of reference for the inquiry sort of preclude looking at social housing. So any change that's going to come to the lives of people that live in social housing is going to come through this bill. And we've been not working with the government, we've been trying to hold the government to account. We've had 7 secretaries of state, we've had 4 prime ministers. I would sum up, without any pleasure, our relationship with them is they are at best incompetent and indifferent to the tasks set in front of them, but they are delivering a bill, and, you know, the proof will be in the pudding. But within the bill there is like enforced regulation of housing providers. There is a proper complaint process. There is the need for people that work in social housing to have a qualification, you know, to treat it as a profession rather than just something that you can come in off the street and exploit. And then there are issues around freedom of information so that people living in social housing can get their hands onto fire safety assessments. And then finally, and probably most importantly, although it's not part of the legislation within the bill, is the need for tenant voice and for residents to have a conduit to be heard. And I think 5.5 years on, the government still haven't anywhere near got to the bottom of that. You know, like you have the National Housing Federation, which represents housing providers. You have the G16, which is a group of housing association chief executives. You have the regulator, but there is no tenant body that can sit beside and work with these organisations. So they need to create something that works on both like a local level, so that people on their own estates can get representation in the housing in a residents association, but it also needs to then go up to a kind of more national level where a body can actually help represent residents on a kind of much more macro level. So, and I think, you know, so hopefully come Wednesday, there will be, you know, cynical or not of the government, you know, they will hopefully produce something that goes some way towards addressing some of the problems. And yeah, so let's keep our fingers crossed that they do that.
It's nice to hear that optimism.
Yeah, I'm not very optimistic, but at the same time, it's like, you know, like it can't just be doom and gloom. You know, it's like if you go through something like Grenfell and you lose 72 people from your community, the answer has to be like creating a legacy and getting some change and making people see things in a different way so that it doesn't happen to other people. And, you know, I mean, we're pretty good at North Kensington at throwing bricks at establishment, and we can carry on doing that forever. But, you know, how helpful in the end is that? It's actually about sort of trying to get some meaningful change. And you know, like as bereaved and survivors, we've been in a very, like, I'm not going to say like lucky position, but we've been in a position where we have been able to get in front of, you know, official, like high-ranking civil servants and secretaries of state and to try and just, like impress upon them how important it is that they deliver something for us. But, like I said, our experience of them has not always been great. They're, 7 secretaries of state. Yeah. So you literally go and shake hands with one of them. The next time you go into the office, there's like another face there, 2 weeks later. It's been quite a bewildering experience.
Maybe just before we open it up to the audience, I just wondered, kind of, Emma, on your point of your co-creation is different to my co-creation. I suppose I just wanted to maybe to those on the panel, what does good engagement with the user look like? I mean, do we have any examples? Yeah.
Thank you. Interestingly, when they first knocked the care home down, we were just going through an iteration of refreshing the local plan. And I was at one meeting once, and there were some young architects, and they'd all been made redundant from Foster's. And they were just setting themselves up, and we got chatting about Edenham and so on. And they said, well, let us work with you. We'll do it for nothing, because we need something in our portfolio. We've got 3 months' pay. We'd like to work with you. And they were lovely. They were sort of from all nations. So we had innumerable languages between us, luckily. This was in 2009, before localism and all the rest of it. They went around knocking on all the doors in Edenham Way and speaking countless languages, having cups of tea with elderly people, and writing down what they wanted. And we started off, rather than anything else, we started off with a list of things they wanted. They said, okay, we'd like to be able to cross there without going around the pavement, which is horrible and dusty, and there's lorries everywhere, and yet there's no level access. We wanted level access over to Golborne Road, which is right by the entrance to Trellick. And there were all kinds of things like that, and they wanted a medical centre, and they wanted this and that, and thought, okay, well, here's the list. And they took the list, which was wishes on paper, and then went off and designed something, and it was amazing. And nobody said when the design came back and we did another thing in their residence room while the council was going, who are this lot? And nobody said, oh, it's too modern, we don't like this, and nothing like that. They loved it because it was actually their needs and desires, because we came up with a blank piece of paper. We didn't draw pictures on it. We draw what people needed. So we took that to the council with the architects, and so there were various things we had. We didn't have enough housing. They wanted housing there, but that was something, it was right at the beginning of things. So we had the medical centre and all the other things they wanted, replace the care home, day centre, and so on. And it was beautifully designed, absolutely amazing. We got it in lots of magazines, luckily. The council said, we don't do that kind of consultation. It's not what we do here. It's not what we do. So we shelved it. But that was really good consultation, because what we did was we talked to people in their homes, and all we got was a list of wishes and needs. And I did a lot of work on the census and the demographics and so on of the age of all of that, of people getting older and their illnesses and so on. And it answered specific local needs that people had asked for. And that was a really good consultation. The building came after, and that was the right way to do it. Now we're back at square one at Edenham, because they had to shelve it. And they did, incidentally, lie. They said they needed lots of private housing on there, not because it's right in front of Trellick Tower and everyone wanted to live there. No. It's because it had to be cost neutral. So I begged 25 times, literally, for the viability assessment. I sit on planning, I'm entitled to the financial viability assessment. They said, no, you wouldn't understand, it's too complicated. So then they said, we'll talk you through it. And I said, no, send it first, and then I'll ask questions. So they sent it, and it was complicated, and I read through it, and I thought, oh, that looks like they're going to make £1 million a year out of this. That doesn't sound cost neutral to me at all. So when I came to the meeting, and I went through it line by line. I said, my maths is ridiculous. Surely you're making £1 million a year out of this. And they all went quiet. And along with the fantastic local campaign, it was then shelved because they'd lied. So, good and bad consultation. And the good one was just asking people what they wanted. And that was it. And then design around that. Design second.
I like how simple the answer is. That was good. But also, I think implied in it was that when someone says, I don't like that, that looks too modern, maybe what they really mean is, that's just not what I need. You know, yeah. I wonder if, maybe just in interest of time, we should open it up, if that's okay. So maybe I could just kind of turn, to the audience on this kind of question of the units of voice and the presentations we've heard. Are there any questions? Would you like a mic? Yeah.
I think, Edward, your point is really interesting about, or what I took from it was when a moment of change came. And I speak now not as an architect, but as a person who, as a young boy, grew up in council house tenancies in Cumbria New Town and then in Hereford. And I think by the time I was 15, we'd lived in 5 different new council houses. The reason being my father was an architect, training architect, working as a technologist in council architect departments. And so the kind of culture of living in a council house and having a father who was involved in building them sort of imbued within me from the beginning. I think that if I was to put a turning point on it, I would say it was not Thatcher herself, Mrs. Thatcher herself, but it was the oil crisis and the destructive force that had on welfareism. Because from that point forward, the rules started to change, the tide changed, and the tsunami came upon us. But it is shocking to think how different the role of those in charge of managing council property, whether they are councils themselves or at one arm removed, or housing associations or TMOs, it's shocking to think how much the culture has changed from that with which I grew up. Mm-hmm. And I think we need to go right back to that, because if we go back that far, we can recalibrate and come forward again with a proper sense of, as they taught me in my first year at college, a sense that the architect has a duty beyond the paying client to the actual users and to the people who won't use but will pass by our buildings. And I think if we don't get that cultural change, no amount of regulation, no amount of encouragement, and actually, frankly, no amount of money will sort it. It's got to be a cultural change.
Completely agree.
Maybe just if I can offer a kind of brief thing, just kind of, I think, reinforcing or extending that. I think one of the things kind of post-Grenfell we saw, I think of kind of Simon Jenkins' opinion piece about what the lesson from Grenfell is, just stop building tall buildings. I know personally expert witnesses who I won't name who admit going into the inquiry with a prejudice that the problem was it was a social tenure housing. The problem was the occupants not understanding the building, and happily admit that that view was kind of rubbished through the experience. But I think one of the things following the inquiry for me that was just amazing and that completely reversed that was the commemoration hearings and people speaking about their own house. And you know, what I found amazing was for a community that has been through this and what has happened to them in those buildings, that nonetheless that endured, actually, that kind of sense of value that home had was extremely affecting. Maybe, sorry, I just had to speak. If we could go,
I'll say a few words.
Yeah, please.
So, I mean, for me, like, the history of our country is, like, coming after the Second World War and, like, people coming back from that experience wanting a different country, and then we have the Beveridge Report, which sets up the National Health Service, education, social housing. So for me, the kind of destruction of that is an abandonment of what came out. Not that I'm celebrating the Second World War in any way, but that kind of like shift in society that actually we can value things like education, health provision, housing, to where we've got to now, whether it was the oil crisis or Thatcherism or Blairism or whatever it was that's delivered to us now, because we're in a totally different place where people who live in social housing are seen as sponges at best, or I don't know, all the kind of prejudices that are out there. And you know, back to what you were saying, I mean, the saddest thing about the fire, or one of the saddest things about the fire, is that, you know, it was a really very wonderful community inside Grenfell. You know, it's like not what I get a bit emotional, so you have to pardon me. It was like, it's not like what the press wanted to say. They wanted to have us as like subletting, spongers, blah blah, this and
illegal
that.
immigrants.
But in fact, it was completely different. And some of the pen portraits and some of the kind of opportunities that we've had subsequently, hopefully has shown that. But essentially, like, that community, which was much more diverse in every way, like socioeconomically, professions, you know, we had bankers living in it, we had nurses, social workers, taxi drivers, we had people with mental health problems, and we looked after them. It was a real community. So it is very sad that the fire took that away from us. And in fact, I would say that, you know, like, living in a country like this, in a capital city, we should all be very, very proud of that we can have a community like Grenfell, that we can be as accepting, as intelligent, that as a society we can tolerate all that difference, and all that difference comes together in such a powerful force, which is what we were before the fire. And yeah, it's so sad that we're such a long way away from that.
May I, through the chair, just respond to that? Because the danger with listening to you, and you speak so eloquently, is that an audience can think that it's some kind of nostalgia. And it's not a nostalgia, it's actually a statement of what should be.
Of course,
and there's
of course.
Little line, there's few lines in Peter App's book that are more telling than the one in which he describes households on one of the floors there who left their front doors open in the day so that the children could play from flat to flat. I mean, the sense of social cohesion was evidently there, and it's not a nostalgia. And I go back to my own childhood. We played in the streets, and in the garages, and there was nothing more enjoyable than when Mr. Butts arrived home, a lorry driver, and climbed out of his cab, and the boys would shout, "Come over and play Mr. Butts," and he'd come and play football in the garages. And that's what streets were for. And if you would have asked us in Cwmbran, and I'm going to show my age now, in 1957, 58, 62, 63 in Hereford it was, if you would have asked us if we would have swapped the streets that were then, which had hardly any cars in them, with the streets of today, which are so stuffed with cars, you can't play football, but you also can't move safely. I mean, it's not just housing that has been damaged, it's the very streets which are the links between the houses. And I think we've, again, got to look hard, but we are looking hard, but we need to look harder because we don't have the answers yet.
I'd like to very much agree with that. And my childhood, which was in Chelsea, actually, when Chelsea was scruffy, was open doors everywhere and people running in and out of each other's houses, which was lovely. But what I'm very aware of, and it's happened with people who've been moved out of the area after Grenfell, but also some of our newer developments where they've knocked down social housing, is there's no understanding of intermediate space. And what they had at Grenfell and some other really large developments like that, or blocks or estates like that, is that intermediate space where you can actually have your kids playing outside your front door, knocking a football around in the corridors or whatever it may be. There's an estate in quite near Trellick, Wannington Green, which was designed with that. They had streets in the air and all the rest of it, and there were all kinds of social problems. They didn't look after it properly. But actually people just had plants and kids and chairs for the elderly, and all, they leave their toys out on their terraces, and it was a very, very social. And that is going bit by bit, and they're putting them in blocks where you can't even put a plant pot outside your front door. And it's that intermediate space where people meet. There's nowhere to meet anymore. They are either in their flat or they're on the street. That's it. And there's no valuing of the kind of communities that Ed has been talking about, and that we've heard about. And how, many architects really understand that. It's social spaces outside your own home, which is really important. And I think that's been lost to a large extent.
Can I just jump into that? So I think for us as architects, the the question is, how can we make sure that we really understand the user that we're designing for, and stop making the design process a very abstract process? Because to tap into what Sharif is saying about, you know, please show some integrity and let's keep Grenfell alive and let's make sure that it doesn't just become a hashtag. I think it's really, really important that we understand the users were a community, it was a live community, and any project that we are put on to work on will have a range of actors and a range of stakeholders. And the co-designer consultation is I think is a dangerous word. It's more of an engagement. You need to engage with the users in all stages of the RIBA. And even in the construction, I've been on some building sites recently where we, as a small practice, have banned using rigid Celotex. And we've had to start having conversations with the builders on site. Why are we boycotting Celotex? Well, we're going to use Rockwool, but hang on, but Celotex wasn't Kingspan, it was Celotex. And having these conversations on site with the people that are actually in the chain of the construction industry is really important. And that's another way that we can make sure that we learn lessons from Grenfell and bring it into our practice in every single stage. So when I say we have a responsibility of community engagement, it's not really just at the beginning and it's not really at the end, but the RIBA has very good, clear path and stages of work for procuring a building, understanding a brief, doing a conceptual design, going back to a client, developing a technical design, and the user that we are designing for should come in very clearly at each one of these stages. That especially involves when we have to be, you know, put on the spotlight with value engineering and make these really tough decisions, which I think it was Jose or Peter App said this morning, it's okay to be unpopular. And that is precisely why we are being trained in such a rigorous and kind of wide-reaching profession. We have to be unpopular when we get told, well, you need to find a saving or we're not going to procure this and it's not going to get built. Don't build it. It's a very difficult thing to do. I mean, running a small practice, that would probably kill a small practice. But if all of us in the architecture profession are out there making these very unpopular decisions, then collectively as a group, we will probably begin some change, which is definitely not going to happen at government level. Because what hasn't been mentioned throughout the whole day is 20% of the government's donations come from volume house builders. There is a massive conflict of interest in house procurement, massive conflict of interest. And when I was in shock after, you know, everything that was happening with Grenfell, and I hear someone, a minister, an acting cabinet minister, and I'm not even going to say his name because he doesn't deserve it, talk about people not following their common sense and just walking out of the building and instead listening to stay put policy with such disdain and entitlement. It just goes to show how abstract and how the mentality at government is completely different to what's actually happening in house procurement. So it has to be us within the profession and all of the different actors involved in the construction industry that start to make a change. It's not going to happen from above.
Sorry, I just want to add that I think it's really important for people to not become desensitized, because I feel even when it came to Barking or Worcester Park, not many people even heard the voices of these people, or how many people even know like the people who are campaigning in terms of ending the cladding scandal. And I just feel, because when you think about the voice, something that's quite profound that's happened like even this week, when it came to what's been happening in Knowsley. So when it comes to like in regards to the refugees that had a whole load of people coming outside and start kicking off because they're saying get them out and all the rest of it in Merseyside. And the reason why I bring this into conversation is because this week there was an article that was published because somebody from inside the hotel in Knowsley, actually, one of the people seeking refuge gave an account and they did an interview, and for them it was like a really big deal because you don't ever hear from them. Like, you don't hear the voices of these people, and at the same time I just kind of wanted to connect the two, because again, when it came to Barking, you know, there were survivors from other fires that's happened since Grenfell, and even they still need to continue to be heard. And yeah, let's just not like disconnect it and connect like all the voices together in that kind of way, like the ongoing fight.
Thanks, Sharifa. I just wondered if are there any maybe final questions from the audience to the panel or vice versa? We've got one kind of final event to close this session, but there's maybe time for one more question. Yeah, I think.
Hi, I'm a second year student from Inter 16. Just coming back to what was brought up earlier about the play space and provision of these playgrounds and the courtyard or streets in the air. I know that coming from the perspective of a child, or when you were in your childhood, it's certainly a good thing, for kids to play. But I mean, just by chance, I saw like a YouTube video of a serpentine court being demolished in Milton Keynes last year, and there was this big open playground, and then it was there was a lot of people having loud party and smoking crack or something like that, and so during the demolition, during the consultation and series of interview, actually shows that there are lots of most of the tenants are like families, no, and most of the adults, they hated that open air, the playground and stuff, but the kids, they love it obviously. And then I don't know who just asked that question, but so I'm just the point I'm trying to raise is that during these conversations, there's certain voice that's been neglected, like the child. So I don't know if if that's too much of a one-liner, during these conversations, and then what can you guys do to tackle that, to prevent the community from, diminishing?
Okay, thanks for that. Are there any responses to that? I mean,
I don't think that's a one-liner. I think that's really important. I think making streets and spaces for young people and youth is really important. And recently, there has been something introduced called Secure by Design, where we have to show the Metropolitan Police certain schemes so that they can decide whether or not a bench in a park is a threat, because it might lead to teenage children lingering, or someone rough sleeping on the bench. And I think that's problematic when you the kind of conflict of interest that you're going to get from the Metropolitan Police if they start dictating how we should be designing public space and public realm. So absolutely, children, youth, adolescents, elderly people, people with all types of disabilities have to be considered. And that's why speaking to the users is so important, and not just watching YouTube. Not because of you, but I know that it's very easy to get a kind of sense of an area by doing a quick Google map, a few videos. You need to go there, you need to be there, you need to speak to people, you need to see for yourself, and it's okay to, experiment and test sites, like live them.
We campaigned a few years ago to reopen a playground in Kensington, and there was overwhelming support behind us, and it did eventually get done, but we noticed that the local community split on the issue. It didn't split equally, it split 70-30 or 80-20, with the majority in favour. But the split was along class, age, and home ownership grounds as well. And it was the same division that you're just describing, which is that the people against were saying the playground would be misused. What they really meant, when they were honest, they said they're worried it's going to bring down the value of their property. They reopened it. But yeah, that sounded familiar.
For the record, Nathaniel saved a playground, and he's not even on the council. Well done, Nathaniel.
Yeah, again, just a sort of minor comment, bringing up secure by design, I think it's very interesting in relation to this kind of in-between spaces that you were raising, because one of the guidelines, and it's just a guideline, but it kind of becomes de facto policy, is we must have absolutely clear division between public and private space. That blurring is the kind of third space is exactly what, no. that's crime. You know. But I think we should move on, because so I want to just kind of move us maybe to the last part of this section, if that's okay. So the kind of fifth member of this panel who's contributing already, Nathaniel McBride is kind of, I'm really pleased he's going to share a little bit of his play Dictating to the Estate. So we're going to have a small screening in a moment, but kind of first of all, Nathaniel's going to introduce that project briefly.
Hi.
If that one's easier, whichever you prefer.
I think this one's... This one seems better. So I'm going to show a 20-minute section from Dictating to the Estate, which is a documentary play about events leading up to the Grenfell Tower fire, which we performed last summer in North Kensington. Before they do that, I'd just like to say a few words about how the play came to be written and a few reflections on what I think it tries to show. I live in Kensington. I've been involved in local politics for a while. In early 2017, I was thinking about writing a play on the history of housing activism in the borough. Then the fire happened and the focus of the play shifted. At first it seemed impossible to write about what had happened. Saturation coverage gave the impression that whatever could be said about it had already been said about it. And then I discovered the Grenfell Action Group blog, which was kept by two residents from Lancaster West, Ed DeFawn and Francis O'Connor. The blog described in weekly, sometimes daily posts, the council's plans to regenerate and socially cleanse large parts of North Kensington, then the botched renovation of the tower, and residents' efforts to fight back. It became the basis for the first version of the play, which was performed in a stage reading in early 2019. A full production plan for the summer of 2020 was delayed for 2 years by the pandemic. The delay gave me an opportunity to incorporate into the play new information that came out of the public inquiry. Anyone who's followed the inquiry will know how shocking some of its revelations have been, and I used these to rewrite the script. And the production finally came on stage in the summer of 2022 at the Maxilla Social Club, which is a community centre just a few hundred yards from Grenfell Tower. I'm not sure if, is it right for me to go on? It's like, yeah, okay. The extract I'll be showing today covers the first 3 scenes of the play. The first scene shows witnesses to the inquiry blaming each other for the installation of flammable cladding on the building. The second shows the regeneration plan, of which the renovation of Grenfell Tower was part. The third shows how residents of the building were raising fire safety concerns about it years before the fire happened, and how most of these concerns were ignored. The scenes don't show the refurbishment itself, but they do provide some of the context for it. And I'm showing them because I think what happened during the refurbishment can't be understood without an understanding of this context. How the materials came to be selected, how those materials were even available to be selected, and how the residents were treated when they organized against what was happening. None of this can really be understood without this context. It is often said that the Grenfell Tower fire was the result of systemic failure, in the sense that in order for it to happen, not one but a whole series of things had to go wrong. I think it's true, but I also think when we see failure of this kind, it is worth asking whether we are seeing a system fail or whether we're actually seeing it function by an altogether different set of purposes and priorities to those we ascribe to it. If we assume that the purpose of the system by which Grenfell Tower is renovated was to produce improved housing for its residents, obviously it failed catastrophically. But if, on the other hand, we consider that its purpose was to promote, directly or indirectly, the privatization of public goods, or to generate, directly or indirectly, revenues for the council and private corporations, then a different picture emerges. We see a system running normally, even successfully. By the logic of this system, the fire is a contingent and exogenous event because creating safe and habitable homes had never been its purpose to begin with. Now, I'm not going to try to describe the system in any detail, but I'm going to suggest that it was shaped by 3 determining factors: austerity, deregulation, and estate regeneration. Austerity in the form of local government cuts increased the pressure to carry out the renovation works at an unrealistically low cost. Deregulation helped ensure that the guidance to the building regulations was so ambiguous that highly flammable materials were either actually complied with it or were widely believed to do so, depending on your interpretation. Estate regeneration was based in part on the design and build contract, which, once it was signed, handed effective decision-making power over which materials to use to the contractor, who had a direct material interest in choosing what was cheapest. At the same time, the blurred lines of responsibility created ensured that each participant in the renovation could assume it was the other's responsibility to check for compliance. The fire safety experts hired for the project, who in any case were mainly concerned with telling their clients what they wanted to hear, could be fired at will. The council's overworked, underfunded building control department was reduced to the status of a rubber stamping body. From the point of view that the interest this system was designed to serve, it functioned properly. The renovation was delivered on budget, as they said, and the council had a building it considered an eyesore, whose appearance could potentially discourage investment in its regeneration project, done up cheaply. The contractor, Ryden, made its profit margin partly by getting rid of the expensive zinc cladding that had been originally specified and replacing with aluminium composite material. Another fragment of the master plan to gentrify the area to make the neighbourhood an attractive investment opportunity for developers when it came to rebuilding their neighbouring estates was put in place. Admittedly, the renovation itself generated a great deal of conflict with the residents, but that conflict was ultimately effectively managed and contained by those individuals and organisations whose job it was to do so. The TMO relegated their complaints to its labyrinthine and glacially paced complaint system. Ryden's contract manager mollified and cajoled and then bullied and threatened any individuals offering serious resistance to the progress of the works. Any hope residents may have had of getting a system to take their needs into account by cooperating with it proved vain. The only time they won any concessions from it was when they disrupted its functioning by refusing the contractors access to their homes. This precipitated the invention of the local MP and did result in the TMO agreeing to place boilers in people's kitchens, which had been a big issue during the renovation. But their calls for a review of the system itself, the independent investigation of the TMO and the council's tendering processes came up against the sham Court of Appeal that was the Housing and Property Scrutiny Committee. As the inquiry revealed, this body made a show of agreeing to an investigation while orchestrating behind the scenes a response that would ensure it was buried in bureaucratic manoeuvring. Tellingly, one member of it, who stood up for the residents and was accused of having a conflict of interest, a clear admission that the council's and the residents' interests were two quite different things. So I've said that the purpose of the system was not to produce safe, habitable homes, but to facilitate, let's say, capital accumulation. Nevertheless, these homes were the necessary means by which that purpose was to be achieved. Without them, that accumulation couldn't take place. We can think of it as the weak point in the system, the one that came under increasing strain as the pressures of austerity increased. Some years ago, a couple of sociologists produced a study of austerity which theorized it as a form of violence. You might have heard about this. As I understand it, a form of social violence. As I understand it, their point was that when harm is the foreseeable consequence of an action or non-action, then we can ascribe to that action the intention of causing that harm. Thus, if the foreseeable consequence of estate regeneration is the forced removal of local population, then regeneration is a form of violence. I can see how this might be considered a contentious argument, but if we accept it for the moment, and Ed was talking about violence just now, it does cast a certain light on what I've just been talking about. The structures I've been describing were not only used to administer that violence, they themselves became subject to it. They started to become dysfunctional or break down completely, allowing the violence to get out of hand. The result was that instead of being delivered in measured doses over years or even decades, as the social cleansing of North Kensington had been envisaged, the violence was inflicted in a single night, in a highly public and visible manner. A controlled and covert form of violence became blatant and overt. In this sense, we can talk about the system having failed by its own logic. The processes of capital accumulation were disrupted. The plans for the future regeneration had to be put on hold. The privatization of public spaces like the North Kensington Library and the borough's Further Education College had to be abandoned. And large sums had to be spent on rehousing and compensating the people who'd lost their homes. So that's all I have to say. We'll now see the clip. It's about 20 minutes long.
Scene 1. The witnesses. From the witness statements to the inquiry. Peter Madison, Director of Assets and Regeneration, Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea Tenant Management Organisation.
At no point was the TMO, the Tenant Management Organisation, advised by any of the professional teams or by building control that there were any issues at all concerning the fire safety properties of the cladding.
Bruce Soons, Lead Architect, Grenfell Tower Refurbishment Project.
The fire safety certificate for the cladding indicated it was suitable for use on tall buildings. There was nothing on the face of the certificate that would have alarmed or concerned me in regards to using the product as cladding for the tower, especially as I understood it was used widely on similar projects.
Neil Crawford, Associate Architect, Grenfell Tower Project.
I relied on the main contractor, Ryden, the subcontractor, Harley, the fire safety experts, Exova, and the council's building control department in verifying that designs complied with building regulations.
Terry Ashton, Senior Fire Consultant, Exova Warrington Fire.
In issue 3 of our draft fire safety strategy for Grenfell Tower, I wrote, "It is considered that the proposed changes will have no adverse effect on the building in relation to external fire spread, but this will be confirmed by an analysis in a future issue of this report." No future analysis was issued. We were never asked to write. After Ryden was appointed contractor, we were, in effect, no longer employed on the project.
Simon Lawrence, Contract Manager, Ryden Maintenance Limited.
Ryden typically did not engage fire consultants. It was the client's team that established the fire safety strategy. As contractor, Ryden was only responsible for executing it. It would be the responsibility of building control and Harley Facades, the third-party specialist subcontractor, whom we believe to be competent to raise any concerns and satisfy themselves with the details of the plans.
Mark Harris, Pre-Contract Manager, Harley Facades Limited.
As far as I was aware, the exterior of the building was compliant with building regulations. There was no reason, no concerns raised when Harley Facades had used aluminium composite materials for years.
John Hoban, Building Control Officer, Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea.
The British Board of Agreement certificate would have been something we accepted as standard. The certificates rated the panels as class 0, the national standard when it comes to the external spread of flame.
Valentina Amoroso, Project Manager, British Board of Agreement.
When, in March 2014, the certificate for Reynobond architecture wall cladding panels came due for renewal, we asked the manufacturer, Arconic, for any details that would invalidate that certificate. Such details might include new test data indicating that the product no longer met the standard. We wrote to Arconic 8 times before they responded, but their response did not contain any answers to our questions.
Claude Verlet, technical manager, Arconic Architectural Products.
And I had no reason to doubt that if the British Board of Agreement had felt it necessary to ask for any other system test reports, they would have done so. I do not recall the BBA ever requesting any additional fire test reports.
Claude Schmidt, President, Arconic Architectural Products.
I believe that if the BBA had asked the questions, it would have got the answers.
In January 2015, we decided to review the certificate with the information we had in hand. This indicated that the panels met the requirements of Class Not.
Hello, Mr. Vele! Maxime Bauer, technician, CSTB Fire Test Lab, France. We have performed the test on your cladding. Unfortunately, we stopped the test before the end. Widespread fire on the surface, reaching critical values, resulted in the termination of the ongoing test. Therefore, we cannot provide you with classification.
Okay, let's stop the test now.
C2, regeneration. Enter farm, resident, Grenfell Tower.
In terms of local community, Grenfell Tower was a great place to live. However, in terms of residential amenity, I would describe the Lancaster West estate as being allowed to deteriorate into a slum-like condition. It was my fear that the council would underinvest, and then say that as a result of its poor condition, the Lancaster West estate's residents would need to move out, and it would be knocked down, to be replaced with mixed housing. This policy would reduce the amount of social housing, much of it replaced with homes that could be sold by the council or rented out in the private sector. My fears around social cleansing were exacerbated when my colleague obtained under the Freedom of Information Act a 2009 document called the Notting Barnes South Master Plan.
Nicholas Holgate, Chief Executive of the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea.
At its meeting on January the 8th, 2009, Cabinet approved the appointment of Urban Initiatives to carry out a master planning study of the Notting Barnes South Estate.
Urban Initiative Studio is known internationally for its innovative approach to delivering quality thought in urban design, planning and change management.
Jonathan Ball, Director of Planning, Urban Initiative Studio.
Notting Barnes is an urban residential area consisting mainly of 20th century social housing in the north of the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea. The area consists of medium and high-rise apartment buildings, mainly providing socially rented homes. The area suffers from a disconnected street network, housing stock in ongoing need of refurbishment, a range of deprivation and other issues associated with large post-war housing estates. We believe there is a compelling case to create a more successful urban neighbourhood. Much of the existing housing would be demolished to make way for a mix of new and refurbished private, intermediate and social rented homes. We consider the appearance of Grenfell Tower and the way it meets the ground blinds much of the area east of Latimer Road Station. Our preferred approach is to assume demolition. Socially, the area would be transformed in tandem with physical change. Its prime residential location would generate values likely to support redevelopment on the scale we envisage. We estimate the project could deliver significant returns to the council, much of which would come through in later phases.
The council recognised that the land we were living on was a gold mine, and they didn't even have to dig for the gold. All they had to do was marginalise and displace the people living on the land.
The council has always fully understood that such options would need full and extended consultation with the local people.
I'm now aware that Jonathan Bohr, who was Director of Planning at Urban Initiatives when the Master Plan report was drafted in 2009, was recruited by the council in March 2010 as Executive Director of Planning and Borough Development.
Initially, we'd heard that the council planned to knock down the tower. Antonio Roncolato, resident, flat 72. Somehow then the plan changed. Now they were going to do it up, but they were going to take away this beautiful playground. And the tennis courts, which was so important to the popular.
Shah Ahmed, resident, flat 156, Grenfell Tower, chair of the Leaseholders Association.
When I first heard that the council was considering a project to regenerate the area, I thought we would finally get the improvements that I had been requesting for years. I wrote to Councillor Timothy Coleridge, Cabinet Member for Housing and Property. Dear Mr. Coleridge, the council and its managing agents, the TMO, are allowing Grenfell Tower to remain a building stuck in the 60s. The area cannot be considered to be regenerated without an upgrade to Grenfell Tower.
Dear Mr. Ahmed, we are very aware that Grenfell Tower needs considerable attention, and both the TMO and the council are looking very carefully at what can be done.
It seems that Councillor Coleridge came up with a spiffing plan to buy off some of his critics. He managed to scrape together £6 million to pay for essential improvements to Grenfell Tower.
Gradually it became clear that the regeneration of Grenfell Tower was undertaken in order to smarten up the area for the benefit of the Academy and Leisure Centre project. Improving the lives of residents was not a reason on its own.
I've been told that there was significant opposition within the council to the works being funded at all.
Councillor Rockfielding Mellon, new Cabinet Member for Housing, Property and Regeneration.
Post-war estates were very often built to surprisingly low density and could be redeveloped at much higher densities without bending planning rules. These homes could be arranged on traditional streets around green public spaces, which studies have shown is what people want. The days of glowering modern tenure estates would be over, and in their place would be mixed communities, living on tenure-blind streets.
To people like Councillor Fielding Mellon, social housing residents were a problem standing in the way of regeneration. The borough deliberately drafted legislation that contradicted its claim that every household will be rehoused within their local community.
Council Decant Policy 2011.
The right to retire means the right to return to the same area once the regeneration has taken place. This cannot be guaranteed. I know as soon as I talk about developing an estate, there will be political opportunists who will delight in whipping up a storm and taking advantage of residents' very reasonable concerns and fears about what will happen to their homes. Indeed, we have already faced a string of accusations that we are somehow planning a social cleansing of our borough. I know these accusations to be wholly unfounded, and I believe that most of our accusers know the same. That is why it is crucial to start discussions with people on estates as early as possible, and then to involve them in each step of the development process, hopefully ensuring that they have real buy-in and confidence in the scheme.
Scene 3, the TMO. Shah Ahmed, resident flat 156, 18th floor, Grenfell Tower, chair of the Grenfell Tower Leaseholders Association.
On April 30th, 2010, there was a fire at flat 64 Grenfell Tower.
Hanan Wahhabi, resident flat 66, 9th floor, Grenfell Tower.
The fire started outside my neighbour's flat. When I heard the alarm on the landing going off, I opened my front door. There were flames roaring across the landing as high as the ceiling.
The smoke got up to my flat on the 18th floor. I was away at the time, but my wife Saida was inside the flat. On the way out, she inhaled smoke and had to be treated in an ambulance.
Eventually, the fire brigade came and put out the blaze, but my family and I had to go to the hospital for smoke inhalation. My neighbour's front door had melted, and all the walls in the landing were black.
It soon became clear that the reason the smoke had spread was because the ventilation system was faulty. The block was managed by the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea's Tenant Management Organisation, or TMO, and I wrote to its chief executive, Robert Black. Dear Mr. Robert Black, the recent fire at Grenfell Tower has raised so many health and safety issues that it demands an independent investigation into the safety of the building. We are very shocked to learn that you considered the defects in the building exposed by the fire as a minor fault, when it had potentially fatal consequences. If the alarm system is not functioning and the vents are not working, you are endangering the lives of residents. What is more, we are certain that out of 120 families living in the block, no one is aware of the evacuation procedure. As you know, fire does not kill as much as the effects of smoke. At Grenfell Tower, with its interior staircase and malfunctioning ventilation system, there is a high probability that in the event of another fire, the whole building can become an inferno. Should a fire occur in the staircase at Grenfell Tower, there would be no escape route for residents. Yeah. Sometime later, I received this response from Daniel Wood, the TMO's head of home ownership.
Dear Mr. Ahmed, the system was operating correctly, but there was a problem with the seals on the vent not closing tightly.
And this response from Anthony Parks, the TMO's Director of Financial Services.
The leaking of the seals would not have been so serious if the fire brigade had turned on the manual smoke vent fan. Regrettably, the officers who attended did not know how it worked.
We now know the TMO had in the meantime received this report on the vent system from their maintenance contractors.
RGE Electrical Services, we cannot guarantee the system will operate as required or will meet fire regulations.
The actuation systems are not fit for purpose and must be replaced.
In 2013, after it had been announced that Grenfell Tower would be refurbished, Tunde Awaderu, Secretary of our Leaseholders Association, wrote again to the TMO.
Dear Mr. Dunkerton, we note with concern that the TMO's consultation survey for the Grenfell Tower regeneration project does not mention the need to improve the smoke vents and smoke alarms.
Dear Mr. Awaderu, works to repair the ventilation system will progress and further investigations undertaken to ensure there are no other areas of concern.
Mr. Dunkerton's reply did not mention the maintenance report. Nor were we informed when the following year the London Fire Brigade issued a deficiency notice for Grenfell Tower's ventilation system.
Approximately 25% of automatic opening vents were held in the closed position.
This indicates that the system has not been maintained in effective working condition.
Steps must be taken to comply with the regulatory reform order by May 5th, 2014, when a further inspection may be carried out.
In January 2015, following the start of the Grenfell Tower improvement works, I wrote to my local councillor Judith Blakeman to inquire whether the contractors would carry out the proposed improvements to the smoke extraction system. Councillor Blakeman received this reply from Peter Madison, Director of Assets and Regeneration for the TMO.
The system is currently beyond economic repair. We are working with building control to agree a design for the system that will meet current standards.
We later learned that the refurbishment caused further delays to the repair of the system.
Claire Williams, TMO Project Manager, Grenfell Tower Improvement Works, to Janice Ray, TMO Health and Safety Manager.
Janice, At our site meeting today, Ryden confirmed that work won't start until the new year.
Thanks, Claire. Let's hope our luck holds and there's no fires in the meantime.
The ventilation system was eventually upgraded in May 2016. We later learned that in November of that year, the fire brigade issued a second deficiency notice for the upgraded system.
Dear Miss Ray, during our inspection, it was noted that general fire precautions were inadequate. It was found that the top corner of one of the panels protecting your services duct on the 8th floor was broken and damaged, creating a breach. You are advised to take general fire precautions to prevent fire and smoke spread by repairing or replacing the broken panel.
On the night of the fire of June 14th, 2017, the ventilation system failed and the lobbies of the tower filled with smoke.
I never believed that the TMO was capable of keeping residents safe. I never witnessed it being properly scrutinised by the council, and I never saw the TMO acting in a properly accountable fashion. Ultimately, residents' experience of the TMO left me with no choice but to become a community activist. In 2012, Francis O'Connor and I set up the Grenfell Action Group. We used our blog to document how we were being treated, to document residents' legitimate concerns, and lampoon those in public office for their incompetence. The TMO described itself as a member-led organisation.
The TMO is a tenant management organisation established to manage the Royal Borough of Kensington and Chelsea's housing stock. We actively encourage residents to become members because one of our aims is to achieve full tenant management of the housing stock.
But in my view, it was a non-functioning organisation, not motivated by the well-being of tenants, but driven by pure self-interest.
I'm just going to invite us to end this session right now and take a short break before we move on to the final part of the talk. Thank you so much for everyone who participated in that section, and thank you, Nathaniel, for sharing that extract with us. Okay.
So today we have started from the understanding of the materiality of the facade. We have then delved into the social aspects of the tragedy, and in our final session entitled Beyond the Facade, From the Home to the City, we will scale out into the city and reflect on how deregulation, financialization of housing played a part in the narrative. We will look at what has yet to be learned from Grenfell and how practice and professions are changing. So I will leave the word to Eleanor Dodman that will moderate the next session. Eleanor is interested in the relationship between, in the relationship between policy, architecture, and equitable space. She works to ensure her designs are both inclusive and shaped by their context and inhabitants. From design details through to construction, her focus is on working with clients and stakeholders to help develop projects that are beautiful, functional, and considered. Eleanor teaches at the Architectural Association, where she leads an intermediate unit exploring the relationship between communities, ownership, and architecture.
Thank you. So we're going to start this session with hearing from Anna, then Liam, and then Stuart. So I'll introduce you all prior to your session, and then Caitlin's also going to speak at the end. And then we're going to have a bit of a round table discussion, and obviously anyone from the audience can get involved. So Anna Minton is a writer, journalist, and reader in architecture at the University of East London. She is the author of Big Capital, Who is London For?, and Ground Control, Fear and Happiness in the 21st Century City. Big Capital investigates the underlying causes for the housing crisis in London and other cities, and asks who is the city for, as housing becomes, above all, a financial asset rather than a place to live. Ground Control focuses on the privatisation of public space. high security and fear, and trust within the city. She was the Royal Commission for the exhibition of 1851 Fellow in the Built Environment and is Honorary Professor at the Bartlett School of Sustainable Construction. She is a regular contributor to The Guardian and the Financial Times.
So I'm going to start by talking about when my book came out in 2017. Big Capital was published at the beginning of June, 2 weeks before the Grenfell fire. And while I wasn't in Emma's position of having become an MP literally days before, I had just had a book out on the housing crisis, and suddenly I was faced with this situation of being asked to be on every news programme, and newspapers were asking me to write for them, which was a great publicity opportunity for someone who was trying to promote their book on an important issue to a wider public, but for such an utterly horrific reason, and also so horrific to have so many of the themes that I'd been writing about in the book so terribly highlighted. So literally as I'd found out about what had happened, I got an email from the Evening Standard, 7:45 in the morning, saying, we'd like you to do a piece for us about the fire, the Grenfell fire. We want it by 9:15. It's 7:45 at this point. We want it by 9:15, and we'd like you to write about ghettos round the corner from, sort of some of the richest parts of the country. And, I immediately knew when I saw this email that I should just say, sorry, no way. Not least because I had to take my children to school during that hour-and-a-half gap, and who can write a halfway decent piece in that period of time anyway. But I didn't listen to myself, and I said I would do it. Partner took the kids to school. I trawled through whatever I could. I found the Grenfell Tower Grenfell Action Committee blog. I saw what had been written, the predictions that had been made about a catastrophic disaster. That was in the lead for my piece. And needless to say, the Evening Standard didn't want the piece. It was not what they were interested in, and they didn't publish it. The Guardian did publish it. But it was interesting that when I said to the Standard, why did you not want it? They said that it didn't fit with their news section, whatever that might mean. In the evening, I went on Newsnight, and Evan Davis was the presenter, and Sean Bailey was the Conservative Party spokesperson. He ran for Mayor of London. He was a member of London Assembly. You might remember that he was in one of those stupid, ridiculous Partygate scandals as well with COVID. So that kicked off with Evan Davis saying, well, I mean, this is one of those completely unpredictable events. No one could ever have predicted that something like this would happen. So, I managed to immediately say that's not at all the case. It was, in fact, sadly, far too predictable. And then it was followed up by Sean Bailey laying the blame on residents for not getting out of the building quickly enough, which we saw years later echoed by Jacob Rees-Mogg as well. So I'm just starting with that context setting just to say something of the attitudes we saw in the media around Grenfell on the day of the fire. I did feel at the time that Grenfell was such a horrific disaster that attitudes towards housing did shift. And in the following months, there did seem to be a sea change in perceptions of social housing, and it did become clear that Grenfell was not a ghetto, despite the Evening Standard and many other papers initially portraying like that. It became clear that it was a much-loved place to live, and actually to a very successful mixed community to a large degree. So I did feel that perceptions had to some degree changed. I'm going to move on a little bit to talk about the housing crisis now, and then I'll come back to talking about where we are in relation to where we were then. When the book came out in 2017, we were in the throes of a really acute housing crisis. We've had a housing crisis ever since I first started writing about housing more than 25 years ago. But a key theme of the book was that post-financial crisis, post-2008, the situation completely changed for a number of reasons, one of which was the huge amount of money, capital, the big capital of the title, which flooded into the country, in particular into London prime real estate. That was combined with one of the policies which was advocated to solve the financial crisis, which was quantitative easing, the creation of new money. That hugely boosted prime property as well. And in combination of that as well, we had bottom-up pressures of austerity, and we had the collapse of social housing and the massive increase in the private rented sector, and this situation where housing benefit was capped as a result of the austerity programme and no longer paid the full amount of rent for housing benefit. So people in the private rented sector on low incomes who were in social housing were constantly being forced to move. So those are the trends that I wrote about in Big Capital. What's happened since then? That was 2017. The situation has got so much worse. The book came out at a time of acute crisis. Now, I mean, I don't even know that, we can adequately describe the housing situation for the majority of people in this city, really. Housing inflation is the primary factor. Inflation has increased exponentially year on year, both to buy and in the private rented sector, whatever part of the private rented sector you might be in. The situation I described to you before, where benefits no longer meet the cost of rents, that gap has increased massively. It's now, on the latest figures, I think it's about £250 a month between the amount of benefit people receive for a property in London and the amount of rent they pay. So it's completely unsustainable with regard to buying your own home, unless you have help from the bank of mum and dad or are on a really very high income. It's an impossibility. So that all of those pressures have got much more significant, and at the same time we've seen the entry of new players such as private equity companies like Blackstone, the American real estate giant, which now plays an ever-increasing role in the real estate market in the UK and in many countries around the world. They bought the Railway Arches portfolio for £1.5 billion in 2019, increasing rents for small and medium-sized businesses by 50% plus, and completely changing the nature of areas such as Hackney and Brixton, the composition of the businesses there. They bought student housing provider in the, I actually can't remember the figure now, but this is the biggest real estate deal, Blackstone's purchase of a student housing provider called IQ, which I think is in excess of a £4 billion deal. And, some of you will be familiar with how astronomical student accommodation is, well in excess of student fees, and they have moved into social housing. They now have their own for-profit social housing provider called Sage, and they are poised and ready and waiting for a downturn, which is here, in the economy, to swoop in and buy lots more property as prices start to drop. So that's a sort of quick summary. of where we were in 2017, what happened in the gap to mitigate any of these pressures? Nothing at all. They're even more out of control than they were then. And we know what the central government picture behind it all has been as well, of paralysis really when it comes to housing and planning. Nothing has happened at all. The government feel unable to tackle the property economy. You know, this is a country which runs on high property prices because it's an essential component of the GDP picture. Just to return to Grenfell now. You know, I felt in the aftermath of Grenfell, not on the day, but in the months following, that there had been a shift in how the social housing sector was seen. So now we're over 5 years after Grenfell. Where are we today? Well, I think what happened recently in Rochdale with the death of the toddler, the really horrific case of Awab Ishaq, who died from exposure to mould in his terrible condition home, shows that nothing at all has happened, because it was exactly the same thing. I mean, I'm not an expert here on the technical aspects of cladding or of conditions of the materiality, but I know that the fact that this family had repeatedly and over years complained about the conditions that they were being forced to live in, and had been met with counter arguments by the Housing Association that actually it was their cultural practices, such as having too many baths and that were to blame for the mould, just reflects the exact same contempt, really, for residents' experiences that we saw at Grenfell. So on that front, I'm afraid, I don't think really much has changed at all. So I'm very sorry to leave you with this bleak context, but I think if we can take any heart from a bleak context, it's to feel that, you know, once things get really bad, we surely, you know, galvanise to do something about it. So I'll move on now to...
Thank you very much. So next we're going to hear from Dr. Stuart Hodkinson, who is a lecturer in critical urban geography. His main research focus is on the new urban enclosure, with a specific interest in the politics, policy, and day-to-day realities of housing privatisation, urban regeneration, and state-led gentrification in the UK. His most recent research was an ESRC-funded project exploring residents' experience of public housing and estate regeneration in England under the controversial Private Finance Initiative. He is the author of Safe as Houses, which connects Grenfell to the wider process of housing privatisation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for inviting me here today to talk to you about Grenfell and about what's happened since. So I just want to pick up straight away from what Anna's just been talking about in terms of what's changed. And that particular example in Rochdale. So I've actually been working with a tenants and residents group in Rochdale for about 4 years now. And it's really interesting because there's a negative aspect to that story, but there's also, like Anna was saying, there's a positive potential upturn. So this group of residents have been trying to stop the demolition of social housing blocks in Rochdale. There's a very iconic 7 tower blocks called the Seven Sisters, which dominate the skyline, and you can see Rochdale from you know, the Pennines and so on through those tower blocks. So it's really important part of the landscape, the urban landscape of Rochdale, and there's a lot of affection and affinity that the residents of the community in Rochdale have towards those blocks, but also those blocks are like a bit like Grenfell. They've been they've been run into the ground through decades of state facilitated neglect, and they've been sold off to a housing association that had all the kind of trappings of, we're for the tenants, like we're a co-op, we're a mutual, we're owned by our tenants, we're owned by our employees, and we're gonna do the right thing for the social housing tenants of Rochdale. And of course, they're just like any other housing association. They are structured by the regulation, the finances, and the kind of bottom line, which means that they've been pursuing development over maintenance for quite some time. And the family of Arab Ishaq, yes, they had complained many times, and they were ignored, and they were also kind of treated as if it was their fault, which is something we've seen. Kwejo Tenaboa also has been documenting how when residents come forward and complain about damp, mould, condensation, whatever it might be, it's always, you're doing something wrong. And it's not got anything to do with that. It's the structure of the building. Often there's been a renovation work's been done terribly by really poor contractors, and they've left a legacy of damp and mould that then kills people. And the first response of the landlord and of the local authority, I'm afraid in this instance as well, is to blame the individual tenants. Interestingly though, because this poor kid died, and there was a really brave coroner's report, and there was a very powerful intervention by a doctor who was working in the hospital who made sure that this became an elevated case. The estate that our lived on is now is having to have major urgent remediation works, because every single property on the estate, 1,000 homes, has got the same chronic damp and mould problem that killed this kid. And the housing association, Rochdale Borough-wide Housing, was trying still after the inquest, after the coroner's report, was still trying to blame, or trying to downplay and say it's a one-off. And it wasn't. It was basically neglect on a massive scale, because they didn't care about the people in there. They just wanted to get money to build new housing and knock down what they already had. And it kind of, I think the hope in that is that, and it shouldn't take a death, but the fact is that the community has been organising all this time to try and save their homes and get better conditions. And the moment there was this disaster, they were listened to for the first time in 4 or 5 years. And suddenly there's money available to remediate the estate. And suddenly Michael Gove is interested and is coming down to talk to them because they already exist. And if they hadn't have kept going when there was despair and despondency, then there wouldn't have been this organised force. So I think a lesson from Grenfell, which is exactly what the Grenfell Action Group represents, is that you have to keep going. And if you keep going, when there is this opportunity, you will fill that political void, you will be listened to, and you will potentially get improvements. And it shouldn't take a disaster to do that, we know, but that unfortunately is the reality we're living in. I just want to pick up something that was said this morning about competency, that Jose Torre was talking about, that we've got this, for him the lesson of Grenfell is this issue of competency, that if we had competency we probably wouldn't have had Grenfell. And I think what he was arguing was that deregulation failed to keep up with innovation, so we had deregulation by incompetence. Effectively the industry deregulated itself through just kind of incompetently, avoiding the regulation. And I think there's a bit of a problem in that analysis, if that's what he meant. Maybe he didn't mean that, but I think there's a problem with that, because yes, there was a lot of incompetence around Grenfell. We know that the inquiries exposed incredible amounts of it, but we also know that there was an incredible amount of competency by the firms involved in Grenfell, in that whole chain of people involved. They were very competent at deception, cutting corners, gaslighting residents. They were very competent at value engineering. They were very competent at evading accountability. In fact, they were very competent at doing business. And that is a learned behaviour. That's not like, oh, we're incompetently making loads of money here. How have we done that? Right? It's a learned behaviour, but it also takes place in a context. You had the kind of junior people who were also incompetent at making money, and you had senior people who were very incompetent, but they still managed to make money. And it took place in a context of a wider sort of environment of not just deregulation, but of self-regulation. And I think that's important to flag up, that it's not just cutting red tape, as they call it. It's also creating an environment in which you can get away with not even obeying the regulations, because there isn't a system in place anymore to like an independent person, an independent regulator, an independent body like building control who comes in and says, you can't have that, you can't do that, take that out, that's not in the regs, that's unsafe, that's going to cause damp and mold, that's a fire problem. It's all kind of left within the sort of self-regulating environment of a construction site or you know, collusion between all the different actors involved. And that's what Grenfell exposed to me. It exposed this kind of like, everyone managed to make money out of evading basic accountability in terms of health and safety and stuff like that. So that's one of the important legacies of Thatcher. You know, I know we said that maybe it didn't all begin with Thatcherism, but I feel like Thatcherism kick-started the march towards self-regulation, which was really driven home by Blair and Brown, who moved on from deregulation and basically said, let's start to cut the actual bodies, the inspectors, the regulatory bodies, let's cut those and let's make them do more with less. And obviously, you know, I had some encounters with the health and safety executive during my research where they basically said, what we used to be able to do, we can't do anymore. We have to go after the really, really, really bad contractors, and the people that you've encountered in your estates with all these terrible things, they're not on our naughty list. And I was thinking, oh my God, there's like worse contractors than these. And these are the Rydens who, like, you know, aren't normally seen as being the bad guys. But obviously, I've got experience of them, and I know the kind of work that they do. And the health and safety executive was basically saying, in order for us to intervene, there would have to be something so serious, such a serious breach of imminent sort of threat to life on a building site. And if it's not there, we just, I'm afraid, we can't do anything about it. And that, to me, flags up this other thing, which is a lesson of Grenfell. It's like, where do residents, like Grenfell Action Group, like as of right now, if we sort of go back to Grenfell and then we come into the present moment and we think about what's changed, in 2017, those residents had tried every single legal, political, institutional route and didn't really get anywhere. They were deflected from all the way around the system. Since Grenfell, we've had a lot of, you know, legislation and Building Safety Act, and we've had like new powers for the regulator, and everyone's saying go to the Ombudsman now. What's actually, where would the Grenfell Action Group go now? Where would they go if Grenfell was happening now? Where would they actually go? And to me, that they wouldn't really go anywhere. Nothing materially has really changed in sort of like where the residents go. They still lack a place where they can go with their concerns, someone will listen to them, and then come in and inspect and say, you know what, you're right, this is really unsafe, we're going to take over from you now, and we're going to do something about this. And I wrote about this in my book, that I feel like residents need an independent body that they can go to with urgent health and safety issues about their housing, which will not then force them back into an individualised process, which will take years if they can be bothered and they can get legal aid for it, where they can try and get their landlord or someone to fix something, which is like a matter of life or death. They need an independent body to do that. And I feel like if we have gone down a different road since Grenfell, where we'd actually said the lesson from Grenfell is that residents need a real place with real teeth that doesn't make it about individuals, makes it a collective thing. So, and I still think we need that. So I know that Eddie was talking about maybe there's something hopeful coming in the week. I think if it isn't something that takes it out of the individual adversarial legal system and is an actual regulatory body for tenants, then we'll have got nowhere, absolutely nowhere. 2 more things. Am I all right for time, or have I been going on for too long? Okay, I'll keep going then. So 2 more things. Another thing that was mentioned this morning, again by Jose, I'm not picking on him, is that he said, okay, you know, stay put. The vast majority of buildings, you know, were designed to stay put. So they were designed with complementation, and therefore, you know, okay, yes, there's lots of issues and problems that we've seen in Grenfell, but overall, they've been designed to stay put in safely. So he was talking about how can we think about an equitable approach to staying put, right? Which I feel is the wrong question. I think the right question should be, how do we create an equitable system of egress? Most people, having seen Grenfell, are not going to stay and hang around and wonder if the building is going to function as it was originally designed or built. They're going to want to get out. And while most people can get out, there'll be a large minority, and we're talking here about general needs social housing, for example, where it's not like 5% or 1% or whatever of that block may be disabled or may not be able to get out by themselves. It could be 25%, 30%, up to 50% of the block. What we're going to do for them so that they can get out in the event of another type of fire spread situation? And we're not just talking about cladding here. I'm talking about a fire that takes place in a where the bins are, goes up the bin chute, and the smoke and the toxic gases that are going through that block, and no one knows it's happening because there's nothing to detect it and alert it. What we're going to do about that? They don't want to stay put. People don't want to stay put and be gassed. They want to be able to get out. So I think the whole focus since Grenfell of the government in trying to evade the single most obvious lesson, which is that we need to work out how people can get out of a tall building when it's on fire, has been completely blocked. And yet we've got alarms, sprinkler systems, we've got other things that we could be installing right now, which would move away from stay put, give everyone the choice to stay put or to get out if they want to, if they need to. And he cited these statistics, which said that 90-odd%, 98% of fires don't spread because people don't evacuate in the event of a fire. Now, I pointed out the problem with that this morning, but I want to raise it as a general issue about data, about knowledge, because he was talking about knowledge. Does anyone know how many buildings there are that have got cladding, flammable cladding insulation, that have got missing fire doors, that have got no self-closers? Does anyone have the exact figures or data on that in England, for example? It's a rhetorical question. You definitely don't have that data because that data doesn't exist, right? And one of the ways we could think about evidencing that is fire incident data. And fire incident data has, since it was the new system that was created in 2007-8, it specifically doesn't ask the firefighters the questions that would enable them to leave a legacy of knowledge about each fire that they attend that we could learn from. So when you have people citing statistics from fire incident data saying, stay put works, the database is not set up to ask the questions about whether stay put works or not. You cannot draw that conclusion from it. And what it shows is that we've had a real missed opportunity pre-Grenfell, which was to create a fire incident data approach which would actually capture knowledge that's useful for architects, for designers, for contractors, and for firefighters as well, and for building managers and owners. And yet since Grenfell, only now is the government commissioning a very slow process of reforming fire incident data capture for the future now. And we're nearly 6 years on, and that data is we've lost 6 years of potentially really incredibly rich data about what firefighters find in fires. So we really must improve our data capture and collection systems for the purpose of learning. And I'm going to end there, but I've got something else to say later about wildfires. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our final speaker is Liam Ross, who is an architect and senior lecturer in architectural design at the University of Edinburgh. Liam's research focuses on building standardization as a mode of design. It seeks to foreground the governed mentalities embedded within familiar norms and to trace the way those mentalities are translated and inscribed into built form. His work has been published in Arc Plus, ARG, Architectural Theory Review, among other publications. He first his first monograph, Polytechnic Cities, Architecture, Fire Safety and Standardization, studies the way architects work with and around the requirements of fire safety standards. Since the Grenfell fire, Liam has worked to improve architects' and architectural students' understanding of fire and fire safety design from a technical, historical and theoretical perspective through his teaching at Edinburgh University, through CPD, and through consultation for the London School of Architecture and University College London. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I hope what I have to offer is going to resonate with kind of Anna and Stuart's, the kind of themes that you've both brought up around deregulation and housing tenure, but I'm going to try and do it specifically through thinking about fire safety regulation. And what I wanted to try and do, I suppose, is getting to Grenfell at the end, kind of put that in a little bit of context of the historical development of fire safety, and particularly how we might see a kind of politics to fire safety regulation. And I want to start, I'll do it in kind of two ways. I want to start just by asking you to look at this image a little bit. This is a drawing of another fire on the site of the Grenfell Tower. It's a detail from the bomb damage maps that occurred during the Blitz. And it details a series of bombs that fell precisely on the site of the future Grenfell Tower during that period, and which effectively cleared the space for the Lancaster West estate and the Grenfell Tower. And I want to just, I suppose, ask us to think about a few things that we could kind of see from this, about the relationship between, I suppose, fire risk, poverty, and tenure. I haven't got another drawing to show, but it may be in your mind, as Charles Booth's map of London poverty, in which he kind of, in a very uncanny way, uses exactly the same colour scale as this damage map. And black, in that case, means poverty, and yellow means wealth, and the grades between the difference. So, and his map of Notting Dale is uncannily similar to this map. That is, there's a kind of very close overlap between where was bombed and where was already poverty-stricken. And there were kind of logical relations between that, right? This was a working class housing area, was a site of industry, there was a barrage balloon depot, there was a Rolls-Royce engine plant. This was bombed because it was where working class people lived, and they were a strategic target during the war. So that kind of fire, so there's one kind of vulnerability that comes from this that we can see here through the Blitz, but it also kind of constructs something moving forward. So it made the space for the Lancaster West estate, made space for a kind of shift in tenure, which, you know, things that Anna's been talking about, made a space for aspirational housing projects, but which create legacies when they're not maintained, kind of problems, perceived problems for incumbent councils as to those maintenance issues, but also perceived opportunities for them. That is kind of, that this is land that can be sold. The space that the Blitz cleared is space that a future council can try and sell off. So it creates a certain kind of vulnerability for the future tenants of that land. So I think there's a kind of historical link, as it were, between these two fires, which we can kind of see through this map. But I think what I also want to sort of try and do, I guess, is kind of go a bit further back in history. You know, we can see kind of other ways that fire had in fact already shaped this map. So if we go back to the Great Fire, the tenure map, you know, the way the property was subdivided in Notting Dale and Notting Hill is a direct effect of the 1667 Reconstruction Acts. The building we're sat in is, in kind of sense, the clauses of the 1667 Reconstruction Act in bricks and mortar. The space, this way the windows are set back, the distance between them, what the materials of this building are, the height of the party walls. I mean, almost every aspect of this building is kind of already the result of kind of fire safety and fire safety regulation. So I suppose I wanted just to kind of begin by trying to think how embedded thinking about fire safety is within the city and how determinant it is of different urban forms. But the second thing I wanted to do, I suppose, is try to chart, I guess, two sort of very broad, and this is going to be extremely caricatured, and I'm caricaturing here something I try and do in a bit more detail in the book that you mentioned. I suppose two broad kind of tendencies, which I think will kind of come to this kind of questions of deregulation and self-regulation that Stuart's talking about, that we can see in the history of fire safety regulation. And I want to talk about some that seem to me really kind of come home in the Grenfell Tower fire. So if we go back a really long way, I suppose I want to think about fire is a constructed risk. It's not a natural risk. Fire is a kind of risk that the city makes for us. There are no fire safety regulations before we have cities. In Scotland, the first ones come out in the 15th century when we make royal boroughs. And before that time, as it were, fire is thought of through, we could say, a kind of mentality of individual responsibility. If you have a private house, private land, catches fire, that's your problem. What we see really, the emergence of the city, the beginning of a kind of legal infrastructure around that. So, and I think a kind of arc, and I said this would be a caricature, a kind of arc from that early point through to maybe the Second World War, kind of arc in which through various kind of structures, that risk that fire constructs is gradually collectivized. So in Edinburgh, the city I live in and kind of study and most familiar with, we see that first through physical infrastructures, water places put in first to fight fire before we have private water supplies. We see the development first of kinds of forms of private sector risk sharing. So the first firefighting services are private sector, and they're there to service particular business needs. But scandals occur when essentially there's a problem that fire doesn't respect property boundaries. So if one property is insured and others not, there were scandals around rival brigades not fighting neighbouring fires. And this creates the political situation in which we start to have things like municipal fire brigades, which again happened first in Edinburgh. And gradually that kind of develops into the kinds of structures we recognise today, kind of detailed regulations about building design, egress, materiality, etc. The World War II is a massive catalyst for this. This is when we nationalised the fire services. It's when we get first national building codes. And I suppose I want to think about that as a certain kind of high watermark of the way in which fire is a kind of prompt for what we might think of as a kind of technologies of solidarity, kind of ways in which these constructed risks are shared. I think the kind of pattern that we see in the post-war context in Britain really seems to chart quite a different kind of arc, and again I'm going to caricature it massively. But emerging after the Second World War, we get firstly a kind of a set of concerns that are one about trying to undo the kind of historical and piecemeal nature of prescriptive regulation, the development of fire safety science as a discipline. And I think that discipline has been, throughout its duration, explicitly opposed to the idea of regulation. And I think we saw that a little bit in kind of Jose's presentation this morning, that deregulation is necessary to innovation in that sense. And so we see a number of kind of things, and Stuart, you've already kind of mapped a number of them out, and ways in which the question of safety can be deregulated in different kind of fields, whether that's movements towards private sector certification. But I think the kind of most important thing I want to kind of draw attention to, I suppose, is the way in which innovations in fire safety thinking during this period do not take the form of mandatory standards in the way that we see kind of developing pre-war, but are really focused on expert consultancy. They're focused on how particular kinds of markets can be constructed for expert services to be provided. And I'm going to come back to Thatcher now, this kind of the cartoon villain in this, but I think that we can see really a way in which these things come together really in a really kind of intricate way during that period, and particularly around, say, the design of atrias, in which we have the deregulation of financial services markets, the construction of the needs for new kinds of buildings, the deregulation of the architectural practice, the construction of new kind of markets for consultancy, and also the construction in a market for legislation, so the way in which particular design consultancy firms like Arabs actually become people who don't just design buildings, they design regulatory frameworks. I think the atrium is a really interesting question in which the whole idea of regulation becomes a privatizable commodity, something that companies can take to other countries to spread the market for their own products. So I'm trying to kind of, in this very kind of cartoony way, I suppose, draw two different sort of tensions between maybe an ambition to collectivize risk that we see principally in prescriptive mandatory standards. On the other hand, an ambition to kind of privatize and commercialize expertise that we see more principally in a kind of post-war context. And I suppose I'm trying to do this because I think for me, these are useful ways to think about the post-Grenfell regulatory context, because I think those two opposing tendencies were really marked post-Grenfell. I think the Hackett report, which explicitly said combustible cladding was not the problem, which explicitly said the solution was not more regulation, which explicitly said the culpable actors need to own their risk and be prosecuted, is a very clear expression of that governmentality, if you like, a very clear expression that risk can be owned, privatized, singularized. I think what we see and the kind of contraposition to this, so say what the one that the RIBA advocated for bans on combustible cladding, I think kind of follows that countervailing argument that we need stronger regulation, stronger government. I suppose I guess I want to kind of close and here think about the materiality of fire and how it kind of shapes those political questions. Is that I think we're seeing through the Grenfell inquiry the difficulty of prosecuting individual responsibility. It's going to be really difficult to follow those manufacturers overseas, prosecute obvious negligence. And the people who are left owning the risk of Grenfell are not the people who are responsible for it. The people who have buildings with faulty cladding, those are not the people who are responsible, but they are the people who are being left holding and owning that risk. Whereas the people, as it were, who nominally own it are able to commercialize upon that. So I think I suppose I'm going to kind of try and end just thinking that I think there is a kind of material quality of fire, that it kind of has a disposition in that question. Fire is something that spreads, whether we like it or not. And I think these kind of systems which we've seen that try to kind of package it and privatize it have historically failed. So that's where I want to end.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to introduce Caitlin Cahoon. Sorry, she's a housing policy officer at the Greater London Authority. Amongst other policy areas, she leads on implementation of the Mayor's building safety standards. Prior to working for the GLA, she worked with community groups in Southwark, including the 35% campaign, and also worked at the Southwark Law Centre. Most recently, she has received Arts Council funding for a project connecting young photographers in Southwark with housing activism. The project will culminate in a multimedia exhibition later this year. I wonder if you wanted to start by saying anything at all?
I guess start by saying I think it's been a really enriching day to hear such a variety of people speak, and I think it's really good to be able to take stock these many years later and recognize that this is still an incredibly huge issue that's still impacting a lot of people. And I think for me, in terms of the last few conversations we've just had, I think sort of 4 themes come out, which is how do you sort of function in a system where it's based on a market system, and how regulation and competence is only one element of that. Also talking about engagement and the voices of people who are impacted by things, and how do you embed that going forward. And also, I guess, talking about the ongoing impact that this crisis has had and continues to have on a lot of people. I guess in terms of engagement, I think, we're supposed to see the new building safety regulator in place very shortly. one of the elements of that building safety regulator is supposed to embed tenant voices. And I think that's only something we can wait to see whether or not it has the intended impact. If it did, that would be a positive thing, but I think that's only time will tell. I think in terms of what the GLA does in response since Grenfell, the really good work of my colleagues Remy and Daisy Ann, who's actually in the audience there, of engaging consistently with Grenfell United to ensure that their voices are heard when policies are framed, is something that needs to be embedded across the public sector and across all realms of policy, not just building safety. I think also the GLA has just successfully run a pilot on post-occupancy evaluation, and I think that's one step forward to seeing how you can embed resident and tenant experiences of the space that they live in. And I think it also helps to sort of decouple this idea that residents or tenants don't have the ability to technically engage with their environment. I think that's a myth that really needs to be busted quite strongly. And I think that's something that can sort of create impact going forward, especially if it's taken on by the sector more broadly. I think there's also, as has already been mentioned, I think there's a really big need for the government to recognise the impact that high-rise buildings have on disabled residents and the need to introduce personal emergency evacuation plans. That still hasn't been done. I know Michael Gove has sort of indicated that he's open to that being considered now again, but again, time will tell. And I think in terms of the market response, I guess for me it's useful to view it in the lens of what a non-legislative body like the GLA can and can't do to respond to the market system that we function in. And I guess the mayor's ban on combustibles is one of the efforts to do that, to remove any loopholes, because I think, as the inquiry showed, it doesn't matter what level of competence you have or what regulations you have, so long as they're open to interpretation, they can be manipulated and twisted. And I think an all-encompassing ban is one way forward to kind of express that. And I think even the fact that the government acknowledged that in banning these materials over 18 meters is an acknowledgement that anything but clear regulation can be sort of avoided, whether intentionally or unintentionally. I think also the mayor's view that the BRE and all other testing accreditation bodies should be nationalized is to address the fact that so long as testing happens in a marketized system, the main motive is profit, and the main motive is not the sort of safety of people who will be impacted by these products that are going onto the market. And I think also ultimately, unless there's a requirement to reveal testing data that companies sort of commission, there isn't any guarantee that any testing is representative of the safety of a product. And I think we can see that the private rights of individual companies are often put above the collective rights of residents, and also limit the power of sort of public authorities to intervene in those circumstances. As we could see when the BBA requested further information from Arconic, and that information wasn't forthcoming. And I think it's also testament to the sort of austerity environment in which we exist. As you sort of pointed out earlier, without adequate funding, the HSE can't really sort of regulate or investigate all sort of instances of mispractice. And I think even the new building safety regulator that's supposed to sit within the HSE, without adequate funding, that's not going to be as strong as it could be. But yeah, those are the sort of main kind of points I wanted to touch on.
Thank you very much. I suppose I wanted to open up and start by talking about, you mentioned learned behaviour, which I think you've all kind of touched on in very different ways, and how you maybe see that as impacting all of the, I mean, it's a very open question, but professions moving forward. Have you thought about how kind of a process of unlearning, or if that's through the voice of the tenant, or, I mean, I know it's a very wide question, but maybe to kind of throw that one out. Yeah?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, I think the systems that we create a culture, don't they? And the culture then is reproduced over time. So I was talking about fire incident data, and I know it might sound a bit geeky, but it's very interesting that you've got a fire incident and you've got a system that has 166 something like questions, and the questions that aren't there are almost like the ones that we all probably post Grenfell will be kind of going, why is that not a question there? Why is that not a question about that? So that system reproduces itself. So firefighters, after an incident, they fill it out, and they are in the context of cuts to fire services, cuts to firefighters, cuts to fire brigade, appliances, stations, and filling out a form, a very sort of quite a boring process of often quite irrelevant questions probably to them. They don't in that moment think, wow, I'm leaving a legacy of information and intelligence and research and knowledge here that could save lives in the future. They're thinking, I'm getting off my shift in a couple of hours, I've just been in a fire for 4 hours, I'm feeling really ill, and I just don't want to fill these questions out. And what happens is, and I've spoken to the fire brigade about this, that yeah, over time, people just kind of tick boxes and, the data's there, and we think the data means something, and then when we speak to firefighters, they say, oh no, that's not how I interpret that question. So if you've got that being reproduced in like very different interpretations of questions over time, no one really cares about the data because they don't see the benefits of it, and it's just a thing they do. That is a learned behaviour. Now, if we were to change the value of data, change the value of an incident and learning and education from it, and tell firefighters and fire brigade, look, this could have stopped Grenfell if this question was in and you took that question seriously, we would have had data on cladding, facade fires, we would have data about spread beyond the flat of origin. We'd have so much information that we could have gone, shit, look, there's a pattern here. Since this date, we've seen this number of fires increasing over time, loads of stuff. And okay, who would have looked at that data? Maybe other parts of the jigsaw puzzle would have not been interested because, like Pete says in his book, Show Me the Bodies, no one's going to be interested until there's a disaster, and then we go, oh, if we'd only looked at all the information we had prior. But I think if we to change the way we approach fires, learning from them, that will help change a culture, hopefully, where firefighters realise the value of them as they're not just putting out a fire, they are the eyes and ears, and they are data collectors, and they can use their knowledge and experience to know how a fire has behaved in a flat. They can think about the environment, whether there was blockages, getting the fire engines in, and they can leave such important data. But the problem then is, if there's no infrastructure, no resources to take that data forward and learn from it, then they'll think over time, why should we bother again? So a lot of this is connected, but I feel like we have to reverse the austerity drive in the fire service. And this is why it picks up upon the point I was going to make about wildfires. If we think that cladding is a problem, and if we think that maybe modern methods of construction 10 years down the line is going to be a problem, let's think about what climate change and poor land management and like the stripping out of the fire brigade is going to mean for our ability to fight wildfires in 5 years, 3 years, even 5 years, 10 years, because they're coming and we're not ready for them because we've been mismanaging our natural environment. And we've created a huge disaster in the future. And again, the government's like, oh, wildfires, we hadn't really thought about those. And yet again, the knowledge is there, the science is there, the warnings are there, firefighters' experiences are there, Peak District managers' knowledge is there, and government's like, well, what should we do about it? Let's sort of think about it again. So we are repeating the mistake of the past, which is to always imagine that it's not going to happen. We've got more time. I spoke to the fire service in West Yorkshire a few weeks ago, and they said, we thought we had 5 more years. We thought the last summer's heat wave was 5 years away, and we thought we would have time, and this was such a shock. And now we think we haven't got time, we need to act now. There's an urgency at the local level, but where's that going upwards? It's really interesting to think, does the government think it's their problem? You talk about ownership of risk, and does the government really think that it's their problem to protect us from things, or do they think it's industry's problem, the fire brigade's problem, landowners' problem, and they're just there sort of, to facilitate the sharing and the privatising and the socialising of risk?
Yeah, I've got something to offer on this, I guess, about learned behaviour of architects. Yeah. So it's a trigger warning, this is going to be critical of architects. I'm going back to Peter's. Peter brought up some of the comments of the architects in the Grenfell inquiry, in which specifically it was stated, I didn't think the architect's responsibility was to check for safety issues. I thought the architect's role was just to ensure the cladding complied with the architectural intent. And I wanted to kind of think about the word architectural intent for a moment. Just sharing a kind of anecdote, actually with another one of the expert witnesses. He had been investigating a crushing issue with another building, and there was a building where a kind of corridor narrowed on the way out, and he was interviewing that architect, and the architect said the kind of regulating lines of these two lines that created the crushing thing, they were the architectural intent, and it was really, they didn't want to sacrifice that. And he was asking me, he just couldn't understand this, like, how could you think like that? And so I tried to give him something of, what are the learned behaviors we have as architects? Some of which I learned in this room, because I learned those behaviors. And I told him about how you used to get trained in the École de Beaux-Arts. I kind of explained what the partie is, right? And I was like, okay, this is how architects used to get trained. They got locked in a room for 24 hours. They made a concept sketch. And the way they were assessed was they then spent a year detailing that. And they were assessed on whether the end result was exactly the same as the beginning. Like, the learned behavior is keeping true to your intent. And that is really toxic behavior. That's a really toxic learned behavior that architects have. But I think when we hear the kind of, the testimony that Peter was showing, it's one that's there in our industry, and it prohibits us from hearing things.
Yeah, I was going to make a broader point, I think, about learned behaviour relating to discourse, because I think discourse is very much about our learned behaviour. So if we just look at social housing discourse, I mean, although I ended on a really gloomy note, I think it has improved a little. If I think back to the period around Grenfell, poverty porn programmes were really in their pomp. And there's been a real backlash against some of that, really awful programmes like sort of Can't Pay or We'll Take It Away, the sort of bailiffs reality TV programme. And I think that's sort of seen in a different way now. But I mean, in terms of sort of how do we change discourse, that's like a much, much broader question. And I mean, it comes back to Stuart's point as well about wildfires. It's like, how do we change that discourse around climate change so that the links there, might be noticed? And for me, one of the sort of easiest answers, it's not easy at all, but I think just trying to speak in plain English and just managing to avoid that siloing and that hiding behind expertise, which certainly came up with Grenfell, comes up in finance repeatedly and in financial scandals. If it can't be understood by everyone in the room, then that's a really big problem. So I think discourse, once it's kind of much more accessible, it's much more transparent. So, that would be my sort of 2 pennyworth there on, something that we might be able to do.
Which I suppose comes back to comments on intent, very much so. Architecture and intent being sort of one idea of something in its own kind of bubble and then being transferred further and further and further down.
Yeah.
How that relates to the professionals, like one conversation in one time, as 2 people maybe understanding completely different versions of what it is that they're actually understanding of each other in that moment about the intent of what has been designed.
Yeah, is it possible just to respond to that? Yeah, because I mean, I wonder if I can just tie that back a little bit to this kind of question of competence and the way that was really foregrounded as the solution to this issue, and i.e. that if we have more expertise, this wouldn't have happened. And I have to say I'm really doubtful about that logic. I'm really doubtful. You know, I think Jose described the fact that even he can't step back to see the big picture after 5 years of professional expertise studying it. And so I think that, the answer is not that everyone can become an expert. And then I think it does raise this question of how does expertise talk to others? And I suppose that's kind of where I would sort of come down to that. What is the job of regulation? What is the job of standardization, right? It has to be able to communicate from expertise to ignorance. It has to be able to bridge that gap. If it doesn't, it failed. And I just do not think we can say we can depend on experts.
I mean, I'd also say expert to expert.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, no, exactly. To use Jose's sort of Seurat metaphor, right? We're all those little dots, right? Even the experts are little dots, and they can have a trouble talking to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think, the point that you make about experts talking to experts, it's also, unless those channels of communication exist in a legitimate way, those conversations aren't sort of productive or foregrounded in the kind of decisions that are made. And I think there is a lot of expertise around, but whether or not all the different expertise has an ability to speak to each other constructively is a completely different question, I think. And I think that's something that's very much at the forefront when you're thinking about policies, like how do you kind of bring those different things together and tie them together and ensure that they speak to each other in an efficient way. I think it's a challenging question. I think it's one that really sort of needs to be kind of considered quite closely going forward.
So maybe I'll open it up to the audience. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah.
Hi. Thanks very much. A couple of you have alluded to links between fire regulation and fire regulation and health and safety regulation. And it was really interesting, Stuart's point, talking about, because that was one of the big health and safety things, was that every 200 near misses is like an accident, and in every accident every one of those becomes a death. So if we can catch those near misses, then we can prevent those deaths. I was really curious if you can speak more about that, because I'm kind of curious why that health and safety process has gone through and has reduced deaths in construction. And I'm curious as to whether or not whether or not there are any differences, or whether or not the system is different, or whether or not it's different because in that case it's contractors who have already got skin in the game, and when it's about fire, then their skin's not in the game in that situation.
Interesting question. Yeah, okay. So let me just explain what I was talking about and see whether it resonates with what you're asking. I was part of I was doing a research project. I was working with residents on an estate in Brixton, or 1 mile north of Brixton, called Martsfield North. And on Martsfield North Estate, you had Ryden, and you had other contractors and developers, whatever, who were regenerating the estate, and they were refurbishing some properties, and they were also knocking some down and building some new ones, all to be council. And then they were selling off bits of land to the same developing sort of group who would build private flats and make lots of money out of it, right? So you had identification of the estate, keeping the social housing, refurbishing some of it. And it was all, as always we know, it's all great on paper. But the moment that starts, the residents live in an absolute hell for years as it's happening, because the people doing the work couldn't care anything about them whatsoever. It's a job. They want to cut corners. They want to make as much money as possible, and they don't care about the people living in the homes, right? That's sort of standard for me. That's how I expect things to roll out anyway. So we get everything that happened at Grenfell happen on that estate. It happens on every single estate that's been regenerated. You get the same stories of residents' homes being being sort of partially destroyed by contractors, people moving in and moving off the estate all the time. And I'm thinking to myself, right, this is a building site, this is a workspace. I don't understand health and safety legislation very much, but I'm going to try and find a body who's interested in what's going on here. The residents tried, as they did at Grenfell, they tried everyone. They tried the councillors, they tried their MP, some of them get solicitors, and everything's just a dead end. So I went to the Health and Safety Executive and I documented what I thought was a quite compelling 50-page report of health and safety breaches on that estate, which were health and safety breaches from the perspective of the residents, not from the perspective of law or the health and safety body. And I had a very interesting conversation with a health and safety investigator who, after 6 weeks, responded to the my sort of like report. As in, 6 weeks later, they said, right, we're going to investigate. I was like, yeah, but 6 weeks after we sort of showed you all of these, what we think are life-threatening types of situations, you're responding to that. So I got in an interesting conversation about what is actually your job? Like, what's your role in society? What do you actually do? And they say, we don't do the job that you think we do. We don't regulate health and safety in the way that you'd like us to. We are now increasingly just, and this is part of the whole wider self-regulatory environment that came under Blair and Brown, we just go after, we basically identify, it's on a risk basis, we identify the biggest risks and we go after the biggest risks, and everything else is kind of self-regulating. And then I thought, oh, okay, that's interesting, because the PFI contracts that I'm researching, they're the same. Like, every contractor on this project kind of self-certifies they've complied with building regs or whatever. The contractor then gets someone to come in and sign everything off as being compliant. They get paid by the banks. The local authority then pays the other companies. And the residents are living with water coming through their ceilings. You know, they've got all kinds of fire doors that are hanging off, new fire doors. And I'm like, how can they have been signed off? And you just go, you're trying to unravel it. The Health and Safety Executive wouldn't set foot inside anyone's flat because that's not their jurisdiction. They're just looking to see if a piano is going to fall off a building onto someone on the ground. And that's like, so where do they go? There's nowhere for them to go. So I hope that answers, it might not answer your particular question about deaths on sites, but what I'm thinking is, if it's the Health and Safety Executive, isn't it interested in the health and safety of the people who are living on an estate that's being, you know, reconstructed by the people that it's actually supposed to be regulating? And it's not. It's got no. It just goes up and says, "This has nothing to do with us." Go to trading standards. Send an email to trading standards. Sorry, this is not really what we do. Send an email to the fire brigade. Well, we don't really come out for these kinds of things anymore. We used to, but we don't. This is not really our role. So you just go around every single regulatory body and they just don't do the main thing, which I was hoping that would exist, which is like protecting residents from really awful building work contractors and trying to protect their lives. So I don't know why this model is producing less deaths on building sites, but is it a bit like with Grenfell? Fire deaths were falling all the way up to Grenfell. But then Grenfell happens as a massive sort of like aberration in the statistics. Are we not also potentially seeing, yes, falling deaths on building sites, but the buildings that are going up, are they safe? One day will they collapse and kill loads of people? And that's actually the same, it's connected to, but it's almost like the statistics don't show that because it's being stored up for the future, and we can't see that in any of these regimes, any of these kind of monitoring systems, because they're not collecting that kind of information. Sorry, it's a bit of a confused answer, but I think you probably... Yeah, okay, great. Thank God.
Okay, I think this works. I think that's a really interesting question. I think it kind of brings it back to looking at fire safety regulation and seeing how fragmented it is across lots of different types of legislation. And I think it being subsumed into health and safety, I think one of the reasons that it's seen within that category is because fire safety orders, that one mechanism that fire brigades can use to enforce remediation, are within the Health and Safety Act. And it's whether or not they can be categorized as a category 1 hazard. And I think this sort of, it being, fire safety being sort of piecemeally kind of addressed in lots of different types of legislation means that you kind of lose it as its own unitary sort of object, its own kind of risk, if that makes sense. So I think the health and safety sort of laws are very effective, as you say, to reduce deaths in construction, to reduce deaths at work. Like that's what it was purpose-built for, that legislation. And it's been sort of adapted to be able to be used in this context. Enforcement of remediation of fire defects, I guess, just wasn't really a priority before Grenfell, and has since become a priority, and that was the only legislative power that existed for fire brigades to do that. And so I think it's a creation of you're being tacked on to legislation or being able to use the existing legislative powers to be able to address changing landscapes and changing risks, basically, I think. I hope that kind of answers that.
Hi, thanks very much. Really great panel. And it's really nice to get into like some of this really nitty-gritty. Thinking about where we are 5+ years on from the Grenfell fire, obviously one of the biggest fallouts, certainly also in terms of public attention, has been the cladding scandal. And thinking about, you know, what we've taken from Grenfell or not, at least in my limited knowledge. So we're now in the middle of the building remediation program, which has obviously taken a long time to get moving. So thinking about, you know, what we've taken from Grenfell, at least in my limited knowledge of that, there's a lot of the same issues in play in terms of a lot of these issues that Stuart is mentioning about, you know, poor construction practices, but also that, you know, residents still aren't being listened to. And I just wondered, in your sort of diverse experiences, if you have anything to say about the remediation program or the wider kind of issues of high-rise cladding.
Yeah, sure. could go on for a long time. I'll keep this one short. So in terms of remediation, my thoughts are that we've only been focusing. The government has deliberately tried to minimise the problem from the beginning. It never wanted to find the problem. It wanted to try to hide it. So we tested a very specific cladding and insulation combination, which was on Grenfell Tower, found something, oh, we don't like that, and then there was pressure to sort of expand the testing outwards. And, you know, I can't believe it, but they dragged their feet for so long on that. I think partly because maybe there isn't the testing infrastructure that for an emergency like this, and that's partly a factor, but they had to be forced to test HPL. So we eventually get a ballpark of so many thousand buildings that need to be remediated, but we're only looking at 18+ metre buildings, right? Of which there's relatively few compared to the medium and low-rise buildings out there, which have, you know, didn't have the same legal supposed regulatory protections of limited combustibility. So who knows what's on those buildings, and they are not a priority. And that's why I think that there should be just a default position that we assume that anything that's been built since 2000 or 2005 maybe, anything that's been refurbished or built has probably got something very toxic and flammable in there, and people should be encouraged in an educational program to get out of the building in the event of a fire. Not necessarily because of something like Grenfell may happen to them, but just because we've now learned about toxicity of smoke and what it can do. So you don't want to be in a building sheltering safely inside a building while someone else's flat is on fire, when you could be inhaling very toxic substances that could give you all kinds of life-changing illnesses down the line. So in terms of remediation, but I think we should be asking a wider question about damp and mould and things like that. We shouldn't just restrict ourselves to thinking about cladding and fire stopping. We should be thinking about health and housing. How can we produce healthy housing? How could we have arrived at a situation where, you know, we had this post-war like an uplift in housing housing amount of housing, obviously, effectively ending homelessness, and we had people living in brand new estates, being very happy there, and we've now arrived at ourselves now in 2023, where the same estates that were once kind of like new refuges and new sort of safe havens, people from the private rental sector, are now killing them slowly through all this mold, and it's endemic. It's not like one or two properties. The stuff that happened during the Decent Homes programme, under the self-regulating sort of environment, you've got to think that the problems on the estate in Rochdale did not exist prior to their homes being refurbished under Decent Homes. Decent Homes, a new Labour government idea, in theory great, upgrading homes to a decent standard, but the people who upgraded them didn't upgrade them. They have, unfortunately, degraded them, and we're now seeing the results of that. And, we talk about housing associations having to put aside a lot of money for repair and whatever from Grenfell. The government needs to put billions to one. Decent Homes, I think, eventually was something like 15 to 20 billion pounds of investment in social housing over 2000 to 2010, 11, 12. They're going to have to put double that aside to think about probably remediating a lot of that work and then making our homes future-proof, climate change, heat waves, insulation that doesn't, make homes too hot at the wrong time of the year, all that kind of stuff. We've got a massive programme of works to make our homes healthy, which actually could be a very positive programme. It will create jobs, it will make people live in healthy conditions, and it could retrofit our homes for the future. I don't think I've heard government talk about that. And even the future Labour government yesterday with their 5 missions. No housing. Very strange. Sorry, was it that answer?
Maybe, just kind of. Oh, sorry. Just quickly, I suppose, just a couple of small things to add. So, both following on from Stuart's comments. So I suppose one thing would be to think about the kind of potential environmental degrading we might be doing through the recladding. So there is no insulant as effective, as thermally effective as those used on Grenfell with the same thickness. And we're recladding, we're replacing the same thickness of rock wall, we're making people's homes less energy efficient. And my understanding, I don't know a huge amount about it, but my understanding is there's often limits, like you can't change the footprint of the building and plan, you can't make the walls thicker, and there are ways we can make sure the replacement is also improving from other concerns like environmental concerns, and making sure things like planning regulation don't get in the way of that, I think is really important. But coming back to you, kind of Stuart's point about the kind of scale of the problem and not focusing only on what was revealed by Grenfell. So we saw that I think 98% of the buildings tested immediately after Grenfell failed the BS 8414 test. Then we saw through the Grenfell inquiry test that the BS 8414 test failed, and that's not doing enough. We just don't know the scale of that problem. But I guess I want to tie that back to this problem of owning risk, right? Maybe we can prosecute one manufacturer that was most causative to this, but I think the Grenfell inquiry revealed that all of those manufacturers were involved in the same practices. So, and I think insurers have told us that this is in fact a widespread practice, happening, and that is only the kind of question of fire. But I guess there's a danger of a kind of barn door thinking, of thinking only about the one thing. And I think your point about the near miss is really important to say, what else did this reveal? What else can we learn from it? Yeah.
Thank you. Well, we draw towards the close of what's been a really brilliant day. Another great panel. We're in an architecture school, and everybody in this room have become specialists in the shifting and manipulating of space, which is an old line from Alan Balfour, a previous chairman of the school. But architects do shift and manipulate space. That's essentially the core skill linked with specification. And I think that we should not lose sight of the fact that building is actually a very complicated process, whether at the large scale or the micro scale. And the very things that went wrong at Grenfell were to do with a failure in the shifting and manipulation of space at the detail, at the inches. There were gaps which shouldn't have been there. There were gaps which weren't filled when they should have been. It was the inability to see that in advance from the two-dimensional drawings, which was the core failure in all that. So I think that being in a school of architecture, we shouldn't forget that the training of the skills and the developing of the skills involved in shifting and manipulating space and then specifying to make that space ultimately safe is in its assembly is critical. Another point I think which is interesting, it's not been said yet today, unless I didn't hear it, but the fire that broke out in the fridge, in the kitchen, in flat 16, on the 4th floor, would never have left that flat if the building had not been recently supposedly upgraded. It's just worth remembering that. And that goes to a tremendous series of failures. The state put policy, which you, Stuart, have been referring to, is very interesting. We got two problems there, the future and retrofit. This country, like Korea, is the only country with Korea to have single staircase building in high rise. We're not going to be able to deal with that unless we actually strip out flats through a building and create second staircases. That's all possible. But we've got two things to deal with, the future and what we do, and the past and what we do in terms of retrofit. And I'll leave it there, but it's been a very, very interesting day.
Maybe I can just pick up.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed everything that has been said. I just wanted to draw on much of what has already been said by the speakers. But I kind of want to join the club of disagreeing with what Jose was saying in the morning about competency. And I think really, just like Stuart was saying already, that it was about serving a market. And so you had lots of people who were competent dealing with Grenfell, or at least they had inklings or instincts within themselves and thoughts about whether or not this was the right thing to do, and they never followed those instincts because they couldn't. They were serving the market. And I was kind of thinking about what Anna was saying and what Stuart has been saying, about like a broader picture, a picture like if we step back from the photo a bit more, from not just looking at the architectural side of things, but stepping back and saying, this isn't maybe just about fire safety and cladding, but there's loads of other health and safety issues like mold, and there's going to be more, right? And so is the solution then not to kind of impose more, I am for imposing more particular regulations actually, but to say that there needs to be a change in discourse, as Anna was kind of saying. And your suggestion was to say, we need to speak in more plain English. And so if we're going to change discourse, I wanted to ask, like the other speakers, what else can you do to kind of adjust discourse, to change the focus from like the market, to change this kind of blind following, this inability to think for yourself, this lack of agency that we see amongst many of the actors involved in Grenfell, this just like failure to like take responsibility. And it's because the discourse is all focused so heavily on the market and serving the market. The BBA, the BRE, building control were all serving market interests, and that was ultimately these like terrible manufacturers. So then what can you do, really, as adding on to what Anna has said about speaking in plain English?
Yeah, I mean, as one of the non-architects on the panel, obviously I think that it's not just about mistakes which were made with the building. I mean, I take the point that there were multiple failures, of course, and those were essential, but, it was the failure to listen to the repeated complaints over many, many years. So what can be done to change the discourse apart from speaking in plain English? I mean, I think one of the elements which came out of the Grenfell inquiry was how marginalised the social housing tenants were, not just at Grenfell, but actually in the inquiry as well, and the opportunities that social housing residents had to participate in the inquiry were also quite limited. Social housing residents are marginalised. You know, they're marginalised by the people who run local authorities and the people who run housing associations. They're marginalised in the media and they're marginalised in the discourse. So, you know, I said before, I think there's been a sort of slight improvement in the way that social housing residents are looked at, and I think there has, because austerity is now affecting, you know, perhaps the majority of people. There has been a change in the discourse in how we look at people on lower incomes, because so many people are on lower incomes. But I think, you know, it's kind of, ultimately, it's up to us how we change the discourse. The discourse is us speaking together in events like this and writing about events like this and trying to make connections with other disciplines and other industries and trying to talk in a different way. So put social housing residents at the centre of discussions like this. I mean, you know, I know you worked with 35%, but I suppose it's notable that I don't know if there are many social housing residents in the room or have been on panels like throughout the day. And then I think just, you know, think a little bit more about our language, you know, the whole culture of best value, which has permeated PFI and local government for the last 40 years. You know, we're starting to hear a bit more talk about social value rather than best value. You know, we've got to sort of talk about that much, much more. So, yeah, that's a slightly waffly answer.
Well, it's absolutely right.
Thank you.
I'm just going to offer two thoughts. I suppose one of the things I was trying to do in my own talk, I think speaks to your question to a certain degree, in that I suppose I was trying to see how I think there is a relation between Grenfell and deregulation, longer and broader programs of it, and I think they are around the way in which responsibilities for safety have been progressively shifted into a private sector situation that is subject to a cost incentive. And that's what deregulating the architectural profession is about. That's what private sector certification is about. I think that's a problem. Like, we have to try and remove the cost incentive from the question of safety. Sounds simple, but I guess the other thing is sort of going, just to pick up on, because this issue of competence, I want to make sure there's a danger that doesn't sort of become a dirty word or something. Because I suppose I was, on the one hand, trying to make an argument. I don't think it's the whole answer. You know, I think there are other things. But coming to Paul's, just linking back to Paul's kind of point, I certainly, as an architect, had really profound learning moments through the Grenfell inquiry of thinking, oh my God, I did not know that. You know, like listening to someone say, how hot is a chip pan fire, right? At what temperature does UPVC melt? At what temperature does a plastic vapor barrier catch fire? How does polyethylene perform while it's burning? Right? I didn't know that stuff, right? And just like Paul is saying, I could have looked at that drawing, that 2D drawing, and I could have not known that that was dangerous. And that's a problem. Right? We do have to. So I think the competence is, we have to get more competent. I mean, we have to be able to see that as architects, right? I suppose my only argument is that I think it's not like everything. Yeah.
Plastic as in plastic windows, deforms and loses its integrity at boiling point.
Incredibly low. I mean, how did I not know that, right? A boiling kettle can melt your window.
Deform it, so it's no longer got any structural integrity. 180 degrees and it's
incredible. Yeah, but there, and
but
where are...
Fire in a groove, if this lot was going full bore, fire would be up to could be up to 1,500 degrees.
Yeah.
So at 1,500 degrees, this room would be on full bore, and yet you've got all the products like that will be offered 200 degrees. So, I mean, it's staggering.
But this is not knowledge that trips off every architect's tongue.
That's what takes us. That's what takes us straight back to the issue of it needing to become part of the culture of all of our education, me included, from the beginning. Just as we do with the eco agenda, everybody should have it instilled into them from day one. This needs to be your stock in trade knowledge. You can't be an architect without it, in my view.
Things to say. I was going to say exactly that at the end of the day, you know, how much can we change hearts and minds of people who have, you know, very strong views on things or ideologies? We have to get into education at an early age and okay, not make it into like a doctrine where you have to just learn the lessons of Grenfell. There's only one lesson. Actually, I think kids at school are very, very, very mature. I mean, the stuff they're learning is incredible, actually. Stuff we never touched when I was at school. So I think if we can get the Grenfell, if we can get Pete App's book into every course, you know, every degree program, every diploma, in here, you know, get a poster on the wall of his book and say, you know, discounted copies. Everyone's got to read it before they can start whatever they do here. That would be one great, I think, advancement. Secondly, get the case study of Grenfell into secondary education. Let our young people learn all the lessons, not just about the technical aspects, but about the social injustices, the policies that led up to it, the fact that governments didn't listen and didn't care. They need to learn that. And then I think that next generation of people will take that learning, hopefully, and it'll just, well, it's a bit magic thinking, but it could magically transform, you know, lots of things, because you've got that knowledge and you know what happened. You can't unsee it, you can't unthink it. And we definitely, when the BBC produced this Grenfell serialisation, or whatever they're going to do, the dramatisation, I really hope they get it right. But I really hope that a lot of people watch it and some things planned for after it, so that we can actually use it and bring it into like these spaces and all these other kinds of spaces to actually learn from what actually happened and make sure it never happens again.
But Stuart, if I may, that goes to the heart of what Anna is saying, which is that the whole of this complex territory has to be taken back into simple, straightforward, everyday language, so that the people involved, recipients, tenants, can actually understand it. It needs to be translated to them.
Can I just add to Stuart's list, because we haven't really, and this is a whole other symposium, we haven't really talked about the need to protect the role of the architect. And we are no longer protected anymore in our function, only in the title. So what that means really is planning applications can be submitted by anyone. It also means that contractors can produce drawings that go on site. So, and if you are an architect and you go through the whole 7-year process of finally being chartered and you set up a practice, you're not being indemnified professionally by anyone, because professional indemnity insurance companies don't want to provide a PI. So I do think it's time to open up a little bit. Well, what is the point of being an architect in the first place? Because we're expected to be competent and to have all this knowledge, but no one is protecting our role. Anyone can be an architect, anyone can submit a plan. I think we're one of the very few countries where you can submit plans, you can submit planning applications, you can submit technical drawings, and you don't have to be an architect. The only real benefit is to call yourself an architect with a capital A, unless I'm mistaken. I mean, it's a very old-fashioned argument, but it's a problem. And right now that there's an overhaul in the whole education about, you know, what's going to happen with the stages, I think it's worth opening up the question again. Well, what is the point if the profession isn't protected? That's another.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a question, because, like I said, I don't know this industry at all. But at the same time, I feel like, okay, we're having this conversation in London, and I don't know how many other
branches of this they are, how many other faculties or academic spaces or just part of that industry where this conversation is going on. So like one example, when the Arconic building was in Birmingham on the 4th year anniversary of the Grenfell fire, the Arconic building was taken over, an action was done by Palestine Action, and that building was shut down. Now, when I was there was like a lot of young people, and some of the children, they were like, yeah, free Palestine. But when it came to justice for Grenfell, a lot of these children and younger people, they were like, what's that? Well, I'm not here for that. I don't even know what that is. And so for me, it's about, okay, this is a London, I wouldn't say London-centric because that's not the correct format, but at the same time, how much is this conversation happening nationally? Because then I think, because this happened in London, like if Grenfell happened in Birmingham or Manchester, would we be talking about it here? So I just wanted to ask that question because you guys are the ones who have those networks with other people. There was someone here from Manchester earlier, but I just want to kind of open that conversation just because how many other spaces, because like in Leicester, I'm originally from Leicester, I don't know any architects having this conversation. I don't even know who they are, you know? So it's like, is the University of Leicester, are they talking about this? And, you know, people that are involved in those networks make sure that conversation continues nationally.
Maybe I feel like I should respond to that as, thanks. I mean, I can respond to it personally because I'm not from London and I came here to have this conversation. So I think you're kind of right. There is a kind of London centricity to this. We couldn't have got this panel together somewhere other than London, and there are obvious kind of reasons for that. Kind of whether, I don't know to what degree it's happening, you know, in every other school in the country. I know it's kind of happening in my own school, but Edinburgh has a very particular relationship with fire and with the Grenfell inquiry as well, so that's not really, maybe not representative either. So that's like I ventured an answer, it's a really rubbish one, but sorry, I'm not totally sure.
I mean, one point I'd make is that it is a tragedy which defined London. You know, it's a London tragedy, and I mean, you know, Stuart is also well placed to talk about, you know, he's from University of Leeds and talks about Grenfell a lot. For me, I am from London. It happened in London while I was in London. I went there. It's my city. I grew up here. So I can't really speak to how much it's happening in other parts of the country, but it changed this city. So that's one reason why it's so centred upon this city, but it certainly, you know, impacted the world really in those first few months. You know, thereafter, I'm less sure. But I think it is really important to query the extent to which we're being London-centric and we're talking to each other, basically. I mean, there are people in this room that I've seen before at Grenfell events, and that's not a bad thing. But, you know, you want it to obviously go significantly wider than that. Just to pick up on your point about the role of the architect, I mean, that's something that I think I've been aware of, again, as a non-architect, but as a sort of, you know, architect sympathetic person. For all the time I've worked in an architecture department and I've written about these sorts of topics, you know, I've just been really aware that the role of the architect and planner, actually, and local government has been marginalised, you know, incrementally more and more over the last sort of 30, 40 years, where, you know, today architects and planners don't have a very significant role to play in the development that goes on in this country, apart from joining schemes as, you know, designers and, you know, doing the bits that they're told to do, but they don't have that lead role. You know, that is not the role of the architect anymore in the UK. You know, back in the days when each local authority would employ a local authority architect, it's we're not in that world anymore. And, you know, that's a great shame. But that goes back, I think, to the discourse discussion and wanting to change our political priorities, perhaps.
Just in terms of what we do in Leeds, I include Grenfell as like a major case study in a module for level 2 students. About 120 students take that module. They get like a couple of weeks on Grenfell. A lot of them then are very inspired by it and want to do a lot of their reports, their dissertations, everything on it. So I think that's what I do. I know that people at Sheffield do something similar. I know there's someone at Durham doing something similar. I've been invited to Manchester. There's an architect school there, and they want to do like a whole lessons from Grenfell for architects. However, beyond like, you know, some bubbles in the universities, in terms of like the city of Leeds, yeah, there's like remediation program going on, but and it's all because of, you know, residents say because of Grenfell, this is happening. But most people don't know that's happening. There's no like annual sort of event and I mean, that's partly down to people like me not doing it. I mean, we could be doing more. So, I mean, it's a really important question. I think it is a bit London-centric in terms of like people's connections and closeness to it. But internationally, I'm aware that you speak to fire departments and governments and, you know, people running cities. Grenfell for them was like it was an event that isn't like London-centric. For them, it was like, wow, we don't want that here. So they've been learning from Grenfell. Potentially they've been learning more than our government's been learning, yeah? But it's a very important question, a very important point, and we should talk about, you know, how we keep that whole thing going.
I just wanted to add something about the role of the architect. I've been in this school for maybe 5 years plus now, and since Grenfell, I've noticed in terms of the discourse, there's been more social housing projects, more interest in retrofitting, reuse in material, and in that sense, it's positive. And now that I graduated and I'm faced with this list of firms, small to big, and looking at the projects that they build, it just feels like if I applied and got the job, I would be also an agent of regeneration and its violence. I can also think of the last Sterling Prize and the REBA prizes, where among that list is full of projects that have those dodgy regeneration schemes and it makes me think of Anna, the capital pouring in London and trying to make land as valuable as possible. And so at an individual scale, finding myself in the job market and I wish I could do good quality social housing, maybe like back in the days where the LCC was hiring thousands of architects to build these, but it's not the period now, and so I'm faced with a bit of a moral dilemma.
Is there an answer to that, Anna?
Yeah, it's not the first time I've been asked this question. Yeah, I've been asked it repeatedly since I've taught architects, to be honest. There's a group, I don't know if it's still going, probably is, Architectural Workers. So there was an Architectural Workers event at Cressingham Gardens, which is a housing estate which has been fighting demolition for, years and years now. And yeah, they did an event really on the future of architecture there. And this was one of the sort of key questions. And Kate McIntosh was speaking, who's, one of the sort of exemplary social housing architects of her generation, as lots of you probably know. I mean, what can you do? Your list is small, I think, if you want to do work that you feel that you can be happy with. There are firms out there, but it's not a long list. But that they exist, for sure. or you take your knowledge and your principles and put them to one side until you're in a better life stage, or you choose a different profession. I mean, when I did that architectural workers event, you know, I did say, well, you know, you might choose not to, you know. I don't really know what to say to architects. I think, you know, a lot of my students will just try and get jobs with the big firms. I would say that, you know, if you're really motivated, there is some work out there. And there are architects who do good schemes. They're small, you know, on the whole, and the difference they'll make to things is marginal. But, you know, there are quite a few. It is there. And it's a contribution to changing the discourse, for sure. You know, it's probably not worth my listing, you know, the handful of firms that I know are there who do really good work, but there are, you know, there are quite a few. So, yeah, but there are many more that are not.
One final question.
Thanks. Typically coming back as a comment rather than a question, I just wanted to add to the discussion about regulations in the international landscape and the way in which Grenfell is being recognised internationally. So I work with Caitlin in the GLA policy team, but I'm from New Zealand and was recently in Victoria staying at a friend's house, and she said it's really annoying, her house was being reclad. And I thought, and I looked up the kind of the policy to that, because that's what I do on holiday. And it was really interesting to see that a whole strategy around fire safety has emerged in Victoria because of what happened in Grenfell. There were some fires that happened in Victoria, but no deaths, and it was Grenfell that spurred the public sector in Victoria to look into the risk, the cladding that was on buildings across Victoria, and there's been a huge amount of state intervention, kind of what we could only wish for here in the UK in terms of the government really spurring to action to redress the cladding on those homes. So I think Grenfell has had a really big impact internationally. I can't speak for all international jurisdictions, obviously, but it was really powerful to see. And I think to the person in the green T-shirt, you should apply for the GLA policy team. It would be great to have people like you who care. So yeah, that's one alternative career option.
I was going to ask.
I'm not English, so I don't feel I'm being colonial or kind of by saying this, but on an international landscape, the inquiry and the inquiries that the United Kingdom undertakes are really quite exemplar, and they are looked upon and they are studied by people overseas because the level of dedication, the time, the detail, the way that conclusions are written up are pretty phenomenal. And I know that the inquiry is being studied internationally, and it is being talked about quite a lot. And I do think that there is something to be said and to be very proud about the way that the inquiry has been undertaken in 2 parts. Lots of days where residents were able to talk, to tell stories about how, you know, where they played football, things that were directly or indirectly related to the fire, but it was very much about residents in the house and the technical component. The inquiry is phenomenal. So as a piece of investigation, public resource, something that's freely and openly available to everyone, not only in the UK, but internationally, is something that's really commendable.
I was going to ask another question, but maybe I won't. I'll save that one for afterwards. Well, thank you very much. Do you do? No. I'll give it back to Julia.
Oh, okay. I think I just wanted to close the day and just say thank you to all of the speakers for the time and effort that they put in being here today. And at least personally, it's been an incredibly thought-provoking day. And I just wanted to end on one thought, especially given the fact that, I mean, there are many students here, but I think it would be important for more students to be aware of this. And I mean, I think today becomes an important opportunity to think and question if the AA as an institution is doing enough to transform thought into action, and if we as students can become sufficiently aware in our thinking and in our making of the needs of contemporary social conditions. And then I just wanted to add with 2 pieces of information. One is that with Claire Potter and the Writing Center, in collaboration with the artist Richard McBatis, we'll be continuing the conversations on how we can demonstrate care through language in a collective tapestry project, wherein the slowness and patience that stands behind the act of sewing and embroidering, we aim to record the thoughts and reflections that came out of today, or that are yet to come out of today. And then just to let you know, I mean, it's been a very intense day, I think, but from 7 to 8, there will be a panel discussion in the front members' room, that is the room upstairs next to the bar, led by a group of Turkish students of the AA around the yet again complicit role of spatial practices in the tragedy of the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. But yeah, I think thanks again to Liam, Manager, Harriet, and everyone that has been part of the shaping of the event.